In the vast world of cultivation, where spiritual energy fills the air and mountains stretch endlessly, immortal realms appear and disappear among the clouds. The ancient sects with deep foundations have been passed down and developed over thousands of years, one of them being the righteous cultivation sect called Jingyang sect, located on the majestic Jingyang mountain. But today, a shocking event is taking place here, right before the golden-plated sect name plaque. A cultivation genius is sitting dark-faced listening to the verdict. The outer disciple Yi Shen, today because his danshan was shattered, can no longer cultivate. He kneels there, dazed as he hears his punishment, from now on expelled from Jingyang sect, never to step into the Jingyang spiritual mountain again for life. Yi Shen shouts in dissatisfaction, "But I, for the sect." Before he could finish explaining, the elder harshly shouted the order, "Shut up." The old man stood there, pointing and scolding, "Trash, like you still dare to make excuses." Yi Shen kneeling there full of resentment. He gritted his teeth, his voice trembling with anger. "I almost lost my life for Jingyang sect, and this is the result I get." To understand the reason, we must go back 3 days earlier, inside a forest. Someone's footwork treading on tree trunks was extremely skillful. Yi Shen was moving, tightly clutching a wooden box in his hand, carefully hiding it beneath his cloak. He used light-footed movement techniques, borrowing support from trees, swiftly weaving through the dense forest. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked by at great speed, slicing across Yi Shen's face. Blood appeared on his cheek. Yi Shen froze, his face showing both worry and anger as he shouted loudly, "Who is it?" From the other side, a man appeared with a sly half-smile. He stood there, fanning himself, and directly demanded, "Hand over the spiritual medicine obediently. Perhaps I'll spare your life." This man belonged to Qingyun sect, named La Jai. Yi Shen quickly tucked the box of spiritual medicine into his chest. Then he swiftly reached behind his back, drew his sword and responded, "Dream on." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Shen slashed out several streaks of sword energy, green spiritual light graceful yet full of power, intertwining toward the front. When the sword technique struck the base of a tree, La Jai's figure was already gone. Yi Shen's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming in alarm, "Where is he?" When Yi Shen sensed something was wrong and his eyes slightly shifted behind him, the man's shadow was already faintly there without knowing since when. In the blink of an eye, the small fan in La Jai's hand struck horizontally toward Yi Shen's head, extremely dangerous. Yi Shen glanced sideways and quickly came up with a way to dodge. He used his full speed, leaping a great distance to face La Jai, narrowly avoiding the deadly move. However, a small cut of blood still remained on Yi Shen's neck caused by that fan. He looked serious, focusing his gaze forward, thinking to himself, "Such speed, just a bit more and my head would be separated from my body." Before Yi Shen could recover from the shock, a series of palm strikes were unleashed by La Jai right after. Since he had no time to deploy a defensive technique, he was struck in vital points, pushed backward by the force. Each place the palm struck, a purple glow of spiritual energy appeared. Yi Shen was pushed far back, having to stab his sword into the ground to keep balance, leaving long sliding marks on the ground. He then stood up, realizing the danger, and muttered to himself, "Those strikes seem fierce, but only hurt the surface, not the organs. Damn it, daring to toy with me. I'd rather die than be humiliated." Yi Shen charged forward, slashing with his sword, but La Jai simply leaned aside to dodge. He refused to stop, immediately turning his sword to slash horizontally. But with superb lightness skill, the man merely bent backward to evade. Not letting Yi Shen continue dancing, La Jai countered, using his fan to strike directly at the hand holding the weapon. The sword in his hand was knocked into the air, then stuck into the ground behind him. Though at a disadvantage, Yi Shen still shouted angrily, "Damn you, die!" Suddenly, beneath La Jai's feet appeared a circle of deep purple spiritual energy. The whirlwinds he created lifted his body gracefully into the air, his demeanor utterly calm. At the same time, another whirlwind he controlled wrapped around Yi Shen's body. He was restrained by it, lifted into the air, Yishen screamed in pain, echoing through the forest. La Jai did not stop, forming a finger technique with 2 fingers aimed straight at Yishen. Then he unleashed his ultimate move, Broken Spring Finger, striking directly at Yishen's Danshin. Instantly, Yishen's Danshin cracked, tiny fragments breaking apart, the accumulated spiritual energy escaping. This was the destruction of the Danshin. Feeling this, his face went blank, blood spurted from his mouth. On the other side, La Jai slightly curled his lips into a cold, disdainful smile. Yishen grimaced in pain, thinking, damn it, the Danshin is destroyed, such difference in power. The spiritual medicine is stolen. In agony as his cultivation was crippled, his dim eyes opened slightly, seeing La Jai taking the wooden box from his chest. Yishen slowly closed his eyes, watching his back fade away. Returning to the present, after cruelly expelling him from the sect, the elder stood there flicking his robe indifferently. Yishen lowered his head, listening to every word, taking care of you for 3 days, that's already mercy. Then he slowly raised his face, his expression turning defiant. He stood up, looking at the elder before him with confusion. Elder Wu, Yishen grew up here since childhood. How could you be so heartless? He then turned directly toward the main gate, speaking hesitantly. Then I, Yishen. The main hall doors slowly closed behind him as he stepped out. Yishen walked away, declaring loudly, from today on, I am no longer of Xingyang sect. Such a sect truly chills my heart. He stepped down the main hall stairs. Beside him were mocking whispers from the remaining disciples. Look quickly, the useless Yishen is out. What trash! They had waited below looking up, just waiting for Yishen to appear to sneer in unison. I told you, he'd still be expelled. He walked down heavily, while the disciples kept mocking non-stop. Now it's not like before. Some disciples still felt pity, saying, Senior brother, he usually treated us well. Let's go see him off. But others waved it off. See him off for what? We're immortals. What is he now? One of the Xingyang sect disciples, named Zhao Kang, stood there smirking and asked mockingly, Who's this? Yishen was startled when he saw the one blocking his path. Zhao Kang frowned and asked, Isn't this our senior brother Yi? Yishen glared and blurted out the name, Zhao Kang. The man stood behind him, looking at Yishen's darkened face, laughing loudly in mock astonishment. Senior brother Yi, why do you look so disheveled today? Zhao Kang followed behind with a scornful expression, his tone dripping with mockery. My junior brother, seeing you like this is truly pitiful. He grabbed Yishen's shoulder to stop him, eyes glinting with a scheming smile. Zhao Kang blocked Yishen's path, furrowing his brow and shouting loudly, Don't go. Yishen grew angry, his tone harsh as he demanded, Move aside. Hearing that, Zhao Kang folded his fan, laughed loudly and asked back, Telling me to move aside? What do you think you are? Zhao Kang's words jolted Yishen awake. You still think you're the Yishen of before? He spread his legs, pointed downward and demanded, You want to leave? Not that easy. Crawl between my legs. Maybe I'll even reward you with a few spirit stones for travel. After hurling such humiliation at Yishen, Zhao Kang laughed triumphantly. Yishen glared at him, gritting his teeth and calling his name, Zhao Kang. Some disciples nearby tried to dissuade him, Senior brother Zhao, that's not right. But in return, they were met with his sharp gaze and threat, Want to die. The disciples were instantly frightened, closing their eyes and not daring to say another word. Zhao Kang still didn't stop, continuing to shout loudly, Yishen, are you going to crawl or not? Before he could finish, he suddenly froze at the sight of something. Behind Yishen, a woman was approaching. Zhao Kang was startled when he saw her. Another disciple saw her and immediately blushed, exclaiming, It's senior sister Qi Ningxua. The other disciples were no different, completely captivated by her beauty. They all murmured in admiration, exclaiming in unison, So beautiful. Peeking from beneath her light blue robes were a pair of long, slender legs and delicate hands, her outfit adorned with subtle accessories that caught the eye. Accompanied by gently drifting flower petals was the faint reveal of her full chest and soft pink lips. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, her clear eyes gazing ahead. This woman was a disciple of Xinjiang sect named Qi Ningxuang, possessing otherworldly beauty capable of toppling kingdoms. Seeing her, Zhao Kang's eyes immediately flared with lust, exclaiming, "Qi Ningxuang." He instantly ignored Yi Shen, spreading open his fan to show off as he stepped toward her. Zhao Kang stood before Ningxuang, tilting his head proudly to greet her. "Junior sister Ningxuang." She coldly replied with just a hum, then brushed past him, leaving Zhao Kang frozen in place. Rage surged across his face, veins bulging as he turned his head to watch her go. She walked toward Yi Shen, and in contrast to the brilliance of the morning sun and her ethereal beauty was his darkened expression. She bit her lip, holding back her words, her quiet gaze fixed on Yi Shen. On the other side, Yi Shen too sensed Ningxuang's arrival, but his face showed no emotion. Soon after, Ningxuang coldly walked past Yi Shen, her tone detached as she left him a final remark, "Safe travels." Yi Shen finally spoke in confusion, "What's that look on your face?" He stepped up beside her, turning to ask again, "Pity? I don't need it." Ningxuang said nothing, her silence chilling. Leaving her standing there, Yi Shen boldly stepped down, adding 2 words, "I'm going." The world of cultivation is harsh. Once you fall, you're despised. With a small bundle in hand, Yi Shen walked coldly into the forest below the mountain gate. The scene shifted to that night, the moon already high and bright. In the vast forest, the creatures had gone to rest. Only Yi Shen lay there, listening to the chirping of crickets, pondering life. Tiny flowers emitted faint spiritual energy, evoking memories of peaceful days of cultivation. Back then, when he was a child, newly entered Xinjiang sect, Yi Shen had been carried in the arms of Elder Wu himself, whom he called martial uncle. Not only that, the innocent Ningxuang of those days had also called him senior brother Yi. The images of junior disciples appeared in his mind. His eyes filled with melancholy. He looked up at the sky, where the moon hung overhead, and wondered, where is home? Suddenly, across the dark night sky, a streak of light appeared, tearing through space. Yi Shen's eyes widened in shock. He sat up abruptly, startled, gazing toward where the light was falling. Propping himself up, he muttered, "A falling star." Instantly, his figure dashed through the forest, heading toward the place where it was about to land. A loud explosion followed, rocks and earth flying, along with Yi Shen's exclamation, "A falling star, a wonder of the ages." The bright light forced him to shield his eyes with his hand. Yi Shen parted the leaves to look ahead. Before him was a flame, burning at the very spot where the meteorite had fallen, thick smoke rising all around. Yi Shen stood frozen, his whole body stiff before the sight. A blazing flame burned intensely, radiating dense spiritual energy. It was the legendary True Fire. In the middle of the dense and quiet forest, the moonlight shone down along with faint wisps of smoke rising. On the ground at that moment, where the meteorite had just fallen, a flame kept burning endlessly. Deep then stood right there, looking down at the small pit that had just been created. The flame was beneath it. He silently walked step by step toward it. Deep then reached out his hand. A question flashed in his mind. "You don't have a home either, do you?" The true fire that was burning suddenly rose from the ground. It directly stopped on Deep then's hand. The energy of the true fire was extremely intense. But strangely, his hand was not burned. Deep then looked down with a face full of surprise, murmuring to himself, "How interesting." He extended his other hand toward the true fire. It immediately reacted. After that, the true fire quickly flew away from Deep then's hand. It directly entered his body through his left hand, right before Deep then's bewildered face. As soon as it entered inside, the true fire immediately lit up the acupoints and meridians throughout his body. Deep then's eyes widened in astonishment. He was extremely surprised by this, and something even more joyful. The spiritual energy was gathering and accumulating at Deep then's danshan. After a period of time, along with rustling sounds, the spiritual energy continued to be absorbed by the danshan. Deep then stood there, exhaling a long, satisfied breath. He sensed and thought to himself, "This flame can repair my danshan." Suddenly, something unusual happened. causing the veins in Deep Then's eyes to bulge. He thought anxiously. Wait. Inside, Deep Then's Danshin was transforming. It changed color. Fragments burst out along with the sound of shattering. Deep Then stood there in pain, kneeling down and screaming in agony. This pain came from the breaking of the Danshin. He lay face down, eyes half closed, staring blankly. Suddenly, Deep Then's pupils turned bright golden dazzlingly. He wondered, is this the Pill Sea? Above the golden sea surface was the true fire burning there. The cultivation levels from low to high include condensation, human origin, true yang, spiritual void, emptiness, and heavenly silence. But what is called the Pill Sea is one level higher than the Danshin. Only those who reach the realm of emptiness can open the Pill Sea. At this moment, in the silent forest, rumbling sounds echoed, along with golden light covering everything. Deep Then was floating in midair and was almost burning. Spiritual energy and flames spread around him. Deep Then's eyes shone brightly, but were somewhat vacant. He murmured to himself, indeed, it's still possible to refine true Kai. After that, the spiritual energy was absorbed by the true fire and gathered toward his Danshin. When the process was complete, Deep Then's body fell down weakly. He lay there motionless after all the turmoil that had just happened. The scene shifted to the next morning. The sun had risen and illuminated the entire forest. Deep Then was now lying on a small bed. Beside the table was a boy dozing off. Sunlight was also shining through the window into the room. After a long time in a coma, Deep Then suddenly opened his eyes wide. The boy beside him saw that and exclaimed happily, "Big brother, you're awake." Deep Then asked in confusion, "Who are you? Where is this place? Why am I here?" The boy introduced himself. "I am Ho-Oa. This is the Hang En Hak Sek's little spirit courtyard. Last night you were unconscious in the forest. My grandfather and I brought you here." Deep Then, upon hearing that, remembered Hang En Hak Sect, among the three great sects of the Great So Nation. The Bloodlust Hall dominates the northern So, while the Chin Duong Sect, Than Van Sect, and Hang En Hak Sect occupy the southern So. He was somewhat dazed and thought to himself, by definition, Hang En Hak Sect and Chin Duong Sect are enemies. Having just been driven out by Chin Duong Sect not long ago, today I ended up in Hang En Hak Sect. Fate really likes to toy with me. After answering, Ho-Oa ran outside. "You must be hungry. I'll make something for you to eat." The boy left Deep Then sitting alone in the room deep in thought. Deep Then closed his eyes, gathered energy in his Danshin. The true fire was immediately ignited. He realized, last night, it wasn't a dream. Everything was real. Deep Then's eyes gazed affectionately at the true fire. He picked it up in his hand and murmured, "From now on, you will follow me." While Deep Then was still dazed, the voice of Ho-Oa woke him up. "Big brother, come out to eat." He gently got down from the bed and loudly replied, "Coming." Deep Then opened the door and looked out into the yard. There was a small table there. The old man, the child, and a giant eagle were already waiting. The boy waved his hand, calling, "Over here." The old man smiled cheerfully and said to him, "Plain food and coarse tea may make you laugh." Before he could respond, what caught his attention now was the giant eagle in front of him. Looking at its proud, chest-lifted posture, Deep Then wondered, spirit beast. As soon as he sat down, Ho-Oa excitedly said, "Let's start." The old man also followed up, "Starving, let's eat." Deep Then picked up his bowl of rice, looked over, and said, "Old sir, I still haven't thanked you." His name was Truong Fong In Heen, but for some reason, he was still hiding his identity from Deep Then at this moment. So he only replied casually, "Just a small matter. Don't be polite, young friend, eat up." At this moment, the giant eagle beside them looked at Deep Then with cold, murderous eyes, making him flinch slightly. Ho-Oa, understanding the situation, picked up a piece of meat and turned to it. "Don't be fierce with big brother. Here, little eagle, this piece is for you." The giant eagle ate the meat happily. Its expression softened. The boy patted its head and praised, "Good little eagle." While they were eating happily, old Truong's voice sounded, "Young man, are you also a cultivator? From which sect?" Deep Then lowered his face sadly and replied, "I belong to no sect, just a wandering cultivator. Hearing this, he frowned regretfully. What a pity, with your elegant bearing, you should find a sect to cultivate. In a sect there are cultivation resources you need. Still young, cultivation only at the first level of Kai condensation. Deep then slightly lowered his head and replied, Senior is right. He silently thought, being a wandering cultivator is unsafe. Disciples of sects at least have a place to rely on, and their cultivation resources are guaranteed. Old Truong turned and continued, Young man, are you interested in becoming a disciple of Hang and Hack sect? Deep then immediately turned and replied, Of course I'm interested. But Senior, entering Hang and Hack sect isn't easy. He smiled and said, It's fine, I'll write a recommendation letter. I believe it'll let you become an apprentice disciple. As if a weight had been lifted from his heart, Deep then turned to clasp his hands and thanked him. Then this junior thanks Senior in advance. Old Truong cheerfully waved it off. Don't be polite, meeting each other is fate. Ho-Oa sitting there also looked excited. My grandpa is really amazing. At that moment, something startled the little eagle, making it turn around. A shadow appeared, using spiritual power, kicked the gate with a bang, causing the wooden door to shatter. The person who appeared was wearing the clothes of Hang and Hack sect. After breaking someone's gate, he still asked calmly, Eating? Ho-Oa frowned and asked, Truong Dao, what are you doing? Old Truong seeing him also looked slightly startled. He stood at the gate and shouted loudly, Old man, hand it over now, or else. Truong Dao extended his hand and sneered threateningly, Don't blame me for being rude. He replied in a low voice, I don't have what you want. He approached the table, turned toward old Truong, and spoke disrespectfully, Old man. He flicked his hand, flipping the table over, then shouted, Stop standing there blankly. Seeing his master being bullied, the little eagle immediately rushed in, behind. Ho-Oa also angrily shouted, You bandit. The little eagle flew high as fast as it could, then dived straight toward Truong Dao with its sharp claws. But he remained calm, channeling golden spiritual energy into his hand, frowning coldly, courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, Truong Dao swung his arm. The spiritual energy struck the little eagle, sending it flying backward. Seeing his spirit beast knocked down, Ho-Oa worriedly shouted, Little eagle. Seeing it lying motionless, the boy collapsed to his knees in pain, calling Little Eagle. Then Ho-Oa turned to look at Truong Dao with teary eyes. He replied indifferently, I still have many methods more painful than death. Truong Dao did not forget his purpose, standing there making threats, Hand it over, or don't blame me for being cruel. At that moment a hand rested on his shoulder. Truong Dao was startled, turning back. Deep then smiled kindly. But then a slap sound rang out. Deep then directly gave Truong Dao a punch right in the face, making him cry out in pain. He held his bleeding face, frowning and shouting, You bastard! How dare you hit me? Before he could get an answer, Deep then's hand appeared again in front of him, leaving Truong Dao completely shocked. Deep then grabbed his arm, lifted him up into the air with his back, and Truong Dao could only scream in terror. Then, a heavy slam hit the ground, shattering it with a loud bang. At the spot where he landed, the ground bore his imprint, and Truong Dao was completely defeated in an instant. Old Truong was astonished, thinking to himself, Truong Dao has reached the second level of Kai condensation, yet was knocked down by someone he just met. Even if it was a surprise attack, that strength was terrifying. Immediately after, he was thrown out of the gate of Tiu Lin Vien, along with Deep then's scolding voice. Heaven is watching what you do. Accumulate some virtue for yourself. That night, as the wind rustled, old Truong spoke to Deep then, Young man, I truly thank you. The three of them sat on the front steps, and Deep then replied, Senior flatters me, it was nothing. At that moment, old Truong began to share more about himself. I used to be an elder of Hang and Hack sect, but because of a mistake, I was sent here to Tiu Lin Vien. Truong Dao used to be my disciple. It's all my fault. I failed to teach him well. After hearing that, Deep then immediately encouraged him. The master leads through the gate. Cultivation depends on oneself. Senior should not blame yourself. His nature has always been like that. Ho-Oh spoke up. He only wants Grandpa's Thien Lin talisman. Over the years, everything Grandpa stored has been taken by him. He comes every day to oppress us. Deep then thought silently, Thien Lin talisman. He pondered. Hang En Hak sect has a famous type of spirit talisman called the Thien Lin talisman. Once it's placed on someone, it can seal their true energy for a short time. This kind of talisman is extremely rare and never passed outside. He didn't expect this senior to possess it. Transition to the next morning. Inside the small house of Tiu Lin Vien, old Truong's voice sounded. Young man, I've finished writing the recommendation letter. Tomorrow you can go up the mountain to cultivate. You have great talent. Don't let it go to waste. And this book is an introduction to Hang En Hak. Read it when you have time. Deep then could only thank the senior. Then, inside the forest, he sat quietly circulating his energy. The true flame and the elixir sea continuously absorbing spiritual energy. Deep then opened his eyes and looked to the side. Small sparks of lightning crackled around his body. He jumped up and swung his hand, unleashing the thunder rush palm. The large rock nearby was completely destroyed, shattered to pieces. That one palm carried great power. He smiled in satisfaction and thought, Thunder Rush Palm, #1 attack technique. It has the might of lightning's charge, and the sound of thunder. Its power is truly domineering. To use this technique requires a strong body. Otherwise, the terrifying force of the Thunder Rush Palm will not only injure the enemy, but also damage one's own meridians and tendons. But with true flame tempering my body, my strength, meridians, and bones are solid. I can completely ignore the self-inflicted backlash of this technique. Scene shifts to one of the three great sects of the southern region, Hang En Hak sect. Hang En Hak sect is divided into one hall, one court, 2 gardens, 3 peaks, and 8 pavilions. The one hall is the law enforcement hall, where elders who commit mistakes are judged. The one court is the disciplinary court, where disciples who err are punished. The 2 gardens are the Spirit Herb Garden and the Spirit Fruit Garden. The 3 peaks are Thien Duong Peak, Dia Duong Peak, and Enhan Duong Peak, the 3 main peaks of Hang En Hak sect. In one of the sect's buildings, Ku Than Pavilion, inside, Deep then took out a letter addressed to Elder Than Y Than Kani, and respectfully said, Junior Deep then, here to seek apprenticeship. This is the recommendation letter from Senior Truong Fong En Hien. The elders sitting there looked slightly puzzled. Truong Fong En Hien, it's still new. One elder gestured toward Deep then and asked the others, 3 senior brothers, let's discuss who is willing to take this young man Deep then as a disciple. One of them asked, how old are you? Deep then honestly replied, 16 years old. The answer shocked all 3 elders. They exclaimed in unison, 16. Then they immediately left the Ku Than Pavilion. One saying, there's a matter on Thien Duong Peak, I'll go first. Another excused himself. My Dia Duong Peak doesn't accept useless people. Elder Than Y helplessly called out, Than Duong senior brother, don't go. For my sake accept him. The answer echoed back, Than Y senior brother. He doesn't yet have the qualifications to step onto Enhan Duong Peak. I can't agree. His talent is too poor. After a while, he stood there looking at Deep then and said helplessly, seems you can only be a probationary disciple. Do you agree? He had no reason to refuse. Even probationary was fine. Maybe one day I'll become an official disciple. Elder Than Y took out a registration token and wrote Deep then's name on it. Then he handed it to him. Kid, this is your jade token. Since you're only a probationary disciple, you won't get Hang En Hak's cultivation technique or robes, and this spirit jade elixir. You may take only 1 bottle. Deep then received it and bowed in gratitude. Elder Than Y continued encouraging him. Kid, work hard. After 3 months we'll see your performance. All right, go to the Spirit Artifact Pavilion to receive a spiritual weapon. Scene shifts to the Spirit Artifact Pavilion, where Chu Dai Fuck, the pavilion's head, was sitting on a chair sunbathing. When he saw Deep then, he asked, Kid, I haven't seen you before. Deep then clasped his hands and replied, I'm a new probationary disciple. Elder Than Y sent me to choose a spirit weapon. Hearing that, Dai Fuck gave him a sideways glance and replied, "Choose for yourself. Probationary disciples can only pick from the first floor, not the second." Deep then went inside to choose a weapon, holding several items and frowning in disappointment, as expected, all junk. He searched almost the entire first floor, but still couldn't find anything suitable. Too light. This one doesn't work. This one neither. After a long, tiring search, Deep then rested his hand and sighed. Nothing works. Suddenly, a loud thud beside him caught his attention. The true flame inside him suddenly burst out, flying from his body toward that direction. It flew up to a high cabinet and pulled something down. A black weapon was taken down, with 2 words engraved on it. Deep then looked at it, frowning slightly as he read aloud, "Thien Kayet." Holding the sword in his hand, Deep then assessed. This thing must weigh at least 200 caddies. If I took it to fight someone, even if I didn't get beaten to death, I'd exhaust myself to death. He looked at it and commented, "Truly a strange sword. This sword hasn't even been unsheathed yet. And it's this heavy, it can't be used to fight others, but it doesn't look bad either." Trusting in the true fire, Deep then looked at it boldly and said, "I choose you." Seeing him carry Thien Kayet outside, Dai Fuck asked in confusion, "Kid, with your small body, you could have picked anything. Why did you choose this iron sword? It's not normally heavy, you know." Deep then released his hand, and the sword stabbed straight into the ground with a thud. He frowned and asked, "Elder, what's the origin of this sword?" The old man immediately replied, "It's like this. Since the day I took over the spiritual armory, it has already existed. It's been here for at least 100 years. As for its origin, I'm not sure. I advise you to change to another spiritual weapon. This sword isn't normally heavy. Pick something lighter." Hearing that, Deep then lifted Thien Kayet and replied, "Is that so? No need. I'll choose this one." Dai Fuck sighed helplessly and said, "You're really a stubborn brat. Go ahead and take it." He carried it on his shoulder and coldly left the spiritual armory, not forgetting to thank the elder. Seeing Deep then with the giant sword on his back, the other disciples immediately started gossiping. "Who is this kid? Why haven't we seen him before? Is he a new intern disciple? The sword he's carrying is probably Thien Kayet." Some disciples spoke more lightly. "Seems so. Pretty strong, huh? Just a bit weak in cultivation, and maybe not too bright either." Their attention left Deep then when the crowd of disciples pointed upward and shouted, "People from Chin Duong sect." They asked each other in confusion, "What are people from Chin Duong sect doing at our Hang and Hack sect?" One explained, "You don't know this. 3 months from now, there will be the competition between the 3 sects, Chin Duong sect, Than Van sect, and Hang and Hack sect." Deep then calmly looked up as well. Disciples around him whispered in awe, "That female disciple is so beautiful, like a celestial fairy descending to the mortal world." So the people from Chin Duong sect came here to discuss matters regarding the competition. He stood there gazing at them and thought, didn't expect to meet them again so soon. Deep then quietly left, looking up at the flying sword above, murmuring to himself, "One day I will return." And Gong Xuong sensed a familiar aura, immediately turned to look down and thought to herself, "This feeling is so familiar." The person beside her asked, "What's wrong, junior sister?" And Gong Xuong replied, "Nothing." After that, Deep then sat alone with the giant sword in an open clearing within Hang and Hack sect's forest. He raised his hand to his mouth and bit lightly. His 2 fingers immediately bled. He dripped his blood onto Thien Kayet. This was the ritual of refining a magical weapon, using blood for Thien Kayet to recognize its master. As soon as the blood touched it, the giant sword emitted an intense golden light, along with strange runes appearing around it. Then, the golden spiritual energy together with those runes quickly merged into Deep then's body. Once everything was complete, Deep then clenched his fist and thought with admiration, "Barbaric body refining, truly a secret technique. I really found a treasure." He immediately sat down, closing his eyes tightly. The runes of the secret art appeared behind him. Those runes were engraved upon Deep then's body. Golden spiritual energy radiated densely. The clothing on his body was partly torn. He tensed up in midair powerfully. After the technique was mastered, Deep then clenched his fist and smiled in satisfaction. All that hardship wasn't for nothing. He took out a flask of spiritual liquid and drank it in big gulps to replenish energy. Deep then smiled and said, "So good. An intern disciple can only receive 1 jade flask of spiritual liquid from the sect each month. 1 jade flask of spiritual liquid isn't even enough to fill the gap between my teeth," he thought to himself. Looks like I'll have to do some sect missions to earn more spiritual liquid. Deep then went to the mission hall. When the other disciples saw him, they mocked. First level of condensation, weak talent. Yet he chose Thien Kayet as his spiritual weapon. Is that enough for him? While Deep then didn't care much, someone else added, "Probably his brain is soaked in water." He stood before the mission board. Others around were also reading. After some calculation, Deep then raised his hand and said, "I'll take this one." Before he could grab the mission card, a disciple shoved him aside. "Blood Wolf mission. I, Triulong, already chose it." He held up the wooden plaque. On it were the words Blood Wolf. Triulong and his gang tilted their faces mockingly, saying, "What, not satisfied?" Deep then calmly answered, "Senior brother has taken it, then so be it." However, Triulong still wore a mysterious smile. The veins on his face bulged. After that he suddenly grabbed Deep then's shoulder to prevent him from leaving. Suddenly, his eyes changed with great delight. The spiritual energy on Deep then's body flared and knocked Triulong aside. He exclaimed, "Brat, I have underestimated you too much." He turned back and said, "This senior brother, you and I are unrelated. Why make things difficult for me like this?" Triulong immediately replied, "Unrelated." Veins of hatred filled his eyes. He darkened his face and gritted his voice, saying, "You hit my junior disciple. Dare to say it's unrelated to me. You've got guts. Anyone who dares bully my junior disciple Triulong will really be tired of living." Deep then calmly asked, "Truong Dao right? He struck first. Why blame me?" He looked at his cultivation and thought, 5th level Kai condensation. If we really fought a match, not necessarily would I lose. Truong Dao frowned, slapped his hands loudly praising, "Well done, very good." He emitted violet true Kai, clasped his hands together and continued, "I very like those without strength, but who like to act arrogantly." The surrounding disciples worriedly asked each other, "About to fight, huh? That brat dares fight Triulong. Took the wrong medicine, huh?" While both sides were blazing with battle fervor, something nearby caught Deep then's attention. An elder appeared and loudly scolded, "Are you all rebelling? This is the mission hall, not a place for you to make trouble." He directly chased them away. "If you want to fight, go to the wind and cloud stage, get lost." Triulong raised his mission token to threaten, "Brat, sooner or later I will find you to settle the score." Deep then was no pushover either. He smiled and replied, "I will wait." He watched them silently leave. Still one underling threw a challenging look back. Deep then returned to the mission board. He continued to choose. Then he took down a card and said, "This one then." On it were the 2 words Fire Wolf. Scene shifts to that night. On the steep rocky mountain, the yellow moonlight hung there. Below the cliff, the silhouette of Deep then was struggling to climb step by step. After a while he finally clutched up to the place. Deep then stood there smiling and looked at the thing before him and exclaimed, "Spirit herb." While he stepped forward to pick the spirit herb, a paw with sharp claws of a spirit beast appeared behind him. It stalked close. The energy it radiated was intensely dense. Deep then turned his head and saw and exclaimed in surprise, "Fire Wolf." While it was launching an attack, he quickly grabbed Thien Kayet and shouted loudly, "This little one of mine is looking for you." Before him was a powerful blue light. Deep then's whole body exuded the aura of true fire ready to fight. He shouted, preparing to swing the sword to slash. The Fire Wolf meanwhile continued to add spirit power into its strike. But unexpectedly, Deep then's sword swing produced a mighty energy like a great flame that incinerated the stealth strike of the spirit beast. The Fire Wolf was defeated by one move. Deep then reached out to take the spoils. He held up the purple beast pill and admired, "Mission completed." Just then a disturbance nearby startled Deep then. From within a skill was unleashed. He immediately raised his hand to parry, but because it was sudden he was still pushed back. Deep then hugged his wounded arm and looked over and said, solemnly, standing as a human origin realm, yet using a sneak attack. The figure there spoke, Brat, the force sensing is not bad. In front of Deep then now was an old man leaning on a cane. He issued threats. Whatever should be handed over here. I'll turn you into a corpse, otherwise I'll leave you worse than dead. He hugged his arm, glared and replied, I am only first-level Kai condensation. What treasure would I have? The old man sneered coldly and said, seems you don't know how to obey. After finishing speaking, a shock to the spirit made Deep then stagger, eyes wide. He raised his hand. Behind him were weird violet spiritual soldiers. Grandson, don't blame me. He also withdrew his hand preparing to counterstrike, replied coldly, I don't blame you. At close range, time was just enough to channel Kai. Deep then directly unleashed Thunderbolt Palm. Thunder struck out and pushed the old man back. The old man coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, voice faltering in astonishment. How could you? Deep then's Thunderbolt Palm sent the old man flying into the rock wall behind. His face was contorted in unbearable pain, mouth full of blood. He could only utter one word, you. Not giving the old man a chance to turn over, he rushed forward and drove another stab straight into the abdomen, causing fresh blood to spurt out. The old man's whole body trembled with the question, how come you are not poisoned? Deep then sneered faintly, I have already been poisoned, it's just that. While he was speaking his whole body seemed to collapse as the poison took effect. At that moment the true flame inside flared up. It spread throughout his body and neutralized the toxin, to Deep then's astonishment. He stood there with the true flame in his hand, looking at the old man's body before him and marveled. Never expected even deadly poison could be refined. Inside a cave atop the mountain, Deep then stood there looking at the pile of items in the old man's storage pouch and marveled. This old man usually pilfers quite a lot of stuff. He gleamed with delight. Spirit liquid, spirit stones over 500. Huh. Deep then smiled dangerously as he rummaged and said, these are all poisons. We'll use them someday. This time I profited. His gaze stopped when a cultivation manual was in his hand. Deep then read its name aloud. Beast Heart Fury, Profound Technique. He opened it and began to cultivate. Upon using Beast Heart Fury, immediately behind him appeared shadowy images of spirit beasts. Deep then showed excitement and exclaimed, exactly, think something and it appears. He folded the manual, smiled in satisfaction, and thought, miraculous, truly too miraculous. Deep then practiced while laughing loudly and shouting in the mountains and forests. I picked up another treasure. Fierce wolf pounces rabbit. He swung his leg to kick. The force strong, this was the move fierce tiger stomps air. Next came the hand technique. Both hands thrust out then retracted, called nimble little monkey. After a while, in the dark night, Deep then sighed, dead tired. Suddenly something in the distance caught his gaze. Under the moonlight, the silhouette of a cultivator appeared. Deep then recognized the void brightness realm. Among cultivators, those in the Kai condensation and human origin realms who want to fly must ride flying spirit beasts. True Yang realm rides flying swords. When cultivation reaches spirit void realm, one rides a rainbow. Only when cultivation reaches void brightness realm need one no longer the aid of spirit beasts, flying swords, and rainbows and can fly by oneself. Witnessing this, Deep then could only silently marvel, truly wonderful. Before him now was a very beautiful female cultivator in pink robes, her face showing some discomfort for unknown reasons. At that moment 3 more figures appeared behind her in pursuit, shouting loudly, "Where are you running?" He widened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "Being hunted down." Deep then propped his chin and pondered, fundamentally not the same level, better avoid meddling, running is the superior strategy. Just as he finished thinking, the female cultivator landed right behind him. The two stared at each other in astonishment, the girl appearing somewhat uneasy. The pursuers behind shouted, "Who's over there? Come out," causing the two to be startled and unable to speak further. Seeing the pursuers land, Deep then softly instructed the girl, hide here, don't make a sound. Then he stepped out and explained, 3 elders, I'm just a passerby. One of the group stepped forward and asked, Brat, did you see anyone just pass by here? I'm asking you. Deep then forced a wry smile and pointed to the left, replied, went that way. They listened, looked at each other and smiled in satisfaction, not forgetting to threaten, don't let us find out you lied to us, or we'll let you die miserably. That woman is severely wounded and hit by ecstasy powder, can't run far. If caught, the leader will surely be pleased, let's hurry and chase. After a while Deep then exhaled in relief, they're all gone. And now the girl from before stepped out from the bushes behind. Her whole body seemed aflame, face flushed and somewhat aroused, eyes half closed. Suddenly her body went limp and slowly sagged. Seeing this, Deep then anxiously shouted, careful. He quickly rushed forward and reached out to support her back. Deep then unconsciously blushed in embarrassment. Looking at the unconscious girl in his arms, he softly called, hey you. That same night, outside the sky was full of stars. Inside the mysterious cave a beam of light shone. A pile of fire was kindled. Deep then sat there, transmitting spiritual energy to the strange girl he had just met. She had now awakened, sweat dotting her face. Her weak voice cried out, too hot. Her face unconsciously flushed. She continued in a low voice, this is... Deep then saw she had awakened and happily asked, Senior, you're awake. Before he could finish speaking, she turned to look at him with a face full of arousal, her mouth continuously crying out, too hot. Then the girl directly collapsed onto his chest, which froze Deep. Then he stammered, Senior, this... Before he could finish, she leaned forward and kissed him. Deep then had no time to react, this... Although acting unconsciously, the girl, panting, cursed inwardly, ecstasy powder, such a despicable trick. Deep then pushed her away while loudly calling to rouse her, Senior. But human strength was limited, the cultivation gap too great. The girl pushed Deep then onto his back so he could not resist. Her face became dazed from the aphrodisiac, seeking pleasure. Thus in the cave, under the flickering fire, their clothes were cast off. The two people entwined. Scene shifts to the little spirit courtyard of Hang and Hack sect that night. Truong Dao returned with other disciples, standing there shouting, Old man, quickly hand over that brat. Old Truong knelt there clutching his belly and answered, he's gone. Ho-Oa and Little Ying, hung upside down behind, cried incessantly. He continued to demand, and that Tianling boy too, hand him over. Old Truong still answered hesitantly, there is no Tianling boy either. Truong Dao loudly threatened, truly never saw a coffin without tears. Beat him hard for me. Scene shifts to the beast forest. In the desolate wilds a scolding voice rang out, I will kill you. The girl attacked Deep, then, loudly accusing, you also must not do that to me. He immediately retorted, you really are a crazy woman. I should have known and not rescued you. She continued to curse, you little lecher, you deserve to die. Grasping Deep then's throat, causing him to stammer each word, don't use so much force, I'm about to be choked to death. She stood there and said, being choked to death is deserved, you lecher. After speaking she swung her hand and threw him aside. At that moment a ripple of spiritual energy disturbance appeared. The girl glanced and recognized a familiar aura. A name rose in her mind, Hokdu. The girl immediately flew away, leaving Deep then standing there, not forgetting to threaten, wait until I return, I will deal with you. Deep then lay bound face down there, only able to curse, damned. Suddenly his eyes opened wide, a change occurred in his body. The true flame appeared emitting strongly. Deep then silently told it, hurry and help me. Outside, two figures fought, exchanging moves 300 rounds without end. That one retreated while shouting, Su Lin, do you still want to fight another round? It turned out the mysterious girl was named So Lin. She retracted her hand before the spell. A lotus appeared behind her, and she replied, the one who ambushed me must pay dearly. On this side also Crimson True Kai was deployed, smiling in reply, not knowing one's limits. Just then, sensing the approaching ripple of spiritual energy, one of the group warned, There are many strong experts nearby. They are people of Hang and Hack sect. The three of them all retreated together and quickly left. So Lin stood there and spat a mouthful of fresh blood. Those who arrived were Hang and Hack sect. So Hyan, she had just arrived and called loudly, Lin Nhi. So Hyan caught So Lin and worriedly asked, Lin Nhi, your wound? She immediately cut in, I'm fine, senior sister. So Lin placed her hand on her senior sister's shoulder and said to everyone, senior brothers, quickly return to the sect first. I still have some matters, do not follow me. So Hyan asked puzzled, Lin Nhi. She blushed, inwardly cursing, little lecher, see how I deal with you. When So Lin returned to the cave, the fire had gone out. She angrily scolded, let him escape again. Standing at the cave mouth, So Lin shouted loudly, don't let me catch you. Then recalling the spring night before, she unconsciously hugged her flushed face, inwardly embarrassed, ashamed to death. Just then So Hyan flew over, anxiously asking, Lin Nhi, sister, what's wrong? She startled and replied flustered, nothing. She asked further, so what exactly were you looking for? Could it be, you dropped some treasure here? So Lin answered, what treasure? I was just wandering around. Seeing her twin sister's expression, So Hyan immediately realized, you're lying. She hastily protested, let's go, hurry back. The sect leader's senior brother is still waiting for us, and the two immediately left. As for Deep then, from the corpse of a beast the arm of his tore through the flesh, and he struggled out from inside the beast. Deep then rubbed his chin and muttered, almost died. At the little spirit courtyard, Ho-Oa's crying rang endlessly. Beside him was Truong Dao's scolding voice, keep crying then. He beat the boy while saying, the rotten brat, even his bones are tough. Old Truong, worried for his grandson, turned to him and said, beast, what do you have? Then deal with me. Truong Dao immediately took out a leather whip and struck hard on the ground, sneering coldly, deal with me, fine. Then he directly struck old Truong hard while cursing, because you refused to hand over the heavenly spirit beast to me. Ho-Oa next to him helplessly called, grandfather. The sound of beating rang endlessly. Birds flew into a panic, because you refused to hand over the heavenly spirit beast to me, old man. Who told you to be stubborn? This stubborn one. A junior apprentice behind spoke up to remind, senior brother, be careful a bit, don't go too far and beat him to death. Otherwise the elders above will punish us, and we can't bear it. Truong Dao replied, a useless wretch, who cares? He aimed his blows at little Ying behind, right? Didn't you treat it as family? Today I will boil it in front of you. Old Truong grimaced in pain, blood flowing from his mouth, helplessly uttered, you. Truong Dao ordered his underlings, you too, catch that damned bird down here and cut it open for me. Fine. We struggled all night, truly starving. Ho-Oa had a cloth forced into his mouth, only able to stare and make odd sounds. At that moment Deep then entered, carrying the fire wolf on his shoulder, loudly calling, senior, I'm back. Before he finished speaking, what lay before him froze him completely. 3 lives in the courtyard were tied up and hung. Truong Dao turned and growled, you still dare to come back? Deep then halted. Anger rose, coldly declaring, Truong Dao, today, no one can save you. He immediately dashed forward and struck a palm, smiling in reply, such big talk. He did not hesitate, flew straight into the palm force, causing Truong Dao to inwardly think with delight, is this brat mad? Dare to contend with my yin sword Kai. No sooner had he thought that than he took a punch from Deep then, who scolded him word by word, you deserve to die. The powerful punch sent Truong Dao flying far away. 2 underlings who came to support him were immediately ordered by him, what are you standing there for? Charge at him. They promptly obeyed and rushed toward him shouting, attack together. D.I. letter 1EC7 PTH letter 1A7N did not strike directly. He stood there emanating spiritual energy to suppress, only shouted one word, get lost. Immediately the 2 underlings of Truong Dao were knocked backwards. He quickly rushed to where the old Truong was tied up, loudly calling out 2 times, senior. D-I letter 1EC7P-TH letter 1EA7N quickly cut the ropes. The two grandfather and grandson thus fell to the ground amid Ho-Oa's cries. He supported the old man in his arms, speaking with self-reproach. "It's all my fault." The boy beside kept calling Grandpa. Old Truong groaned and said, "Brat, don't blame yourself." He then became serious and declared, "D-I letter 1EC7P-TH letter 1EA7N here swears, will absolutely not let you suffer any harm again." The two fallen underlings now knew fear, hurriedly repented. "We were wrong. We were wrong." D-I letter 1EC7P-TH letter 1EA7N stepped toward them and replied, "If you're wrong, you must pay." He directly stomped straight into their stomachs. Screams of pain rang out. One underling lay holding his belly and cried out, "My Danshan, my cultivation." The other, sitting on the ground, immediately recoiled. Truong Dao was frightened but still blustered threats. "Do you know who my master is? My master is Cat Hong, the leader of Diao Feng. How dare you harm me?" D-I letter 1EC7P-TH letter 1EA7N's face turned cold as he replied, "I said, today no one can save you." He swung his foot to kick directly at his Danshan. Truong Dao's body flew into the air. He screamed in pain, face contorted. Blood spewed from his mouth. Truong Dao's body fell freely, landing face down on the ground. D-I letter 1EC7P-TH letter 1EA7N took out 3 silver needles and pressed them onto his hand, continuing, "The pain on your body I will return 100-fold to you." After speaking, he shot the silver needles straight at him. Truong Dao hurriedly raised his hand to block. These silver needles were the old hunchback's poison needles. The toxin refined from deep worms had been tested on D-I letter 1EC7P-TH letter 1EA7N. This poison does not kill immediately. The victim will slowly taste the torment as the toxin devours them. Truong Dao cried out in pain all over, truly unbearable. Feeling life worse than death, he immediately kowtowed before D-I letter 1EC7P-TH letter 1EA7N begging, "Pleading with you, begging you spare me." Truong Dao knelt there holding his legs and continued, "It was junior brother Triu. It was Triu junior brother. He wanted the Tianling boy, so he sent me here. It's not related to me." Receiving the reply he needed, D-I letter 1EC7P-TH letter 1EA7N stepped out of the little courtyard. "Triu Long, even if you die, I will make you pay dearly." Scene shifts to Diao Feng. The disciples sat neatly below listening to an elder lecturing on the path of cultivation. One must revere heaven and earth. Heaven and earth are vast. This man was Elder Cat Hong of Diao Feng. He continued teaching, "The root of a person is Kai. Cultivators must prioritize refining Kai." Suddenly D-I letter 1EC7P-TH letter 1EA7N's voice rang out challenging, "Triu Long, I'll wait for you on the wind and cloud stage." This made the Diao Feng disciples stir. Who is challenging senior brother Triu Long? Could it be a disciple of those two peak sects? Who would be so foolish? Senior brother Triu Long is about to break through to 6th level Kai condensation, and has secret techniques passed down from master. Aside from Hang and Hack sect, who besides the 3 direct disciples could defeat him? Cat Hong frowned and lowered his face to question, "Longer, who is challenging you?" He stood up to report, respectfully, "Master, it's an intern disciple named D-I letter 1EC7P-TH letter 1EA7N. This name caught his attention. D-I letter 1EC7P-TH letter 1EA7N. That 16-year-old, D-I letter 1EC7P-TH letter 1EA7N only cultivated to the 1st level. Triu Long immediately asked, "Master, you know him?" Cat Hong replied, "He wanted to become a disciple of Diao Feng. I refused. Our Diao Feng never accepts trash." The other disciples hearing this discussed, "Is that so? I see that D-I letter 1EC7P-TH letter 1EA7N wanted to join Diao Feng, but was rejected. So he thought to attract the elder's attention by challenging senior brother Triu Long to be accepted as a disciple. Quite a schemer." Cat Hong casually ordered, "Go. Teach him a lesson a bit. Don't hit too hard. Don't let others say Diao Feng bullies people." Scene shifts to the wind and cloud stage. The audience murmured, "What? An intern disciple newly arrived with only 1st level Kai condensation wants to challenge Triu Long. That brat's guts are huge. The wind and cloud stage is where disciples spar and settle grudges. In recent years, disciples who fought there lost an arm or a leg, not less than 800 out of 1,000. I letter 1 EC7 PTH letter 1 EA7N stood there proudly waiting. The audience continued to speak among themselves. That's I letter 1 EC7 PTH letter 1 EA7N, our sect's new intern disciple. I heard the three great masters all refused to accept him as a disciple, so he became an intern disciple. Could he be trying to use challenging Triu Long to attract the elders' attention and be accepted as a disciple? They clamored, Triu Long is coming. He heard and glanced over. Triu Long walked between two rows of D-stroke letter 1 ECB a Duong Fong disciples. The junior brothers bowed their heads respectfully before him. They saluted Triu Long sect elder. Welcome Triu Long senior brother. Triu Long stepped up and shouted, Hey Deep then, do you want to die? Why did you come to find me? He immediately replied, No more words, get on the stage and duel me. A junior brother stepped up to show off. Who are you to speak so loudly? You are not worthy for Triu Long senior brother to act. Triu Long cut him off. Who gave you permission to speak? If Deep junior brother has the idea, then I will accept the challenge with you. Having said that, he immediately jumped onto the arena floor. Deep then was also ready. Facing him, Triu Long spoke. I have always been fair, honest, and also cannot go against the rules of the wind and cloud stage right. Below, a few female disciples excitedly screamed, Triu's senior brother is so handsome. Triu's senior brother is so cool. Deep then took out Thien Kite, threw down a challenge. If you're good then come on. Triu Long proposed, don't be hasty. Up to now, before duels people often bet with each other. So what will you bet now? On the duel stage the two challengers, before starting to fight must bet. Bet whatever both sides agree. The winner will take the spoils. Deep then asked back, what do you want me to bet? He turned and pondered. If one loses they must serve the other for life. What do you think junior brother? The crowd murmured. This will be interesting. To be a slave for someone for life, isn't that equivalent to selling oneself? Deep then sneered and replied, if senior brother wants to play big like that, then raise the stakes more for the atmosphere. Triu Long did not hesitate to retort. Then junior brother bet. I will not bet more. That's enough. He radiated killing intent and said coldly, then I bet my life. He tilted his head and asked back, hey junior brother, are you crazy? Deep then remained calm. So, are you afraid now? Triu Long laughed loudly. Why should I be afraid? He frowned and accepted. Fine, let's play. No sooner had he spoken than Triu Long rushed straight to attack without warning. If you want to die, then I will send you off a bit. Deep then raised Thien Kite to block the attack, while commenting, you're not bad. From him emanated a dense azure thunder energy. Deep then's figure then appeared and declared, I will show you what it means to never underestimate others. Watching him unleash moves and seize the upper hand, the audience immediately gasped, that brat Deep then is fierce, that Deep then will surely die. How can he fight against our Triu senior brother? It seems this Deep then is only first level Kai condensation. Yet he is not weak at all, also has some skill. Along with Triu Long's curses, die you, his palm struck and knocked Thien Kite from Deep then's hand. Then he unleashed 3 streams of energy, slashing straight at him. Triu Long was exceedingly confident and said, I bet you cannot block this move of mine. He also dashed with his palm force, and in the blink of an eye appeared before Deep then. Deep then stood there channeling Kai, snorted coldly. Then Deep then leapt up to evade the palm force. A faint afterimage appeared before Triu Long. He looked very puzzled. A shout of, get lost, rang out, and Deep then suddenly appeared with a straight kick to Triu Long's face, loudly, get lost for me. Witnessing Deep then hit Triu Long, the audience was astonished and exclaimed, what is that? And he clutched his face in anger, Deep then die. Triu Long stood from afar and unleashed Beast Heart Fury Tiger Pounce. After Deep then dodged, he quickly rushed forward with a punch, idiot, go die already. As he finished speaking, Triu Long was also struck flying into the air. The disciples were amazed. What is this? Deep Then's move is really fierce. It was just the most basic punch, yet it struck Triu Long so miserably. After the dust settled, he stood there with a worried face, panting heavily. Triu Long made a move. Wolf Lance Fist. A wolf's head appeared. The crowd continued to rejoice. Senior brother Triu Long already used this move. Deep Then also activated Thunderbolt Fist to counter. The two mighty palm forces collided with a piercing sound and blinding light. Seeing his ultimate move being countered, he was surprised. How could this be? Triu Long knew that Wolf Lance Fist. That move is one of the rarest techniques at the peak of Diao Feng. It is said to have great force. He once used it to defeat many people. Yet today he was defeated by a mere first-level Kai condensation brat. The watching disciples began to feel fear inside. That Deep Then is too formidable. Is he really only first-level Kai condensation? In the blue sky, a light flashed with a shout, "Behold me!" Deep Then leaped up, both hands raising thin kite ready to chop down. Lightning crackled around him as he declared coldly, "This is the end for you." Triu Long took out his sword to block, but it was quickly broken. He widened his eyes in fear and shouted, "Damn it!" The audience was again astonished. How could Triu Long be so miserably defeated? He is already a five-fold Kai condensation. With the sword on his shoulder, Deep Then growled, "Have you conceded?" The crowd shouted loudly, "Impossible to believe. Deep Then truly has won." He glared down and asked, "Your life?" From somewhere a voice declared, "The match ends here." Some disciples outside intervened. "Deep Then stop. Triu Long is a disciple of the Diao Peak leader. You cannot kill him." Could Deep Then really kill Triu Long? At a glance it seems possible. Triu Long sneered triumphantly. "I am a disciple of the Diao Peak." He inwardly rejoiced. What bet on a life? Ridiculous. How could he kill me when I am a disciple of the Diao Peak? A Diao Feng disciple warned, "Hey Deep Then, if you kill him the sect master will kill you." He replied, "But if he dares to bet his life, then he must bear it." At this time, the female disciple Tam and Gaiet of the Renyang Peak appeared to mediate. She spoke to resolve it. "Hey junior brother, it's only a contest. Spare him." The men murmured, "So beautiful. Never seen anyone so beautiful before." Deep Then questioned her. "Then senior sister, think about it. If I lose, would he spare me?" Tam and Gaiet replied, "You should calm down. Don't cause more trouble." He immediately recalled past scenes, when Ngung Xuong walked by as his dantian was crippled, when Triu Long swaggered between the rows of disciples. In Deep Then's heart he cursed, "All are hypocrites, pretending lofty while pitying others." He turned and asked her, "Do you mean I should spare him?" Tam and Gaiet answered, "I only want you to calm down. Don't kill many people." He retorted immediately, "Does the sister have relatives? If I hang your relatives up high and torment them for a day, would you spare me?" That question left her speechless, unable to answer. Deep Then turned to look at Tam and Gaiet, showing disgust. "If sister already understands, then please go elsewhere." She, being driven away by a man for the first time, found it hard to believe and immediately froze. "You dare!" Deep Then took out the true flame in his hand, his face full of killing intent looking down. He raised it high, preparing to strike straight at Triu Long who was kneeling there. Immediately, a stream of spiritual energy moved like lightning across the mountain peaks. Then it stopped right above the arena where Deep Then and Triu Long confronted each other. Cat Hong swept forward with a darkened face. He looked at the two of them with a stern expression, somewhat incredulous at the scene before him. Cat Hong, holding a fly whisk, faced Deep Then. Thin Kite was still on Triu Long's shoulder. The audience murmured, that person is the sect master." Disciples bowed to senior uncle. Seeing the master arrive, he immediately smiled provocatively. Triu Long turned to beg for help. "Master, please help me. That bastard intends to kill me." The junior brothers chimed in. "Yes, master, senior brother is right. That Deep Then is too murderous. He wanted to kill senior brother Triu. Master, please punish him." Cat Hong then spoke. "Deep Then, release him at once. Moreover, I see you have great talent. You can become my disciple." Hearing this, the other disciples were astonished. What? Deep Then could become disciple of Uncle Cat? They clamored and speculated. Surely Deep then planned this disturbance to attract attention. Right. Surely he thought Cat Uncle would accept him as a disciple. He answered, I truly appreciate your sincerity, but I do not wish to be disciple of the Diep Duong Peak at all. The answer shocked everyone. He actually dared refuse Cat Hong's offer to be his disciple. And Cat Hong is the leader of one of the 3 greatest outer peaks of Hang and Hak sect. It seems the first time breaking precedent, directly inviting an outer disciple to be a disciple, yet he was refused. Deep then's reply made him surprised and asked again, what did you just say? With that Cat Hong emitted a 3-fold spiritual aura and launched a palm force straight at him. Deep then immediately coughed up blood, but still repeated his refusal. I said I do not wish to be a disciple of Diep Duong Peak, he thought. Last time he chased me without mercy. This time inviting is no different from ordering. Does he still see me as Deep then? Hearing that he laughed loudly and radiated murderous intent. Fine. The disciples worriedly exclaimed, he's dead now. Deep then is finished this time. He actually dared speak like that to senior uncle. He stepped forward, pressing with spiritual energy, directly demanding, release him at once. Deep then put the weapon to Triu Long's neck and replied strangely, sorry senior uncle, but this is my bet with that Triu. You should not interfere. Cat Hong raised his hand and loudly said, shut your mouth. He snarled, Chairman, think again. He inwardly thought, let's see if he dares lay hands on me. In front of many disciples witnessing, Cat Hong relented. Fine then, though he felt somewhat displeased, I am after all a chair, need not bother with you. Deep then continued, hope senior uncle thinks carefully. This is my wager with him. If you want me not to kill him, that is fine. But on one condition, if you do not agree, then I must kill this brat. Triu Long cried out in fear. Master, help me, he thought to himself. Having offended the chair of a peak, must take the consequences. Deep then asked back, what is it, senior uncle? He added, after all this is a bet. If you kill me, isn't it discarding the foundation you have built over one intern disciple like me? Moreover, this Triu Long is a disciple you have painstakingly taught. Cat Hong questioned, so you already know today who caused the trouble, right? Deep then replied, I know, but so what? He continued to radiate pressure and stepped forward. If you still refuse to repent, then I will grant your wish. Cat Hong's face flushed with murderous intent as he stepped forward preparing to strike. Suddenly a voice transmitted to him, Hey Cat Hong, if you kill 2 disciples of the sect, it will be a grave crime. He replied, Dao Jai, he wanted to kill my disciple. How could I sit idly by? Or do you again intend to show favoritism to Deep then? From the nearby mountain peak, the man laughed loudly, covering for him. They bet a duel on the wind and cloud stage, with the wager being life itself. This was agreed by both beforehand. So how can you say Deep then murdered your child, and furthermore how can you say I'm covering for him? Cat Hong froze and listened. Moreover, Deep then yielded once. You used your sincerity to save your child. Why kill someone? Lost is lost. If you can admit defeat, then admit it. Refusing to accept defeat and demanding murder, do you take me for blind? Hearing this, he was left speechless because it was too true. The atmosphere on the wind and cloud stage fell silent for a moment. Cat Hong withdrew his hand, sighed and called, Brat. Then he threw a storage pouch toward Deep, then, take it. It is my sincerity. The throw had force. Deep then raised thin kite to block it, but it was still difficult. Deep then muttered, treacherous trickery. Cat Hong grabbed his disciple's robe and dragged him away, not forgetting threats. You will pay a terrible price for your actions today. Deep then was no pushover either and answered defiantly, I'll wait and see. Scene shifts to Tianyang Peak. Some disciples were discussing the duel just now. Didn't you see? Triu Long was almost cut down by Deep then's sword. 2 disciples spoke. The chair elder of Diao Peak was so furious he wanted to kill someone. You didn't see his face, really? This Deep then isn't simple. You should see. The chair elder of Tianyang Peak looked astonished, couldn't believe it. Switching to Renyang Peak, female disciple to Tam and Gaiet bowed and saluted the elder, Master. After hearing the disciple's report, he exclaimed, What? Triu Long lost? Back at Diao Peak, Elder Cat Hong scolded his disciple. Useless, all useless. He looked at Triu Long kneeling there and scolded further. The prestige of our Diao Peak has been ruined by you. That night, in a secret place inside the forest behind Hang and Hack sect, Deep then sat there taking out the spoils and marveling. 500 spirit stones. Old Cat Hong is generous indeed. At Hang and Hack's outer sect, each disciple only receives 20 spirit stones a month. For Deep then these 500 spirit stones are a huge fortune. He worried. That old Cat Hong is the kind who repays grudges. Looks like life won't be easy from now on. Returning to the little spirit courtyard, Ho-Oa's delighted voice rang out. Long time no see this much meat. While old Truong and Deep then cooked, the boy spoke to Kuong. Little Ong, today you'll have a full meal. Old Truong hesitated and said, Young man, today you Deep then replied, Today I'm fine. Hearing that he repeated with relief, being fine is good. Old Truong's eyes were full of sentiment as he recalled. Never thought someone unrelated whom I once saved would stand up for an old man like me and boldly challenge Cat Hong's prestige. He recalled the day he was judged. Elder Truong of Hang and Hack sect. Heavy crimes unforgivable. Now crippled cultivation. Demoted to the little spirit courtyard. Hope you know how to behave. Since being expelled behind the mountain, the sect looked down on him. Previously mighty, now not even a farewell. Truly a miserable scene, scorned by former brothers. Moreover, he was beaten mercilessly. His martial skill crippled so he could not resist. Truong Dao once despised old Truong. Now old Truong has this day. Even disciples and juniors come every few days to pick fights with him. Recalling when Tam and Gait stepped in to mediate, Deep then had asked her, Do you have relatives? If I hang your relatives up and beat them for a day and night, would you spare me? Old Truong looked at his retreating back and thought, compared to those elder brothers and juniors. Deep then truly is he smiled, took the food and called Ho-Oa. Come, eat, the boy excitedly said. I can't wait. Ho-Oa ate while feeding little Ung. Take this piece, eat more to nourish yourself. Someone appeared. Deep then turned to look. The person was to Tam and Guide of Renyang Peak. He opened his mouth and asked, Isn't this senior sister too? Deep then wondered, What wind brought you here? She crossed her arms and directly stated her purpose. Master invites you to join our Renyang Peak's disciples. Tam Nguy letter 1EC7T took out a letter and continued, If you agree, then come to the Enhan Duong Peak tomorrow. As she finished speaking, she flew straight toward I letter 1EC7P th letter 1A7N to hand it over. He gently lifted his chopsticks and caught the invitation. The invitation from Enhan Duong Peak. I letter 1EC7P th letter 1A7N raised it high and continued. It truly surprised me to receive such favor. Tam Nguy letter 1EC7T turned around to leave, leaving behind a reminder. I have said my words. You should know what to do. She spoke in a deep voice. Don't think that defeating I letter 1EC7U long makes you invincible in this world. You should know that there are many disciples of the H letter 1EB1NG and H letter 1EA1C sect who can destroy you. Tam Nguy letter 1EC7T left with a remark. Your killing intent is too heavy. It will be very hard to achieve enlightenment. While I letter 1EC7P th letter 1A7N was eating, old Truong's voice rang out, Young man, Enhan Duong Peak is one of the 3 major peaks of the outer sect. You should go. He picked up a piece of meat for I letter 1EC7P th letter 1A7N and continued, Don't miss your future. Patience will see you through. I letter 1EC7P th letter 1A7N replied, Elder, I understand. At that moment, another person appeared at I letter 1EC3U Lin Vierne. The newcomer was V letter 1EC7 Duong, the last disciple of the head of Thiern Duong Peak. He unfolded his fan and asked, You are the one who defeated I letter 1EC7 U Long, right? I letter 1EC7P th letter 1A7N maintained a calm attitude and asked in return, I don't know why senior brother came here so late at night. V letter 1EC7 Duong continued, It's nothing serious. I'm just here to deliver a message from my master. My master said that you can become a disciple of Thiern Duong Peak. D.I. letter 1EC7 PTH letter 1A7N sighed indifferently and only responded with a light him. He turned to leave and warned, "You don't know how high the sky or how deep the earth is, yet you dare provoke D-stroke letter 1ECB a Duong Peak. Don't be so ignorant." Watching B letter 1EC7 Duong's back at the gate, D.I. letter 1EC7 PTH letter 1A7N thought to himself, "Ridiculous. 2 days ago no one cared, and now they're fighting over me." He turned his head back and threatened, in the eyes of Thiern Duong Peak, "You are nothing." V letter 1EC7 Duong left, while D.I. letter 1EC7 PTH letter 1A7N placed his bowl heavily on the ground. Seeing this, old Truong grew worried. "Young man," D.I. letter 1EC7 PTH letter 1A7N quickly reassured, "Elder, I know what you want to say. It's not that I don't want to find a place to rely on, but as you can see, they never saw me as anything to begin with. If I shamelessly go and become their disciple, wouldn't that be self-humiliation?" He affirmed, "I have seen through the affairs of the sect. This is a world where the strong rise to power, full of danger. Though I'm just an intern disciple, I have no desire to join the 3 main peaks." D.I. letter 1EC7 PTH letter 1A7N spoke out everything in his heart. "Do your best and don't bring suffering upon yourself. Elders' teachings, I will remember them." Early the next morning, as the first rays of sunlight shone over the mountain peaks, D.I. letter 1EC7 PTH letter 1A7N sat there cultivating, absorbing spiritual energy with the aid of true flame. Everyone who saw him exclaimed in admiration, D.I. letter 1EC7 PTH letter 1A7N. "This kid made a name for himself in one battle. But life from now on won't be easy." Some disciples mocked, "Who is Cot H letter 183NG? You think he would easily let that kid go?" I heard Cot H letter 183NG let one of his direct disciples under his knee leave seclusion early. Rumor says he's going to give D.I. letter 1EC7 PTH letter 1A7N a thorough beating. Is that so? Looks like there will be a good show to watch. Hearing this, D.I. letter 1EC7 PTH letter 1A7N murmured, "A direct disciple, huh?" He silently told himself, "Seems I have to hurry to strengthen my power." The scene shifted to V letter 1EA1N B letter 1EA30 cock. Frankly speaking, this place is a store of the H letter 1EB1NG and H letter 1EA1C sect, selling all kinds of goods such as spiritual herbs, spiritual liquid, spiritual fruits, spiritual jade, cultivation techniques, mystical arts, spiritual tools. Whatever you want is here, all beneficial to cultivators. D.I. letter 1EC7 PTH letter 1A7N stepped in, glancing around while thinking. At the main Duong sect before, there were also sect shops like this, very prosperous in business. I wonder if V letter 1EA1N B letter 1EA30 cock of the H letter 1EB1NG and H letter 1EA1C sect has any treasures. Let's go in and see. Inside, the shopkeeper was sitting with account books, his hand constantly sliding the abacus. D.I. letter 1EC7 PTH letter 1A7N walked in and politely bowed. "Greetings, elder." The man coldly replied, "Feel free to look around." The shopkeeper reminded, "Kid, don't you dare steal anything." D.I. letter 1EC7 PTH letter 1A7N smiled. How would a disciple dare to? Looking at the heavenly treasures inside the treasure pavilion, he was amazed. Truly extraordinary. Suddenly, something caught D.I. letter 1EC7 PTH letter 1A7N's eyes. He looked at the red lotus lying there and exclaimed, "Fire lotus flower." Deep then looked down at its price tag and exclaimed, 500 spirit stones. I only have a little over 1,000 in total." He hopped around the treasure pavilion, marveling at everything he saw. Yuan grass, blue sunflower, violet ginseng. If I absorb and refine all these spiritual herbs, my cultivation will surely soar. But then Deep then quickly reconsidered. The prices are too high, still too poor, can't afford it, can't afford it. Then he moved to the section of mystic arts and techniques. On the shelves were many manuals, and he noticed one called Ancient Jade Spirit Scroll. Picking it up, Deep then opened it and murmured, "Isn't this a book teaching how to refine jade spirit liquid? Even this Wanbao pavilion sells." The shopkeeper smiled and spoke. Young man, you interested in that scroll? I'll sell it to you for 20 spirit stones. Deep then asked back. 20 spirit stones, that's all? Jade spirit liquid, like spirit stones, not only contains spiritual power, but can also serve as currency, something disciples of Hang and Hack sect rely on and can't lack. It's always been monopolized by the sect, issued under its authority. Deep then stepped closer and asked again. The method to refine jade spirit liquid is precious, and you sell it for only 20 spirit stones. The shopkeeper replied, of course not. Indeed, the manual is worth much more, but it's useless to ordinary cultivators. He asked in confusion. Why? The man calmly explained, refining jade spirit liquid requires fire born of heaven and earth, at least earth fire. Ordinary cultivators find it useless since they have no earth fire. In our Hang and Hack sect only one place has earth fire, sealed within the spirit pill hall, guarded as treasure by that old man Chu Fuck who's not dead yet. His spirit pill hall makes more money than my Wanbao pavilion. Hearing this, Deep then smiled in secret satisfaction. Earth fire, huh? He immediately paid. Elder, I'll take this ancient jade spirit scroll. Holding it, he was delighted. Earth fire can refine jade spirit liquid. Not to mention true fire is stronger. As long as I grasp the refining method, I can produce jade spirit liquid and get rich. The elder happily took the money and reminded, keep browsing, don't steal anything. Having bought a bargain, he left cheerfully. Suddenly True Fire reacted. Deep then wondered, treasure nearby? His eyes brightened as he followed its direction. If even you're interested, it must be quite something. It stopped before a gourd-shaped bottle with strange inscriptions. Deep then picked it up smiling. No need to say, it's you. Peeking inside, he muttered, doesn't seem special. His eyes squinted. Inside was a somewhat spacious void. He turned and questioned True Fire. You picked it because the space inside is large. I'll trust you. Deep then brought it over to ask the price, and on hearing it he shouted in shock. What? 1,300 spirit stones. Can't you lower it a bit? I only have 1,000. The shopkeeper answered, cut 200 then. Do you need anything else? Gather them up. Deep then took the gourd and left, ruined, completely ruined. The shopkeeper behind waved at today's big spender. He grinned with satisfaction. 1,100 spirit stones plus a vial of blood essence pill and blood essence elixir. A big profit. Scene shifts outside, blue sky, white clouds, birds perched on branches. Deep then continued performing blood recognition for the artifact. He looked at it and muttered, little gourd, give big bro some secret realm or secret art. Let's heal up. A scream echoed, startling the birds. Nothing at all. My spirit stones, my blood essence pill, all my assets. Sitting there, he stared at the ancient jade spirit scroll with hope. Counting on you now. Let's see if I can get anything back. Before long dusk fell, the sky dimmed. Deep then spoke. The refining process of jade spirit liquid isn't too complicated. Only requires 10 kinds of spiritual herbs. He quickly entered the deep forest to gather herbs first. Deep then moved nimbly, plucking herbs with practiced skill. Soon he reached the place where snowy orchid blooms grew. Deep then swiftly reached out to pick it. Landing somewhere, his face brightened. Lucky, that snowy orchid branch is mine. Suddenly, Tam and Guyet appeared, extending her hand toward him and ordered, hand it over. D-I letter 1EC7 P-T-H letter 1A7N responded. It's mine. If senior sister wants it, she can go find it herself. Tam N-G-U-Y letter 1EC7T immediately charged to snatch. I've shown respect to you, but you still don't want it. He held the spiritual herb in his mouth and replied, do you always use such righteous reasoning when stealing someone else's spiritual herb? She launched a palm strike, but was immediately blocked by D-I letter 1EC7 P-T-H letter 1A7N with a punch. Tam N-G-U-Y letter 1EC7T was pushed back, and the ground between them cracked and broke. D-I letter 1EC7 P-T-H letter 1A7N stood straight, calm and determined. She immediately took out a weapon and continued to fight. Tam N-G-U-Y letter 1EC7T thrust the sword forward and shouted, Than Fong and Gam. He also grasped TNKHUY letter 1EBFT, thinking to himself, I didn't expect that just for an immortal herb, one would use secret techniques. I letter 1EC7P TH letter 1A7N used his great sword to block her technique. He still kept the spiritual herb in his mouth, his gaze focused. In I letter 1EC7P TH letter 1A7N's eyes, the image of Tam NGUY letter 1EC7T, full of murderous intent, was still charging forward. She was slashing while cursing, with such a strong killing intent, you won't achieve your goal. After blocking the strike, he retorted, to kill a fellow disciple over a branch of spiritual herb, is your killing intent too heavy, or is mine too heavy? Tam NGUY letter 1EC7T was speechless, unable to respond, only able to say one word, you. Unconsciously, I letter 1EC7P TH letter 1A7N sensed a fluctuation from behind, an ambush. He used TNKHUY letter 1EBFT to block it, worried. It's the human origin realm. I letter 1EC7P TH letter 1A7N barely managed to groan. The spiritual power brightly pushed him back. However, the spiritual herb had been snatched and was now in the hands of the person, he said, really daring. The person who arrived looked at I letter 1EC7P TH letter 1A7N and continued, even someone from the human origin sect dares to touch. I letter 1EC7P TH letter 1A7N's chest exploded, coughing up a mouthful of blood painfully. I letter 1EC7P TH letter 1A7N held his chest and cursed, really despicable. The man holding the spiritual herb stepped forward, sneering. Tam NGUY letter 1EC7T spoke from behind. T letter 1EC1H letter 1EA10 senior brother. He turned around and asked, To senior sister, are you all right? She answered, I'm fine. Tam NGUY letter 1EC7T looked at him and added, Senior brother. This is I letter 1EC7P TH letter 1EA7N. T letter 1EC1H letter 1EA10 let out a sound of realization and said, So you're the new disciple from H letter 1EB1NG and H letter 1EA1C sect. I letter 1EC7P TH letter 1EA7N angrily replied, With your cultivation at the human origin realm, you still resort to ambush. He countered, Don't think just because you defeated that useless I letter 1EC7U long you're the number one in the world. In my eyes, you're still just a weakling who can't withstand a single strike. The human origin sect looks out for you, but you don't know how to improve, really ungrateful. I letter 1EC7P TH letter 1EA7N, holding his chest, challenged, The grudge you've earned today, remember it well. T letter 1EC1H letter 1EA10 waved the spiritual herb in his hand mockingly. I'll wait for you to take revenge. Then he handed it to Tam NGUY letter 1EC7T, To senior sister. Here's a gift for you. She happily replied, Thank you, senior brother. I letter 1EC7P TH letter 1EA7N watched the two of them leave. T letter 1EC1H letter 1EA10 said to Tam NGUY letter 1EC7T, Let's go, back to the human origin sect. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from his mouth and vowed, I'll remember this debt. You wait for me. The next morning, somewhere in the H letter 1EB1NG and H letter 1EA1C sex forest, the sun had risen high. I letter 1EC7P TH letter 1A7N was sitting there, using foot fire to refine spiritual liquid. After a while, he shouted, It's done. The first drops of spiritual liquid began flying into the container. Looking at the jars of spiritual liquid burning fiercely, I letter 1EC7P TH letter 1A7N sighed. It's been hard, but it's finally paid off. He directly picked up a jar and drank, wondering, I just don't know how the effect will be. After drinking, I letter 1EC7P TH letter 1A7N's body floated, surrounded by foot fire. Then, together with the flames, he happily said, I've broken through. I letter 1EC7P TH letter 1A7N landed. His cultivation had reached the second stage of Kai condensation. He looked at the jar of spiritual liquid, satisfied. The jade spiritual liquid refined with foot fire and earth fire is indeed not just one level. D I letter 1 EC7 P TH letter 1 EA7N sat there and continued. Refining jade spiritual liquid requires spiritual herbs. The others are easy to find behind the mountain. But this snow lotus, I must think of a way to find more snow lotus. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The 10,000 Treasures Pavilion has a rich collection. Finding some snow lotus shouldn't be difficult, but spirit stones. D I letter 1 EC7 P TH letter 1 EA7N held his head and sighed. I need to make some money. Without spirit stones, it's really hard to do anything. Suddenly, a voice announced, D I letter 1 EC7 P TH letter 1 EA7N, tomorrow is the decisive battle at Feng Van platform. He was startled and recognized the voice of V letter 1 EC7 Duong from Thierin Duong Peak. D I letter 1 EC7 P TH letter 1 EA7N covered his mouth and smiled dangerously. Looks like I'll be able to make some money now. The next day, at Feng Van platform, the audience was discussing, hey, do you think D I letter 1 EC7 P TH letter 1 EA7N can win this time? One person replied, from what I see, V letter 1 EC7 Duong is at the peak of the 7th stage of Kai condensation. One small realm higher than TR, I letter 1 EC7 Yulong. Although it's only one small realm, the difference in strength is still quite large. Others thought differently. Why do I feel like D I letter 1 EC7 P TH letter 1 EA7N will win? The audience whispered, no way, don't you remember V letter 1 EC7 Duong's techniques? The ice-cold foot Kai. The first contestant appeared on the arena, and the audience cheered. Look, V letter 1 EC7 Duong is here. He stood there and glanced to the side, where DI letter 1 EC7 P TH letter 1 EA7N was also present. He jumped out like a star, waving to greet everyone. Hello, fellow disciples, hello. But in response, there was only silence, which froze DI letter 1 EC7 P TH letter 1 EA7N for a moment. V letter 1 EC7 Duong spoke. DI letter 1 EC7 P TH letter 1 EA7N. You're really bold. You even dare to refuse an invitation from my Thierin Duong Peak. DI letter 1 EC7 P TH letter 1 EA7N scratched his head and replied. V letter 1 EC7 senior brother, what you're saying is not right. Sect rules don't require me to join your Thierin Duong Peak. Whether I join or not is my choice. Is that breaking the law? He sneered, releasing cold air. Fine, sharp tongue. Soon, the arena was frozen, and V letter 1 EC7 Duong stepped forward and continued. Today, I'll show you the consequences of looking down on my Thierin Duong Peak. DI letter 1 EC7 P TH letter 1 EA7N exclaimed, Ice cold foot Kai. He furrowed his brows and sneered, little brat, you know quite a lot. DI letter 1 EC7 P TH letter 1 EA7N looked down at his feet, which were frozen, and muttered, really, my eyesight is bad. The disciples were worried. Is DI letter 1 EC7 P TH letter 1 EA7N seeking death? He's letting the ice-cold foot Kai enter his body so casually. This is no joke. I think he's probably been scared silly. DI letter 1 EC7 P TH letter 1 EA7N stood there, shouting a few times, while V letter 1 EC7 Duong remained calm, observing quietly. He stepped forward and mocked. Looks like I really overestimated you. The audience sighed. DI letter 1 EC7 P TH letter 1 EA7N is done for. How boring, they haven't even fought yet. V letter 1 EC7 Duong walked closer, looking at DI letter 1 EC7 P TH letter 1 EA7N's body, which was gradually freezing, and asked, how does it feel? He then jumped up, preparing to strike another blow. Fighting with you is truly a waste of time. DI letter 1 EC7 P TH letter 1 EA7N just smiled calculatingly and then let out a soft O. V letter 1 EC7 Duong looked at the ice on DI letter 1 EC7 P TH letter 1 EA7N's body cracking and was startled in shock. The crowd looked at the shattered ice and shouted, daring to underestimate the cold ice energy. His face became worried, his brows furrowed in fear. DI letter 1 EC7 P TH letter 1 EA7N stepped forward, directly kicking V letter 1 EC7 Duong in the stomach, causing him to bounce backward, kneeling and clutching his stomach in pain. V letter 1 EC7 Duong numbly exclaimed, impossible. He stood there and replied, Nothing is impossible. While V letter 1 EC7 Duong was bowing in humiliation, I letter 1 EC7 P Pham followed up with a kick, sending him tumbling backward. But not allowing V letter 1 EC7 Duong to fall, he grabbed his hand and pulled him back. Come back here. Then I letter 1 EC7 P Pham grinned wickedly, full of calculation. He slammed V letter 1 EC7 Duong's body onto the arena floor. V letter 1 EC7 Duong widened his eyes in fear, crying out, "Don't." Before he could finish his sentence, I letter 1 EC7 P Pham lifted him up and threw him to the opposite side. Just like that, I letter 1 EC7 P Pham kept tossing V letter 1 EC7 Duong's body back and forth. The audience watching was horrified and exclaimed, "It's terrifying." If I were V letter 1 EC7 Duong, I'd probably be smashed into a pile of mud by now. This battle is intense. V letter 1 EC7 Duong, a peak-level cultivator in the Kai Condensation 7th stage, wielding cold ice energy, yet he was defeated so easily, without even having a chance to use his magic techniques. At this moment, he was screaming in pain. I letter 1 EC7 P Th letter 1 EA7N had thrown V letter 1 EC7 Duong far across the arena. He lay there, his face bruised, struggling to lift his head and screamed, "Impossible." I letter 1 EC7 P Th letter 1 EA7N walked over, sat in front of V letter 1 EC7 Duong and asked, "V letter 1 EC7 senior brother, someone as high ranked as you, have you ever thought that you'd end up like this?" He stammered, "I still have many secret techniques, I haven't used them." I letter 1 EC7 P Th letter 1 EA7N sat down next to V letter 1 EC7 Duong and replied, "Don't say anything more. Let me see what good treasures you have." He directly took out his storage pouch, looked inside, and smiled in delight. What a bargain. V letter 1 EC7 Duong, heartbroken and in physical pain, turned pale and fainted. I letter 1 EC7 P Th letter 1 EA7N then rummaged through his body. "This is good. This one is perfect." The disciples below were in disbelief, not believing their eyes. Is this really happening? After stripping him, I letter 1 EC7 P Th letter 1 EA7N sighed. "All right, after rummaging through, the only thing worth anything is this." He then left happily, even whistling a tune. Having earned some money, I letter 1 EC7 P Th letter 1 EA7N immediately went to Wanbao Pavilion to shop. He entered with the items on his shoulder, murmuring to himself, "I have over 1,000 spirit stones now." I letter 1 EC7 P Th letter 1 EA7N stood in front of the counter, exclaiming, "Not bad, not bad." The shopkeeper, hearing his voice, peeked out to greet him. "Young man, back again." He smiled widely, rubbing his hands and asked, "What's caught your eye?" "Old man here will give you a discount." In his heart, I letter 1 EC7 P Th letter 1 EA7N cursed, "Scammer." But he still smiled and inquired, "Elder, do you still have any snow orchid?" The old shopkeeper smiled with squinted eyes. "Yes, of course, 10,000 treasures pavilion has everything. 50 spirit stones per branch. How many do you want?" Hearing that number, I letter 1 EC7 P Th letter 1 EA7N was startled. His face changed, and he stammered, "Expensive. Is it really that much?" The shopkeeper smiled softly, gently stroking his beard as if calculating, "If you buy more, I can sell it cheaper. Of course, at least 50 branches for a better price." I letter 1 EC7 P Th letter 1 EA7N said nothing, only casually placed 2 large bags on the table, his eyes shining brightly, and decisively said, "Elder, how much are these worth in spirit stones?" The shopkeeper glanced at the 2 bags, his eyes widening. "Look at the weight of your bags, it's not light." Then his eyes flashed with a glimmer of sharpness as he looked at I letter 1 EC7 P Th letter 1 EA7N. "I have to say, did you rob that kid, V letter 1 EC7 Duong?" Upon hearing that, I letter 1 EC7 P Th letter 1 EA7N's heart sank slightly. His gaze shifted a little nervously, but he still maintained a calm demeanor. "Did you recognize me, Elder?" The shopkeeper didn't even look up, just responded tersely, "Of course." At the same time, he pulled a stone from his pouch, speaking casually, "See this? He bought it yesterday." D I letter 1 EC7 P TH letter 1 EA7 N, hearing this, could only smile awkwardly, pretending not to care. After a moment of calculation, the old shopkeeper gave a number, adding in some small items. It's about 900 spirit stones, and with this bag, it's 2,000 spirit stones. D I letter 1 EC7 P TH letter 1 EA7 N nodded and said firmly, "Change it all for snow lotus flowers." That made the shopkeeper slightly surprised, frowning as he stared at D I letter 1 EC7 P TH letter 1 EA7 N. Snow lotus flowers. Why do you need so many snow lotus flowers? D I letter 1 EC7 P TH letter 1 EA7 N smiled brightly, replying nonchalantly, "To make soup." The shopkeeper froze for a moment, his mouth twitching. "Let's just pretend I didn't ask." After some preparation, the old shopkeeper returned with a large box, speaking generously. "Here, I'll give you 10 more branches, making it 50 branches." D I letter 1 EC7 P TH letter 1 EA7 N happily replied, "Thank you, Elder." However, before leaving, he suddenly turned around and asked, "Elder, do you know where the snow lotus flowers grow most on the back mountain of H letter 1 EB1NG and H letter 1 EA1C sect?" The shopkeeper didn't hesitate, answering straight away, "They don't grow in abundance anywhere. Although snow lotus flowers aren't rare, they are the essential herb for refining jade spiritual liquid." The shopkeeper said gravely, "Such herbs are cultivated by the sect in the herb garden. The ones on the back mountain grow naturally, and their quantity is limited." Hearing this, D I letter 1 EC7 P TH letter 1 EA7 N nodded slightly and sighed. "I see. No wonder it's so hard to find them on the back mountain. Turns out snow lotus flowers are managed by the sect." At Thiern Duong Peak, V letter 1 EC7 Duong was lying on the ground, his entire body wrapped in bandages, with Elder Chung standing nearby looking uncomfortable. Another disciple was kneeling beside him, his voice full of anger. D I letter 1 EC7 P TH letter 1 EA7 N, "You're too ruthless. Master, D I letter 1 EC7 P TH letter 1 EA7 N has been bullying our people from Thiern Duong Peak too much. Next time I'll challenge him. I don't believe that a mere Kai condensation first stage can amount to anything." The old Taoist didn't speak but was extremely displeased, though he didn't act rashly. He was calculating in his mind. Let the disciple from Kot H letter 183NG at D I letter 1 EC7 U Duong test him first. This D I letter 1 EC7 P TH letter 1 EA7N is really strange. The scene shifted to a desolate mountain cave. Inside, the heavenly fire blazed in D I letter 1 EC7 P TH letter 1 EA7N's hand, its red light illuminating the stone walls. Each snow lotus branch was thrown into the flames, and under the intense heat, they melted, turning into a bright spiritual liquid that dripped into a jade jar placed on the ground. A cold fragrance spread, and the spiritual energy in the cave was so dense it appeared misty. After a period of circulating energy, sweat drenched D I letter 1 EC7 P TH letter 1 EA7N's forehead, but the result made him feel no more fatigue, finally refining it. Quickly, D I letter 1 EC7 P TH letter 1 EA7N picked up a jar and drank it all. The spiritual liquid was like a medicinal potion. Jade's spiritual liquid contained an immense amount of spiritual energy, and drinking a full jar could be dangerous, potentially causing the danshan to rupture. Even a disciple at the 7th stage of Kai condensation wouldn't dare to drink a whole jar. But D I letter 1 EC7 P TH letter 1 EA7N had already drunk 20 jars. Next was the process of circulating energy for further refinement. D I letter 1 EC7 P TH letter 1 EA7N sat cross-legged on a stone, focusing his mind to circulate the energy, releasing it outward and gathering it into one place inside his body. In other words, this was the place where the energy of the danshan, the vast reservoir of spiritual power, was located, able to hold the massive flow of spiritual energy from more than 20 jars of spiritual liquid, refining the foot fire twice as fast. And of course, this required the favor of heaven. As the spiritual energy from the spiritual liquid merged into his meridians and gathered at the danshan, a red glow rose around him, and the air trembled with the strength of his advancement. D I letter 1 EC7 P TH letter 1 EA7N opened his eyes, His gaze filled with joy, and with a gasp, he said, "It's Chi condensation, third stage." Slowly stepping out of the cave, he looked up at the bright moon hanging in the sky. Filled with newfound confidence, third stage Chi condensation, now I have enough strength to confront those at the true origin realm. Just then, a dazzling beam of light split the sky, speeding past his field of vision. D-I letter 1EC7P-TH letter 1A7N, startled, thought, what was that? Like a shooting star, it flew faster than the wind, and he quickly lost track of it, wondering, where did it go so fast? However, with his sharp senses, D-I letter 1EC7P-TH letter 1A7N was able to trace the path of the bright pink light. Just as he was about to chase it, he saw a figure ahead. In the gentle pink light, S letter 1EDF Hiern appeared like a fairy in the sky. Hiding behind a tree and seeing her, D-I letter 1EC7P-TH letter 1EA7N felt tense, not daring to breathe too loudly, thinking, why is it her? A sudden sense of unease rose in his heart. She's also from H letter 1EB1NG and H letter 1EA1C sect. I need to leave quickly. Just as he was about to silently slip away, a crackling sound broke the silence. It was a small noise, but enough to bring D-I letter 1EC7P-TH letter 1A7N to the brink of danger. S letter 1EDF Hiern heard the sound and immediately focused her attention on that direction. D-I letter 1EC7P-TH letter 1A7N's mind was in complete chaos, thinking, this is it, I'm dead for sure. Realizing there was someone, she raised her voice and commanded, come out. Before D-I letter 1EC7P-TH letter 1A7N could react, a silver rope tied around his body and pulled him out. His voice trembled, Senior, hello. S letter 1EDF Hiern was furious, her face darkened, and she growled, are you a disciple of H letter 1EB1NG and H letter 1EA1C sect? D-I letter 1EC7P-TH letter 1A7N froze, thinking to himself, she doesn't remember me. V letter 1EC7 Duong looked at the ice on D-I letter 1EC7P-TH letter 1A7N's body cracking, and was startled in shock. The crowd looked at the shattered ice and shouted, daring to underestimate the cold ice energy. His face became worried, his brows furrowed in fear. D-I letter 1EC7P-TH letter 1A7N stepped forward, directly kicking V letter 1EC7 Duong in the stomach, causing him to bounce backward, kneeling and clutching his stomach in pain. V letter 1EC7 Duong numbly exclaimed, impossible. He stood there and replied, nothing is impossible, while V letter 1EC7 Duong was bowing in humiliation. D-I letter 1EC7P Fam followed up with a kick, sending him tumbling backward. But not allowing V letter 1EC7 Duong to fall, he grabbed his hand and pulled him back, come back here. Then D-I letter 1EC7P Fam grinned wickedly, full of calculation. He slammed V letter 1EC7 Duong's body onto the arena floor. V letter 1EC7 Duong widened his eyes in fear, crying out, don't. Before he could finish his sentence, D-I letter 1EC7P Fam lifted him up and threw him to the opposite side. Just like that, D-I letter 1EC7P Fam kept tossing V letter 1EC7 Duong's body back and forth. The audience watching was horrified and exclaimed, it's terrifying. If I were V letter 1EC7 Duong, I'd probably be smashed into a pile of mud by now. This battle is intense. V letter 1EC7 Duong, a peak-level cultivator in the Chi condensation 7th stage, wielding cold ice energy, yet he was defeated so easily, without even having a chance to use his magic techniques. At this moment, he was screaming in pain. D-I letter 1EC7P-TH letter 1A7N had thrown V letter 1EC7 Duong far across the arena. He lay there, his face bruised, struggling to lift his head and screamed, impossible. D-I letter 1EC7P-TH letter 1A7N walked over, sat in front of V letter 1EC7 Duong and asked, V letter 1EC7 senior brother, someone as high ranked as you, have you ever thought that you'd end up like this? He stammered, I still have many secret techniques, I haven't used them. D-I letter 1EC7P-TH letter 1A7N sat down next to V letter 1EC7 Duong and replied, don't say anything more. let me see what good treasures you have. He directly took out his storage pouch, looked inside, and smiled in delight. What a bargain! V letter 1 EC7 Duong, heartbroken and in physical pain, turned pale and fainted. D I letter 1 EC7 PTH letter 1 EA7N then rummaged through his body. This is good, this one is perfect. The disciples below were in disbelief, not believing their eyes. Is this really happening? After stripping him, D I letter 1 EC7 PTH letter 1 EA7N sighed. Alright, after rummaging through, the only thing worth anything is this. He then left happily, even whistling a tune. Having earned some money, D I letter 1 EC7 PTH letter 1 EA7N immediately went to Wanbao Pavilion to shop. He entered with the items on his shoulder, murmuring to himself, I have over 1,000 spirit stones now. D I letter 1 EC7 PTH letter 1 EA7N stood in front of the counter, exclaiming, not bad, not bad. The shopkeeper, hearing his voice, peeked out to greet him. Young man, back again. He smiled widely, rubbing his hands and asked, what's caught your eye? Old man here will give you a discount. In his heart, D I letter 1 EC7 PTH letter 1 EA7N cursed, scammer. But he still smiled and inquired, Elder, do you still have any snow orchid? The next morning, the sun was still hidden behind streaks of white clouds, and the scene was strangely peaceful. Yet in the courtyard, a choked voice could be heard. I did not go in, I did not go in, I was only standing outside the gate of Lin Sun Mon. In response came harsh insults. In the middle of the yard, a group of disciples gathered, cursing and pointing at a young boy. This insolent brat, still lying instead of staying properly at the foot of the mountain, you came up here to steal. Do you even know what your status is? The cruel words poured down endlessly. Yet the boy stayed silent, not resisting. Ho-Oa's voice trembled as he kept insisting. I did not go in, I was only standing outside the gate and looking. One of them got angry, still daring to make excuses. You are asking for a beating. As he spoke, he raised his hand to strike. Do you want to die? But before he could bring it down, a strong hand grabbed his wrist tightly. The one who appeared was Deep. Then he raised an eyebrow, his voice cold. Instead of cultivating the essence of the sun and moon, you are here bullying a child who cannot cultivate. You have gone too far. The group fell silent, stammering, it is Deep, Deep. Then he tightened his grip. Each word struck like a hammer. If you have courage, fight me instead. The others shouted back, he offended the sect rules first. That is right. Anyone who is not a disciple of Hang and Hak cannot enter Lin Sun. That has always been the rule. This insolent boy Ho-Oa secretly came up here. Who knows if he came to steal? Deep then paused, thinking. It was true he had heard of that rule from the Hang and Hak clan. But just then, Ho-Oa's eyes filled with tears, his voice shaking. I did not. Deep then looked at the crying boy before him, full of grievance. I was only standing outside the gate. I did not go in, they dragged me in. The crowd grew angrier, some even drew their weapons, stepping forward fiercely. You insolent brat still dare to speak nonsense. Do you want me to break your legs? Deep then immediately drew his sword and raised his voice. Try to strike him then. The tension was at its peak. The disciples shouted and mocked. Come look. This Deep then wants to act strong and bully others. What now? In broad daylight you still want to play stubborn and weak. But he did not waver, his eyes like steel. You say I bully others. Then today I will bully you instead. As soon as he finished, his sword swung down. The clash was so strong that the opponent's sword broke in half. The man fell to the ground, pretending to cry out in pain, then suddenly jumped up and shouted, Murder, murder, he has killed someone. The others joined in yelling, Murder. Deep then wants to kill someone. He coldly replied, Since you said so, then I will destroy you first. The other disciples rushed forward, cursing and pointing at Deep then's face. What now? You dare to attack in broad daylight. No wonder Sister Ta said you have a murderous heart. She was right. Can nothing be solved by words? Must you always use violence? Deep then, holding back his anger for too long, finally shouted, swinging his sword powerfully, Get out of my sight. The sword's aura swept across, forcing them back several steps. At that moment, a stern voice sounded from behind. Sect rules forbid fighting without permission. Do you not know that? A man stepped forward, his gaze cold. The disciples were overjoyed to see him, quickly kneeling and pleading, "Brother Don, you must uphold justice for us." Then they began to pour all the blame onto Deep. Then, "Brother Don, this man named Deep despises the rules. You must not tolerate him. He relies on his strength to humiliate fellow disciples. It is clear as day, truly hateful." The man named Don folded his arms, looking coldly at Deep. Then, "You, come with me to the disciplinary hall." Deep then stood upright, not avoiding. "Fine, I did it. I will take responsibility." Ho-Oh panicked, running up and crying, "It is all my fault. It is all because of me." At that moment, old Jang came running from afar, shouting to stop them. "Punish me instead. The young one does not understand. Spare him this time." Brother Don looked at the old man and sneered, "Jang Fong Nin, you have already been expelled from the mountain. You should know the rules here better than anyone. Do not bring trouble upon yourself." Old Jang lowered his voice and pleaded, "Brother Don, please, for the sake of old times." But before he could finish, a calm voice interrupted, "Elder, do not worry." Deep then gently pushed Ho-Oh toward old Jang and said softly, "Take Ho-Oh back, I am fine." The scene shifted to the front of the disciplinary hall. As he arrived, a crowd of disciples followed, eager to watch the commotion. Deep then stood in the courtyard, his eyes calm, but deep inside he understood. What happened today was no coincidence. Someone had plotted this from the start. Deep then looked up, the corner of his mouth lifting, his voice cold as ice. "Can this crime still be denied?" Kai Bin paused for a beat, then snorted with a mocking laugh, his tone full of sarcasm. "So, you confess then?" Deep then did not answer, which only made Kai Bin more delighted. His cruel smile could not be hidden. "If you have confessed, then the matter is easy to resolve." He spun around and loudly announced to all the junior disciples, "According to the 9th rule of the sect, arbitrarily injuring fellow disciples will be punished with the fire whip. Carry it out immediately." The fire whip. A commotion immediately rose through the courtyard of the disciplinary hall. "This time Deep is finished." Betting and chatter rang everywhere like a wave. "How many lashes do you bet he can take?" Deep then's clothing was torn to pieces and thrown to the ground. His hands were tightly bound to the punishment post, his naked body exposed. Kai Bin took up the whip. A dark spiritual energy flowed in, and the whip burst into blazing red flames, so hot that the air around it quivered. He glanced at Deep, then with a vicious look, a sick smile on his lips, "Little brother Deep, scream if it hurts." Deep then looked up, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. "No need for wasted words. Hit." Don enjoyed it and laughed with pleasure. "Very well." The flames flared. The first lash cut across Deep then's chest. Blood sprayed. The pain felt like tearing the soul apart, but he gritted his teeth and silently endured. The second lash, the third, then the 10th, each stroke a scorching burn, flesh torn, the smell of burning spreading, dark red blood mixed with sweat flowing to the ground. Kai Bin grew more frenzied. Each lash struck with terrible force. He laughed loudly, his laughter echoing like a demon. "Good, very spirited." The more Deep than endured without crying out, the more bloodthirsty that man became. The whip whistled. The explosive sound of fire joined the murmuring talk. The whole square seemed ablaze with brutality, yet strangely, not a single groan escaped, though his body was covered in layered wounds, blood soaking him, though each lash seemed to tear his soul. Deep then did not utter a sound. Disciples from Thien Duongfeng also came to watch, faces showing clear satisfaction. This man injured fellow disciples on his own. He deserves punishment. He brought it on himself. Who can he blame? Serves him right. This is the result of opposing the summit of the ocean. Receiving the approving attitude of the surrounding fellow disciples, Kai Bin seemed revitalized, his arm stronger as he lashed harder with gleeful laughter. Yet when the 100th lash fell, Deep then still endured steadfastly. This made him suddenly feel a chill down his spine, suspicion forming in his mind, the fire whip torture, not to mention reaching a state of spiritual suspension. Even the Ren Yuan level would hardly withstand 100 lashes. This brat. Yet he can endure 100 lashes without pain or cry. Must be an evil sect. The onlookers now also began to feel fear. One whispered, "How many lashes is it now?" The one beside him answered trembling, 108 lashes already. To endure 108 lashes and not die. Is his body not made of flesh? The whip continued to fall on Deep then without pause, which only made the crowd more unsettled. Still not making a sound. Is he even human? When exhausted, breathing ragged, Kai Bin finally threw down the whip and shouted in anger, "Release him, let him go." The chains were loosened and then dropped to the ground. Deep then slowly stood up, his body bloodied but not lowering his head. He hugged his torn body, his voice hoarse but full of pride. "Can I go now?" Seeing that resolute gaze, Kai Bin shuddered for a moment, forcing himself to appear calm though his heart trembled. "Suit yourself." Deep then staggered and walked away, leaving bloody footprints on the ground. Before leaving, he looked back, his cold gaze sweeping across the people who had harmed him. Not a word, but that single look was enough to make others tremble to the bone. The evening light stained the sky red, illuminating that lonely back, the hatred burning like a fire that would never go out. Old Zhang had been waiting at the foot of the mountain for a long time, and when he saw Deep then, he hurried over, his voice choking. "This child, so foolish." Deep then smiled weakly. "Old master, my skin is thick. I will not die." But before the words finished, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His vision blurred, his eyes lost their light. Deep then's heavy body collapsed at old Zhang's feet. His voice trembled with worry and pity. "My child, let us go home." In delirium, his consciousness confused, bloody images spun. "Old master, you were right. Everything requires endurance, but must the small always be bullied? Then I would rather choose the hard path. All the pain you have inflicted on us, one day, I Deep then will repay you 100-fold." At the little spirit institute of the Hang and Hack sect, Deep then lay unconscious on the bed, wrapped in white bandages. Suddenly, a cold current passed like a thunderbolt across his head. He snapped his eyes open, his pupils contracted. He hissed once, full of hatred, "Wait for me." The moment he woke, D-I letter 1EC7PTH letter 1EA7N sat up abruptly, sitting upright, hands forming seals, a cold breath issuing from the corners of his lips, while the vital energy in his body surged like a breached flood, rushing and circulating throughout his whole body. A layer of spiritual force blazed around him, the scorched, crisscrossing wounds from the whip still oozing blood. Yet after only a few breaths, the pain vanished, replaced by a rising warmth. D-I letter 1EC7PTH letter 1EA7N closed his eyes, feeling each current of spirit Kai reach every corner of his body. Never having thought that the wild body cultivation had such profound levels, it turned out being beaten was also a form of practice. After just one watch, the deep wounds gradually closed, then disappeared completely. Dried blood fell away, revealing smooth skin, fair as if it had never been ravaged by fire. When the internal energy gathered at the Danshin, all his meridians suddenly trembled with a thunderous sound, and he flinched in astonishment. This wild body cultivation truly was domineering. D-I letter 1EC7PTH letter 1EA7N pressed his lips together, his eyes deep, a vague feeling swelling in his chest. Now his body was stronger than ever. Just then, a familiar voice floated in from outside the door. Young man, D-I letter 1EC7PTH letter 1EA7N started and turned around. Senior, old Zhang stepped in, but the moment his eyes fell on the youth's healed body, his entire person was shaken. He stammered, unbelieving, "The whip burns, even with spiritual medicine treatment, would take at least half a month, and yet only one night has passed. The wounds on him." D-I letter 1EC7PTH letter 1EA7N only gave a faint smile, his tone calm. "It's fine. I told you my flesh is thick." Old Zhang did not ask more. He grasped D-I letter 1EC7PTH letter 1EA7N's hand tightly with concern. "It's good that you are fine. Good that you are fine." Then unexpectedly he took a small brocade pouch from his robe and handed it toward D. I letter 1EC7P TH letter 1A7N. Here, accept this. Taking the pouch, D. I letter 1EC7P TH letter 1A7N asked in puzzlement. Senior, this is? Opening the pouch revealed a blue talisman, ancient patterns gleaming with streaks of spiritual light lying inside. And on seeing it, D. I letter 1EC7P TH letter 1A7N's eyes immediately widened. It was the Heavenly Spirit Talisman. He looked at the talisman in his hand and then at old Zhang, his voice alarmed. Senior, this offering is far too precious. Please do not let your junior accept it. But the old man only smiled kindly. The Heavenly Spirit Talisman needs genuine Kai to activate. Keeping it does nothing for me. D. I letter 1EC7P TH letter 1A7N was silent, a touch of indescribable emotion rising in his heart, the talisman in his hand burning hot. But his heart was hotter still. The Heavenly Spirit Talisman was one of the three great talismans of the H letter 1EB1NG and H letter 1EA1C sect, with the power to restrain a cultivator's Kai for a certain time. Exceedingly precious. Senior kept it for so long, enduring countless humiliations without giving it up. Yet today he gave it to me. He bowed his head at once and exclaimed, "Thank you, Senior, for the gift." Old Zhang hurried to steady him. "Friend, you need not be so formal." Outside the gate, the moon had risen high, bathing the small courtyard in silver. Two figures stood silently under the moonlight. Old Zhang exhaled and said, "Young man, keep striving, and you will be fine." D. I letter 1EC7P TH letter 1A7N nodded. "I will engrave your teachings on my heart." The next morning, warm sunlight poured into every corner of the small courtyard. D. I letter 1EC7P TH letter 1A7N stepped out through the gate with H letter 1ED5OR running alongside. Old Zhang following behind. He hesitated with worry. "Young man, you." H letter 1ED5OA looked up, his voice pleading. "Big brother, please do not go." The boy's voice choked. "Those people are really cruel, brother." D. I letter 1EC7P TH letter 1A7N cut him off. "Reassure yourself, big brother will be fine." Saying so he turned away, and before disappearing he did not forget to admonish, "Little Oa, be careful about everything." At the summit of the ocean peak, the wind howled fiercely. D. I letter 1EC7P TH letter 1A7N hid himself on a tree branch, his eyes like a hawk watching below. His cloak hooded, revealing only his cold, icy smile. "Want to play, do you? I'll play with you." D. I letter 1EC7P TH letter 1A7N excitedly declared, "You rascals of Ocean Peak, grandfather has arrived." Below, a disciple saw some people not of their faction in the distance and shouted, "You, and you lot, get out of here." His tone full of arrogance, his face scowling angrily. "Look, you still stare, want to die? These spirit herbs here all belong to Ocean Peak. Get lost quickly. Let me see if there is anything worth taking." Deep Then's voice rang with delight as he bent over, rifling through the fallen disciple's body. His fingers nimbly unfastened the storage pouch. He glanced inside, then burst out laughing. "Not bad, a little loot." With just one strong strike to the chest earlier, the opponent had lost all strength to resist, lying unconscious on the cold ground. Not only did he take all the wealth, even the clothes on that man were stripped off him. "All right then, this can count as work well done." After carefully wrapping up the spoils, Deep then curled his lip and gave the man a hard kick in the butt. The kick sent him tumbling into a nearby bush. Done. He looked up, his eyes flashing with excitement. "Good, next person." Shouts rose again in the forest. Two disciples out gathering spirit herbs happened upon the scene and were filled with fear. "Who is this? A pervert?" Nothing spared, everything looted, surely very nimble. These disciples of the Dio Duong Peak had been knocked out, stripped clean, neatly bound with rope, and thrown beside the tree roots. The disciples from other peaks grinned with glee, watching the tragic sight of Dio Duong and not hiding their delight. Serves them right. See if Dio Duong Peak still bullies others. Exactly. From time to time a scream rang out. When someone hurried over they saw one dumped right in the middle of the trail. Then another, all disciples of Dio Duong Peak. The whole forest echoed with piercing cries, tearing the quiet atmosphere, lasting from early morning until dusk. After a full day of climbing the mountain gathering spirit herbs, the two disciples could not help being terrified. Their hearts stirred with panic mixed with curiosity. What is this? Maybe people from the two other provinces did this. Who knows? But definitely not Deep then. Last night he was beaten badly. Whether he could even stand is another question. Night fell at the main hall of Dio Duong Peak. Cat Hong's growling voice reverberated like thunder, making all the lamps flicker violently. Who did this? Before him lay several disciples bruised all over, lying unconscious. One disciple knelt on the ground, voice trembling. We do not know who. When we went, our senior brothers were ambushed. That man looked up, gritted his teeth. Master, to dare to blatantly ambush disciples of our Dio Duong like this? Perhaps only Deep then. Hearing this, Cat Hong swept a cold glance, snorted, "Are you dumb enough to be deceived? Surviving over 100 lashes of the fire whip and still alive is already lucky enough. Could he stand up afterwards?" He barked, and the man bowed his head obediently. Master taught us so. Indeed today I did not see Deep then. After pondering a while, he added, "Then could it be people from Thien Duong and Enhan Duong peaks?" Cat Hong frowned, his voice like cold steel. "Investigate for me. Whoever it is, I will make them pay a dreadful price." Meanwhile, at his small spirit courtyard, Deep then hurled several sacks onto the table. His eyes lit like fire at the items he had just acquired, truly satisfying. Looking at the pile of resources before him, he could not hide the glee in his laughter. So many jade spirit vials, and a great many spirit herbs and spirit stones, enough for him to break through to the 4th tier. Holding up a vial of spirit elixir to admire it, the corner of Deep then's mouth curled into a dangerous smile. "All right, prepare to break through." Deep then sat cross-legged neatly, hands resting lightly on his thighs. His breath gradually steadied. The source of spiritual power surging through his body began to circulate. The flame of spiritual Kai flared up, burning fiercely and enveloping his body, then spreading throughout the room, wind rising, a hum like an undertow from the bottom of the sea. At that moment, a surge of power suddenly erupted, ready to burst forth. Deep then startled and opened his eyes wide, his gaze full of astonishment. His body lifted off the ground, hovering in midair, azure auras of varying intensity interweaving, gushing from his dantian, forming brilliant spirals of spiritual force around him, advancing, condensing Kai to the 4th level. When the Kai refining formation ended, the flame dissipated. Deep then stepped to the window and looked out at the dim sky gradually brightening, the corner of his mouth slightly upturned, his voice low but filled with excitement. "Dawn is coming. Gotta go to work." Today he would move to a new position, a deep silent forest where birdsong mingled with the wind whistling through the leaves. In his hand Deep then gripped a large wooden staff that emitted a faint spiritual power. Standing on a precarious cliff, he scanned the surroundings, his gaze ice cold. The path that must be taken to reach the beast forest was right here today. Deep then drew from his robe a mask engraved with intricate patterns. Then he slowly put it on his face, the corner of his mouth twitching, a smile full of cold implication. "Begin." With that he flexed, his figure like a streak of lightning plunging down the abyss, his silhouette melting into the dense green. The forest was tranquil, the sky a clear blue, white clouds drifting, birds chirping as if unaware of the disaster looming. On the way, Deep then happened upon two disciples, but he merely brushed past. Since they were not people of Dio Duong, consider them lucky. Just as he was about to leave, Deep then suddenly paused. From afar, a familiar figure was approaching. Two men. Deep then narrowed his eyes, his breath slowing, deciding to linger a bit to observe. Although the one who plotted against him was indeed Cat Hong of Dio Duong, this two men was just a small pawn acting on orders. But the fact that he assaulted Ho-Oa was an undeniable truth. Seeing two men smiling and chatting with a group of disciples, his senior brotherly demeanor annoyingly affable, Deep then's eyes darkened, a chill like ice passing through the depths of his gaze. brat. Do bad things and sooner or later you will pay. Deep then tilted his head slightly, carefully listening to the conversation among the disciples ahead. Brother Duong, who do you think did what happened behind the mountain yesterday? More than likely it was people from the other two peaks. Two men nodded. I think so too. The three main peaks have always fought each other openly and secretly. If the people from the other two peaks made a move, it would not be strange. While they were talking, on this side, the corner of Deep Then's lips curved slightly. His eyes turned cold. It begins. Suddenly someone appeared, making one of them startle and turn around. Oh, brothers, you are also coming to the Beast Forest. A group of 5 was approaching, and when asked, they replied right away, yes, we came to kill blood spiders. Deep then hid behind a large rock, his eyes flashing with killing intent, murmuring to himself, more people, then I will take down all of them. On the other side, the two groups of disciples started talking. Two men's face turned serious. Blood spiders, those are extremely ferocious beasts. Let's go together. Suddenly, from above, a black orb shot through the air. Two men reacted instantly, sweeping his palm toward the strange object. Everyone be careful. The blast of energy struck the black orb. At that moment, boom, the sphere exploded. Fragments of the black shell shattered apart. From within, a thick gray smoke poured out, swirling and devouring the space in an instant. Coughing sounds echoed continuously, the air thick with a burnt smell, stinging their eyes so badly they could not open them. Damn it, smoke bombs. Their vision was completely cut off. Shadows flickered within the mist. A frustrated voice shouted, "Who is it? Come out." But no one answered, only a shadow gliding swiftly through the smoke, holding a large staff, swung it down hard. The one who had just shouted was struck at the nape and collapsed unconscious. Two men saw his junior fall right before him without knowing why, making him furious. Damn it. Enraged, two men roared. His palm swept out, releasing a powerful blast forward. Come out here. But he did not expect that the one who took the full hit was actually one of his own allies. The cry of pain made his face darken. His teeth clenched tightly, rage boiling within. Before he could react, a whistling sound came from behind. A staff filled with inner force swung hard, striking directly onto his back. The blow was as heavy as a hammer. Two men's knees buckled, his face twisted in pain, a groan escaped his throat. Behind him, Deep then tightened his grip on the staff, the corner of his lips curling coldly. The strength of a 6th-level Kai condensation cultivator is indeed different, still not fainting after one hit. Then have another. Thinking so, he struck again, this time on the back of the neck. The sound of bones cracking sent chills down the spine. After 2 consecutive heavy blows, two men's whole body convulsed, then fell flat onto the ground unconscious. Then Deep then, like a ghost moving through the smoke, brought each one down with ruthless precision. He found the one responsible for having him whipped the other day. That man stood amid the haze, voice sneering provocatively, who was pretending to hide. Come out. A cold breeze swept past his back, raising his hair. Before he could turn, Deep then appeared and drove a punch filled with inner force straight into his chest. The explosion echoed through the forest, dirt and stones scattering. He writhed in agony, barely gasping. Who are you? A dark figure cloaked in black emerged from the smoke. No reply, only a final strike descended, sharp as a blade slicing into his skull. The scream was cut short, blood poured down thick and red, his body collapsed, eyes rolled white. The forest wind howled, the smoke gradually dissipating, revealing Deep then standing tall, dragging a heavy chain in his hand, his face cold like death itself. Looking at the group tied up tightly together in the clearing, he burst into laughter, his hoarse voice filled with satisfaction. While the weather is nice, I should do a few more rounds. Screams echoed again and again through the silent forest. After several waves of fierce attacks, Deep then finally removed his cloak, sighing in exhaustion, preparing to leave. I am dead tired, almost done now. But before he could finish, from the distant mountain, 2 brilliant beams of light shot forward at incredible speed. The violent outburst of spiritual energy made the trees shake. Deep then narrowed his eyes, took a deep breath, sensing two distinct auras, then let out a low laugh. Good, two from the human origin realm. The corner of his mouth lifted, his eyes burning with excitement. I just caught two big fish. The two figures who had just appeared were Vuong Hon and Tong Ngok. Deep then glanced over them from head to toe, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly, a flash of contempt crossing his eyes. Their strength was even weaker than Ti Hao. They could be slaughtered. Deep then coldly turned his wrist. A black sphere shot straight from his hand toward them. Careful, Vuong Hon shouted as he noticed the strange object flying over, hurriedly swinging his sword to chop hard. With a clang, the sphere shattered into fragments, immediately turning into a thick veil of smoke that spread and enveloped the two. Vision was obscured. Vuong Hon frowned, eyes darting. Who is it? But before he could adapt, a sharp pain stabbed his arm. A thin cold needle had pierced straight into an acupoint. Tong Ngok did no better. He groaned softly, his body convulsing as a small needle was plunged deep into his back. And before he could understand what was happening, the two staggered and collapsed into each other. In the smoke, Tong Ngok's voice trembled. Brother Vuong, do you feel dizzy? Vuong Hon gritted his teeth, voice weak. Yes, a little. Before he could say more, both had already fallen unconscious amid the lingering smoke. Deep then stepped forward and clicked his tongue. The old hunchback's poison was indeed formidable. I should use these needles less often. Such a lethal thing is wasted here. He casually stripped them of their clothes, magical implements, and spirit stones, and conveniently pulled their garments down, leaving them like two white pigs lying exposed in the forest. Before leaving, Deep then left a few words. Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame your master. An hour later, screams tore through the mountain silence. My clothes, my money. Bring back this humiliation, causing the other disciples to be stunned and horrified. What on earth happened? Back at Di Duongfeng, a long line of disciples streamed out from the main hall all the way to the gate, each reddened like gak fruit, wearing nothing but underwear. From inside the main hall, roaring thundered, robbed clean. This is too much, even their clothes stripped off. How perverted is this culprit? Cat Hong was so furious his hair stood on end, breathing rough like a wild beast, murderous intent surging through the hall. A shout shook the peak of Di Duong. Who is it? Who on earth did this? That night, by flickering candlelight, Deep then sat delightedly before the pile of spoils he had just taken. Today's income was twice that of yesterday. Those two human realm cultivators Vuong Hon and Tong Ngok were indeed very rich. Looking at the array of wealth spread out, the corner of his mouth rose, an undisguised smug smile. In terms of riches, the Yingjing Kai realm was still far inferior to the Ren Yuan realm. Suddenly, among the items, a book caught his eye. Deep then picked it up to examine. Lion Kai quit. His expression grew solemn, a dangerous glint flashing. This is a treasure. This book is a record from ancient texts describing methods for refining weapons, detailing the best kinds of materials needed to forge weapons, additionally discussing how to temper and refine weapons. Deep then's face gradually deepened. The candlelight reflecting made him look like one plotting to conquer the world. It's time to craft a weapon. Although the Thien Kite sword was handy for him, it was rather heavy and would slow his speed. If he could abandon the Thien Kite sword during battle, his speed would soar. If at that time he had a more nimble weapon in his hand, it would be like a tiger with wings. Thinking it, he acted on it, going to the cave that served as his secret base. Inside, the primal fire blazed, the heat so intense the rock glowed red. All the seized weapons, big and small, long and short, were taken out one by one to be heated and forged. Red-hot metal floated in the fervent blaze. Deep then slightly curled his lips and murmured, "Forging needs fire, it's truly made for me." He gestured to make the primal flame flare violently, thinking of these weapons as a furnace, and then extracting all the most refined essences hidden within them. The flame grew hotter and the cave trembled with violent kai. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. A burst of crimson light flared, illuminating the whole cavern. When the light subsided, before Deep then lay a lump of metal red as blood, radiating oppressive heat. The first step was complete. It was known that this crimson iron block was the form after fusing many essences of spirit Kai, extremely pure, absolutely top-grade material for forging weapons. If forged into a weapon, it would not be weak. He exhaled deeply, eyes stern. Then Deep then circulated Foundation Kai, striking with refined fiery force into the metal block, continuously hammering and shaping it. The sound of metal striking mixed with the crackling of the blaze rang unceasingly. He muttered, "No matter what, the blade already has its form." 4 days passed like this in the same cave, the primal flame inside never extinguishing. The red fire raged, wrapping the silhouette of a sword that had taken shape. When the final sword flashed within the fire, Deep then reached out and grasped it. The red blade trembled violently, as if a living soul had been granted. His eyes shone brilliantly, voice full of satisfaction. Finally succeeded. A drop of fresh blood fell on the blade, and immediately a violent Kai erupted, a deep crimson light spreading thickly. Deep then raised the sword high, as if proclaiming its absolute might. One slash descended, the ground at his feet split open, flames burst like raging waves. He looked at the crimson sword, eyes blazing. "From now on, you will be named Zichtiu." Lying between Thien Kite and Zichtiu, Deep then's face overflowed with smug delight. "Tomorrow, continue to go around and play." The corner of his mouth lifted in a dangerous smile. "Those who plot against me must pay dearly." The next morning, as the sun rose over the horizon, Deep then had already left. His destination today was behind Hang and Hak's Lin Sun Mountain. He hid within a bush, eyes carefully watching every movement ahead. In his mind, he thought quietly, "Once this is done, I'll stop. Even though I've planned everything thoroughly, nothing in life is ever certain. I need to see it clearly before I quit." His gaze swept over a group of disciples gathered outside picking spiritual herbs. It wasn't just one or two, but an entire group. He thought, only heaven knows where the loophole lies. Acting recklessly now might bring disaster upon myself. Deep then smirked faintly. So, they even bring a whole group to pick herbs. Seems like the disciples of Dia Duong Peak are clever after all. Afraid someone might ambush them from behind, so they came in numbers. The corner of his mouth curled with disdain. "No matter how many of them there are, compared to my current strength, it's enough to knock them all down." Still, he didn't act rashly. Seeing how cautious they were, he became more alert. This mountain was vast and dangerous, not an ordinary place. If he couldn't take them all down instantly, things would get troublesome. Worse yet, if more people were drawn to this area, that would truly be a problem. Just then, Deep then noticed the tall figure of Triu Long among those picking herbs. His sneaky movements made Deep then's hands itch. Gripping his staff tightly, he muttered coldly, "Another fool daring to show up here. Not bad. I'll teach you a lesson." However, before he could act, Triu Long's behavior made him pause. "Wait, what's that?" In Triu Long's hand was a thick wooden staff, and his eyes were fixed ahead, filled with a sinister intent. Deep then frowned, eyes sharp and focused on every move he made. Triu Long crept closer to a disciple who was gathering herbs, then suddenly swung his staff down with all his might. The heavy thud echoed through the forest. Looking down at the unconscious body at his feet, Triu Long couldn't hide his satisfaction. Hidden in the bushes, Deep then's eyes widened. He had come to hunt, but instead, he was witnessing a grand play unfold before him. Triu Long went on striking, knocking out one person after another, cursing loudly as he did. "That's what you get, Thien Duong Peak scum, for scheming against us Dia Duong Peak disciples." Deep then just sat quietly in the bushes, sighing, shaking his head. "All right then, this sneak attack from start to finish. Looks like Cat Hong of Dia Duong Peak has climbed right over Thien Duong Peak's head this time." The whole mountain soon erupted into chaos, screams echoing everywhere. After a long observation, Deep then finally came to a conclusion. "Now I understand why the disciples of Dia Duong Peak gathered here behind the mountain today. They didn't come to pick herbs at all, they came to ambush. After finishing their deed, the disciples of Dia Duong Peak gathered to brag. I knocked out 1 from Thien Duong Peak. I took down 3 from Enhan Duong Peak. I got 1 from Thien Duong, 2 from Enhan Duong. Then the whole group cheerfully withdrew together. Watching their backs fade into the distance, Deep then shook his head slightly. Well, this can't be blamed on me. On the way back to Tiu Lin Institute, his mind was full of thoughts. From now on, Hang and Hack sect will no longer know peace. Dia Duong Peak will think they were plotted against by Enhan Duong and Thien Duong Peaks. Enhan Duong Peak will believe Thien Duong is behind it, and Thien Duong will suspect Enhan Duong in return. The 3 outer peaks leaders will restrain and scheme against one another, competing openly and secretly. Naturally, suspicion will grow among them. When that happens, no matter who the real attacker is, it will be impossible to tell. Deep then sighed deeply, his eyes filled with contemplation. Truly, I've sown chaos. The scene shifted to Van Bao Pavilion. The old shopkeeper sat reading a book, clicking his tongue in admiration. Wonderful, truly wonderful. At that moment, a tall figure stepped quickly inside. The shopkeeper glanced up and asked dryly, "Boy, what are you doing wearing all black in broad daylight?" Deep then lifted his head with an awkward smile, thinking, if I dress like this, you really can't recognize me? The shopkeeper smirked. Took more than 100 lashes, and yet you're already walking around. Boy, your bones are pretty tough. Deep then frowned and asked, Elder, you even know about my punishment? The old man raised his chin and said, Of course, everyone in the outer sect knows. Hearing that, Deep then just chuckled, taking off his cloak. Then he placed a large pouch on the table and said, Elder, Taidan Gok Land Flower. The shopkeeper checked the pouch and gasped, 6,000 spirit stones, where did you get so many? Deep then smiled calmly, picked them up. The old man's eyes widened, startled. Picked them up. You've picked up quite a fortune then. Deep then laughed it off, just lucky, I suppose. The shopkeeper slid the box toward him and said with a teasing tone, Next time you go picking, let me know. I want to try my luck too. Before leaving, Deep then suddenly turned and asked, Elder, does our Hang and Hack sect's library open to trainee disciples? The man replied, Only on the last day of each month. That's the only time they can enter. Deep then nodded, so that means in 3 days. He bowed slightly, said goodbye, and turned to leave. Watching Deep then's back disappear, the old man stroked his mustache, his voice filled with amusement. That kid really is a strange one. At the same time over at Enhan Duong Peak the atmosphere was just as tense. Master Than Duong could no longer remain calm and barked an order investigate find out who did this. His eyes glinted coldly filled with killing intent once you find them bring them back here. The next day on that mountaintop the sky was still blue, the clouds still white, and the wind still gentle. A group of disciples quietly continued their usual task of gathering spiritual herbs. Yet in each of their eyes there was now a trace of vigilance. Suddenly a gust of wind howled by startling everyone. 2 tall figures rushed over swinging their staffs and shouting loudly, Take this, you brats. The sound of clashing staffs and cries echoed across the mountains tearing through the serenity. When others saw their fellow disciples return with lumps all over their heads, confusion spread everywhere. The 3 great peaks are terrifying indeed. They hit whoever they want. Just do not hit me, please. From now on, I am not going anywhere near the back mountain again. Who knows when I might get smacked out of nowhere. Thus, the entire Hang and Hack sect was thrown into a wave of division. Hostility brewed among the 3 factions. Unable to tolerate it any longer, the senior brothers of the 3 peaks began challenging each other. Kong and Hack of Thien Duong Peak, get out here, I am waiting for you at Phong Van Platform. En Hack Kong of Enhan Duong Peak, I am at Phong Van Platform waiting. Triu Long of Dia Duong Peak, get out here, it is do or die between us, do not you dare hide, come fight me. Seeing the situation so Hyen could not help but worry. Such turmoil has never happened before in our Hang and Hack sect. So Lin beside her added, how could the heads of the 3 peaks be so foolish? The 2 of them watched the martial platform from afar. So high inside resentment has been building for a long time. Even without that ambush, they would have fought eventually. So Lin sneered, ambush, huh, who came up with such a lousy idea? Meanwhile, Deep then suddenly sneezed out of nowhere, a chill running through his body. Strange, he thought, why do I suddenly feel cold? Still, it did not interrupt his cultivation. Another long night passed. Early the next morning, the wooden door that had been shut for days finally opened. He stepped into the courtyard, stretching comfortably. So tiring, but finally done. In 2 days and 3 nights, Deep then had refined over 100 bottles of jade spirit elixir. His control over the true flame and his refining skill had grown increasingly proficient. Stepping outside, he saw the little eagle with its broken wings. To comfort it, Deep then brought over a large piece of meat. The bird, upon seeing food, was overjoyed. As he fed it, he gently stroked it. Your wounds still have not fully healed, have they? He muttered, calculating to himself to fly again. It will take at least another month. Then he pulled out a bottle of spirit elixir from his storage pouch. Channeling spiritual energy into the bottle, he transferred all the essence into the little eagle. Let me give you a hand. He then stepped back, focusing his gaze on the bird, forming a strong current of true energy in his palm. The eagle's eyes suddenly sharpened, filled with vitality. Deep then thrust the energy into its body. The bird spread its wings and cried out, do not be afraid, I will heal you. Deep then shouted. After a while, the eagle's injured wing fully recovered and the bandages were removed. Seeing it soar across the sky, he nodded in satisfaction. You will be completely healed by tomorrow. After finishing in the yard, he returned indoors. Watching Ho-Oh sleeping soundly, Deep then pondered, this kid's spiritual meridian is blocked and several major channels are not open yet. Forget forming his danshin at this rate. Unless a miracle happens, he will never become a cultivator. So Deep then began using his own true energy to unblock the boy's meridians. Normally, a person's meridians must be unobstructed before the spiritual orifice can open, the orifice being the gateway to the danshin. In his sleep, Ho-Oh faintly groaned as he felt the energy flow within. Only when one's orifices open and the danshin is formed can they absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and truly become a cultivator. But if someone's meridians are blocked, another must open them manually. As he transferred his energy, Deep then encouraged, softly, hold on, perhaps your fate will change from this moment. A powerful current of energy surged through Ho-Oh, lifting him into the air. All his acupuncture points lit up as his meridians were cleared. A deep rumbling echoed as the energy spiraled through his body. When it was done, Deep then wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with hopeful eyes, heaven truly does not forsake those with determination. The sun was high, its rays shining brightly across the small courtyard. Little Eagle flew joyfully above, while in the middle of the yard, Deep then was busy with something. The wooden door of the house opened, and old Zhang stepped out. Seeing the young man, he smiled and asked, young man, you're up early. Deep then carried a plate of steamed buns in his hands and replied with a smile, couldn't sleep anymore, so I had to get up. Old Zhang praised him sincerely. A diligent person like you is truly rare. Deep then scratched his head shyly and smiled, elder, you flatter me. Suddenly, a scream came from inside the house. Grandpa, what's happening to me? I feel like something is running wildly inside me. My whole body feels hot. Old Zhang was startled and rushed back in. Seeing his grandson's body covered in a faint green aura, he exclaimed unconsciously, it's spiritual energy. He hurried forward, his trembling hands examining him, then gasped in astonishment. How could this be? The boy looked shocked too, eyes wide open, voice trembling, can I cultivate now? Old Zhang was overjoyed to the point of tears. Yes, of course you can. Deep then walked closer, placing a hand on Ho-Oh's shoulder, and said softly, from today on, you have become a cultivator. Hearing that, the boy's face lit up with pure happiness, speechless from excitement. He then rushed into the yard, jumping and singing with Little Eagle. Great, I'm a cultivator now, I can cultivate. From now on I can protect you. Old Zhang looked at his grandson, his heart overflowing with joy and emotion. Truly, heaven has eyes. But Deep then remained silent, thoughts stirring within him. He was the one who had secretly opened the child's meridians, yet now unease filled his heart. Was this really good for the boy? The path of a cultivator was far more difficult than that of an ordinary person. Those who walked it would indeed have longer lifespans, but that longevity came with solitude. The way of cultivation was full of hardship. He wondered if changing Ho-Oa's fate on his own was right or wrong. Perhaps only when the boy truly experienced the suffering of a cultivator would he understand that living as an ordinary person was far more peaceful. The scene shifted to the path outside. When people saw Deep, then they were astonished. What? He took more than 100 lashes and has already recovered. Could he be a monster? Suspicious eyes turned toward him, his body showing no signs of injury, and it had only been a few days. That's right, they whispered, but Deep then simply walked calmly forward without saying a word. Their attention soon shifted to a new rumor. Hurry, the disciples of Enhan Duong Peak and Thien Duong Peak are fighting at the Phong Van platform. I heard disciples from Dia Duong Peak went too, and they say this time there's even someone from the human origin realm participating. Deep then smirked faintly, then continued walking toward the library pavilion. Seeing the empty, quiet space, he sighed. Not a single soul here, everyone must have gone to watch the fight. But he thought this was a good opportunity, since peace and quiet like this were rare. Leisurely stepping inside, he observed the architecture as he walked. He handed his disciple identity token to the elder guarding the entrance, bowing respectfully. The elder examined it and nodded. Go ahead, I'll hold on to your token for now. Bowing once more, Deep then quietly entered. Seeing rows of neatly arranged books, he let out a cold hum and began searching. 3 hours later, after taking down countless scrolls with rising anticipation, only to put them back in disappointment, he sighed. It seemed that the advanced cultivation methods and illusion techniques were all kept on the upper floors. Flipping through a few more scrolls without any luck, he thought to himself, in Hang Enhak sect, trainee disciples are only allowed on the first floor of the library. Frustration welled up in him. Those upper floors, with his current status, he had no right to enter. Just then, a loud voice echoed through the library, shattering the silence. Huang Thatch, old man, remember me? The elder shouted back angrily. You little brat, to you though, stealing again. Watch out, or I'll beat you to death. Deep then curiously peeked his head out, his eyes widening in surprise. What in the world did this guy eat to get so huge? Hung Nhi stood with hands on hips, grumbling back. Are you saying I'm that kind of person, old man? Deep then casually picked up a book, walked past, and muttered. Hang Enhak sect sure has many interesting characters. The big man immediately glanced over, suspicion in his eyes, then stared at him intensely. Hung Nhi asked coldly, Why have I never seen you before? Deep then stiffened and replied, I just arrived recently. Hearing that, Hung Nhi snorted and turned away indifferently. Fine, just asking. But after taking only 2 steps, Hung Nhi suddenly stopped. His nose twitched slightly, like a beast catching a scent. His eyes gleamed with interest as he turned back sharply to stare at Deep then. Without warning, he lunged forward like an excited dog, sniffing eagerly. After a moment, Hung Nhi lifted his head, his eyes sparkling like stars, his voice filled with excitement. True flame, you have true flame? The words struck like thunder in clear skies. Deep then's whole body trembled, cold sweat forming, his heart pounding violently. Hung Nhi suddenly raised his head, his eyes gleaming sharply, and kept asking insistently, Do you really have true fire? Deep then was startled, his heart trembling. The heads of the 3 main peaks and Chu Dai Fuk could not tell, yet this fat man somehow found out. He immediately forced a stiff smile and denied such a precious thing as true fire. How could a mere trainee disciple like me have it? But Hung Nhi refused to let go. His eyes burned like flames, his tone firm. Stop lying to me, I can smell it. Deep then tried to keep his voice calm. You must have smelled wrong, is that not so? Hung Nhi suddenly shouted, Then I will call someone else to check. As soon as he said that, he turned around, opened his mouth, and yelled, Hung, old man, this kid has true. Before he could finish, Deep then rushed forward, covering his mouth tightly. He gritted his teeth and hissed word by word, "You fat fool, you talk too much, no wonder you are so fat this time. I will make sure you keep your mouth shut." Hung Nhi glared back with a sly look. "See, I told you I was right." Deep then took a deep breath and sighed, "Fine, you win." Just then Elder Hung heard the noise and came over shouting, "What are you yelling for? What is all that noise?" The fat man blurted out an excuse, "I was just practicing my voice." Elder Hung frowned, "Are you that free after eating too much? Be quiet for a while, will you?" After scolding them he turned to leave, but after a few steps he suddenly stopped, turned back with a suspicious look, and asked, "Right, you just said he has true what?" Hung Nhi froze and stammered, True energy." Elder Hung waved his hand and slapped him hard across the face, thinking I would believe that. "Everyone in the Hang Nhak sect has true energy. What is there to be surprised about?" Still grumbling, he walked away angrily. Behind him, Hung Nhi rubbed his cheek, muttering, "That old fossil, just you wait." Suddenly, hearing sneaky footsteps, he turned around, his sly eyes sweeping toward Deep. Then, seeing the young man trying to slip away, he shouted, "You are not allowed to go." Caught red-handed, Deep then froze, not daring to move. He turned his head and asked coldly, "What do you want?" Hung Nhi answered casually, but with cunning in his tone, "Of course, I want to borrow your true fire to refine a treasure." Deep then replied immediately, "I am not free." The fat man used his old trick again, shouting loudly, "Hung, old man, this brat." Deep then panicked and rushed over, Fine, I will refine it." Scene shift, the evening sunlight dyed the sky red. As they walked, Deep then spoke, setting his terms, "We can talk slowly, I can help you. But you must not spread word about my true fire." Hung Nhi nodded firmly, "Rest assured my mouth is sealed." Deep then added, "One more thing, I will not work for free. Give me 500 spirit stones or no deal." The fat man agreed without hesitation. Hung Nhi led Deep then to a secluded place, pointed at an object stuck in the ground, and said, "See that black aura?" In the dim light, a massive spiked club was embedded deep into the earth, surrounded by dark purple mist like venomous snakes coiling around it, releasing a chilling, murderous aura. Deep then stepped closer, his eyes scanning it quickly before asking, "What is that?" Hung Nhi explained, "The spiked club contains an evil thought left by its previous master. Because of it, I cannot make the weapon recognize me as its owner." Deep then frowned slightly, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. An evil thought, could it truly remain within a weapon after death? Just how strong was the former master of this spiked club? Feeling the violent aura rising from it, Deep then shuddered inwardly. This club must be a powerful weapon indeed. He asked doubtfully, "Are you sure true fire can purify it?" Hung Nhi affirmed, "Yes, all evil thoughts are of yin nature, and fear, the purest yang element. True fire born from heaven and earth is exactly that, it can surely purify it." Deep then stayed silent for a moment, then nodded, "Very well, let us begin." He sat down straight, forming hand seals. The true fire burst from his palms, radiating intense heat. Hung Nhi watched beside him, unable to hide his amazement. True fire is truly domineering, it can definitely refine that black energy. The blazing red flames swirled around the spiked club, white smoke rose as the dark aura was gradually erased. The fat man shouted excitedly, "See, I told you so." Deep then frowned slightly, his expression serious, "The evil thought is too strong, I need another hour." Hung Nhi nodded, grinning, "That is fine, I have plenty of time." Then he casually started a conversation, "I am Hung Nhi." Seeing Deep then's puzzled look, the fat man explained, "In my family, I am the second child, so my father calls me Hung Nhi." Deep then asked curiously, "Then your elder brother is he?" Answered immediately, "Hung Dai." Deep then chuckled, "Then your younger brother must be Hung Tam." Hung Nhi laughed loudly, "I do not have a younger brother." His eyes turned back to the burning club. The evil thought was cracking, the sound of snapping echoed as the black aura was burned away. Hung Nhi's eyes shone brightly, almost done. A roaring sound spread through the mountains, the fire blazed fiercely, carried by the wind, and in an instant the last trace of evil energy was destroyed. Cheers erupted. Success. Hung Nhi rushed forward excitedly to inspect. Not bad at all. Suddenly the spiked club trembled, then began to expand, metal clanging as it grew larger. In an instant, it became a gigantic staff 5 zhang tall, its aura suppressing the entire area. Deep then stood, their eyes gleaming. If that thing struck down, hardly anyone could withstand it. Hung Nhi was ecstatic, laughing loudly. Today, I am in a good mood, I will treat you to wine. Deep then crossed his arms, raising a doubtful eyebrow. You are not planning to skip paying me, are you? The fat man brushed it off, replying lazily, we have already become friends, why bother talking about money? Hung Nhi threw his arm around Deep then's shoulder, speaking cunningly, since you have true fire, why not work together with me? Deep then replied coldly, pay me. Hung Nhi kept his sly smile and offered a new deal. Do you happen to need snow magnolia flowers? The elder who manages the spirit herb garden is my uncle. Hearing that, Deep then was slightly startled, a flicker of calculation appearing in his deep, thoughtful eyes. So the two of them went to the spirit herb garden and stood at the gate. Deep then still hesitated a little and asked again, is this okay? Hung Nhi waved his hand, looking very confident, grinning, certainly. Suddenly from inside the building came loud shouts mixed with boisterous laughter. Annoying, I caught you. The deeper they went, the clearer the sounds became, even a little lewd. Deep then slightly frowned, tilted his head and asked, your cuckoo is being very enthusiastic, huh? Hung Nhi also looked puzzled, shook his head, no, it does not sound like my cuckoo. The two stopped in front of the building door. Without thinking much, Hung Nhi called loudly, cuckoo, and immediately a hurried voice from inside replied, hurry, hurry, and put your clothes on. The rustle of garments sounded one after another, and soon the wooden door creaked open. A man and a woman peered out cautiously, none other than Dai Min and his mistress. Seeing Hung Nhi, Dai Min breathed a sigh of relief. Hung fat, is that you, Junior? Then he turned to the beauty beside him, little darling, you go ahead, damn you. She sashayed out, brushed past Hung Nhi, and he immediately spoke harshly, his face darkening, I say Lai Tam Nhi, your nerve is huge. Are you not afraid my cuckoo will beat you? Do you think this place is a brothel? But she only smiled faintly, her tone casual, my master has gone roaming. Who knows when he will return? I am lonely, so I have to find company. After saying that, she walked away indifferently, and as she passed Deep, then she tossed him a flirtatious glance, which made him startle. Hearing this, Hung Nhi turned to ask his big brother again. Cuckoo has gone roaming, really? Dai Min snorted and replied, he has been gone for half a month. Hung Nhi's eyes immediately lit up. He looked at his big brother, who yawned and paid no mind, full of scheming, then great. While Dai Min still did not understand what was happening, Hung Nhi suddenly drew a weapon he had just forged. He struck with all his strength straight to the other's face, the sound of teeth breaking crisp. That scene of brothers turning on each other sent goosebumps down Deep then's arms. He swallowed hard. Hey, you said we came to take spirit herbs. Seeing Dai Min fall unconscious to the ground, Deep then shouted, you are robbing. Hung Nhi replied calmly, his face unchanged, whether it is robbery or theft, as long as we can get the spirit herbs into our hands, it is fine. If Cuckoo punishes us later, is there not me to vouch? Moreover, we are not taking much. There are so many spirit herbs here it will not be noticed. Deep then sighed, why do I feel like I am on a pirate ship? Hung Nhi hissed softly, urging Deep then to step inside. Do not do foolish things, let's go. By now, the moon had risen high, the sky full of stars, silver light pouring over the vast spirit herb garden. The sight overwhelmed him. He flipped through the back mountain before, but never saw any Tide Ngok land trees. Unexpectedly, there were so many here. A whole forest of pure white Tide Ngok land blossoms gleamed under the moon, shining like a galaxy come down to earth. The night breeze stirred the petals, producing a soft rustling sound, and Deep then's heart stirred. If these were refined into spirit jade elixir, one could make a fortune. Still lost in thought, Hung Nhi dashed into the grove, shouting, do not stand there gawking, pick them. Startled, Deep then hurried in, I'm here. Deep then snapped off a branch bursting with light. Then his hands moved swiftly, picking large blooms and tossing them into a cloth bag. Hung Nhi glanced over, frowned and warned, "Do not just pick in one spot. That is conspicuous." "Shut up, I know." Deep then glared and bent his head to continue. The fat one scolded, "You knew and still picked one spot. That place is stripped bare." After a while both had filled large sacks with Titan Gok Lan. Hung Nhi dusted his hands and said excitedly, "I say this is enough. Let's withdraw." "Okay." Deep then nodded in agreement. He quickly stored all the gathered Titan Gok Lan into the storage. Suddenly Hung Nhi sensed danger, his eyes tensed, and he warned at once, "My eyes twitching, let's go quickly." Deep then did not ask more and only gave a small nod. But at that moment, in his danchin his base fire trembled violently, as if it wanted to warn him of something. Deep then's heart jolted, his eyes scanning as if searching treasure. Hung Nhi was extremely impatient and urged, "Let's go." Deep then hesitated for a flash, but still followed. Inside him remained doubt. Why is there nothing? Just then, across the starry night sky a huge streak of light tore through the heavens, bearing a terrifying authority that pressed down on the entire herb garden. "Oh no, my cuckoo has returned," Hung Nhi shouted, his face going pale. A seasoned figure, with awe-inspiring presence, descended right before them, and Deep then's heart went icy. What rotten luck, of all times to return, he comes back at this moment. Fat Hung Nhi hurriedly bowed his head, speaking obsequiously, "Cuckoo, you are back." The newcomer, an old man with a face cold as ice and eyes like blades, swept a glance across his grandson and then asked, "Why are you sneaking into the spirit herb garden at midnight?" Sweat poured from Hung Nhi like rain. He forced a smile, "Nothing much. My father wants to take another wife, told me to bring a wedding invitation." "What?" The old man roared like thunder, veins bulging on his face, furious beyond measure. Without another word he turned into a beam of light and shot off in another direction, leaving an echoing curse. "Hung Die Hai, I think you are tired of living." The space fell silent for a moment. Hung Nhi looked at Deep then frozen in place and urged, "Stop standing there stunned. Let's go." The two left the herb garden at once. On the way, Deep then asked curiously, "I say, aren't you afraid he will come back and beat you?" Hung Nhi gave a cold laugh, looking somewhat indifferent. "No problem, I get beaten every day." Hearing that, Deep then could only fall silent and continue walking. Returning to the secret cave, the two of them took out the snow magnolia branches they had just picked, carefully counting each one. Hung Nhi laughed loudly, his voice full of excitement. "More than 900 branches. We are going to be rich. Let's refine them all into jade spirit elixir, split 50-50. How about it?" Deep then, sitting to one side, immediately nodded in agreement. But then he added, "But we still need some other herbs." Hung Nhi chuckled, "Easy to find. They grow all over the back of the mountain. Come on, let's grab them all." Without another word, both of them rushed into the mountains behind in the darkness. After several hours of searching, they finally returned, their backs loaded with heavy cloth bags. Hung Nhi collapsed on the ground, groaning, "I'm dead tired." Deep then also lay down, but their eyes soon flashed with determination. "Let's start making the jade spirit elixir." Deep then took a deep breath, both hands forming seals. Primal flame burst from his palms, red as the sun. Hung Nhi beside him also channeled his spiritual energy, cooperating together. No one knew how many days and nights passed until the first rays of dawn shone on the mountain peak. A cry of joy echoed in the cave. Finally finished, both of them lay flat on the stone floor, drenched in sweat. But around them were countless bottles of shimmering jade spirit elixir. Hung Nhi turned, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "There's something I've long wanted to ask. You have primal flame. For any sect that's a treasure. So why are you only an apprentice disciple?" Deep then sighed lightly, his gaze sinking. "A man is innocent, yet having jade invites guilt. It means one is without sin. But by possessing something precious unworthy of his status, he draws envy and greed that is his sin. It's only because the primal flame makes others covet it. Everyone desires to possess it. I don't want to bring endless trouble upon myself because of it. Hung Nhi blinked, then nodded. Makes sense. Deep then stared into the fire in his hand, his tone tinged with sorrow. I never planned to reveal my primal flame to anyone. Hung Nhi smirked. In 1 month is the outer sect competition. If you want to enter the inner sect without using your primal flame, I think that'll be difficult. Deep then frowned, repeating, outer sect competition. That's right. Hung Nhi nodded, then suddenly jumped up in alarm. I have to go. My father is probably hunting me all over the world by now. Before Deep then could react, he hurried away. Watching the back of the newly met friend fade into the night, Deep then's mind stirred with countless thoughts. The Hang Enhak sect and the Chin Duong sect seemed similar. Every 3 years they held an outer sect competition, and only the one who stood till the end could enter the inner sect. It had been more than a month since he was expelled from Chin Duong. Had he stayed, he might already have entered the inner sect. Closing his eyes, he regulated his energy and began to absorb the Jade Spirit Elixir. The light from the elixir shone brilliantly, wrapping his body. The spiritual energy and medicine poured through his meridians like a flood. Deep then's thoughts still lingered. The world truly changes unpredictably. Expelled, humiliated. Yet heaven is fair, granting me a second chance to prove myself in Hang Enhak sect. A few hours later, a powerful aura erupted. He had reached the 5th stage of the condensation realm. Deep then's eyes snapped open, glowing brightly. He frowned slightly in thought. The next breakthrough will need at least 100 bottles of Jade Spirit Elixir. He knew that the 5th stage was a turning point in this realm. The 4 earlier breakthroughs had been easy, but from this stage onward, great changes would occur. Each breakthrough would multiply in difficulty, the capacity of the core C expanding many times that of the Danshan, the obstacles only growing heavier. He rubbed his forehead, thoughtful. Good thing I have the primal flame to refine Jade Spirit Elixir. Otherwise, relying only on absorbing natural spiritual energy, only geniuses could ever advance. Suddenly, a faint light flared from his left chest. Startled, Deep then reached into his robe and pulled out the gourd he once considered useless. Frowning in thought for a long while, he finally took a deep breath and boldly opened the cap. Immediately, a soft green light spurted out, swirling in midair. The radiance from the gourd filled the surrounding space, as though drawing in something invisible. Before Deep then could react, a powerful vortex burst from the gourd, sucking all the spiritual energy in the cave inward like a whirlpool swallowing the sea. Astonished, his eyes widened in disbelief. It can absorb spiritual energy. Placing the gourd on a rock, he watched quietly. The violet gold gourd trembled lightly, its glow flashing again and again as it wildly devoured the surrounding energy. Deep then muttered, "The spiritual energy outside the cave is indeed dense." Picking up the gourd, he shook it gently and squinted inside. There, liquid of jade green hue shimmered, spiritual light swirling, a faint fragrance spreading that made his spirit tremble. You truly still possess such power. Without further thought, Deep then tilted the gourd and drank it all. Immediately, a warm current surged through his meridians, cleansing his body, his aura becoming far stronger than before. He looked down at the gourd, smiling in satisfaction. Not inferior to Jade Spirit Elixir, excellent, worth every one of the 1,300 spirit stones. From now on, as long as I place this violet gold gourd in a place rich in energy, it will automatically absorb it and convert it into spiritual liquid. Deep then nodded, a treasure, truly a treasure. Though its conversion rate was slow, with continuous absorption, it would accumulate over time. Most importantly, it required no time or effort to refine. Returning to the small spiritual courtyard, Deep then saw Ho-Oa sitting in the middle of the yard, diligently cultivating, sweat glistening on his forehead but his eyes bright. Deep then walked up, laughing, truly a hard-working kid. Hearing his voice, Ho-Oa immediately opened his eyes and cried out joyfully, "Big brother." The boy rushed over, grabbing his arm, "Big brother, you're back." After exchanging a few words, Deep then asked softly, "How do you feel?" Ho-Oa beamed, "Great. I feel energy flowing through my whole body, and I'm eating more too. Deep then nodded. You'll become even stronger later. Then he took out 2 bottles of elixir and handed them to Ho-Oh, instructing seriously, every hour take 3 drops. 3 drops is the limit. Never drink more. When you finish, come to me. Ho-Oh happily accepted, his eyes shining. Thank you, big brother. After a moment of hesitation, the boy looked up, voice full of longing. Big brother, can I go to Lin's son to cultivate like you? Hearing this, Deep then fell silent, his eyes deepening. Ho-Oh lowered his head, voice fading. I just want to see the world outside. A long silence settled between them. Finally, Deep then sighed softly, patting the boy's head. Get ready, tomorrow I'll take you up the mountain. Ho-Oh shouted with joy. Really? Deep then nodded, smiling faintly. Yes, let's go. Watching the boy run inside in excitement, Deep then slowly lifted his gaze to the night sky, a flicker of hesitation glinting in his eyes, not knowing whether helping him become a cultivator was right or wrong. The next morning, Ho-Oh woke up very early. When the first rays of sunlight shone over the little spirit courtyard, old Zhang's voice could already be heard from outside, giving instructions. When you go up there to cultivate, you must behave. Do you understand? He emphasized. Don't cause trouble. Remember to come back early. From the doorway, a tall figure stepped in. Deep then. He smiled faintly and spoke reassuringly. Elder, rest assured, I will take care of him. Then, the 2 brothers left the courtyard, setting out for the Lin son of the Hang and Hack sect. Though it was not far, this was the first time Ho-Oh had ever set foot there. His eyes shone with excitement and anticipation. However, that joy did not last long before whispers rose around them. Why did he bring Ho-Oh here? Does he dare to disregard the sect rules? Deep then heard every word clearly, and anger rose within him. Yet he forced himself to remain calm, his steps steady, until a voice suddenly cut in. Are you blind? That boy Ho-Oh has inner Kai. He can cultivate now. The words stunned many people, but the murmuring did not stop. What a strange thing. Hearing that, Ho-Oh's expression darkened. Noticing the boy lowering his head slightly, Deep then felt a pang in his heart. He placed a hand on Ho-Oh's shoulder, his voice steady. Don't be afraid. Ho-Oh looked up, eyes firm. I am not afraid. The 2 arrived at Kuthan Pavilion, where new disciples were admitted. As soon as they entered, both bowed deeply before the elder seated in the main hall. The elder in blue robes glanced up, raising an eyebrow. Boy, do you think I've lost my mind? Deep then immediately bowed lower. Elder, you jest. Then he gestured toward the boy beside him and introduced. Elder, this is Ho-Oh. He has come to receive his identity token. The blue-robed elder frowned, waving his hand for Ho-Oh to step forward, placing his palm on the boy's wrist to examine his meridians. After a while, the elder opened his eyes, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Little one, you can only be an apprentice disciple for now. He asked calmly, Are you willing? Ho-Oh nodded without hesitation, his voice firm. Elder, as long as I can cultivate on the mountain, anything is fine. The blue-robed elder chuckled, satisfaction glinting in his eyes. He handed Ho-Oh a token and a small pouch. The boy bowed respectfully. Thank you, Elder. Deep then also clasped his hands and bowed. Elder, thank you for your time. He had just turned to leave when the elder's voice rose again behind him. Boy, when your apprenticeship ends, would you be willing to become my disciple? Deep then paused slightly, turning halfway, his voice calm. Thank you for your kindness, Elder. When the apprenticeship ends, I will give my answer. The elder nodded, his eyes filled with expectation. I will wait for your reply. The 2 left Kuthan Pavilion, but before they had gone far, a mocking voice came from ahead. The world truly is small. Ti Hao, the arrogant youth with a face full of disdain, sneered. Everywhere I go, I meet you, useless trash. Deep then froze, eyes cold and sharp as he looked at the speaker. The man curled his lips, sarcasm in his tone. What, the fire fairy didn't finish you off? Standing beside him, Ti Van laughed and mocked. So weak. Hearing that, Ho-Oa's eyes welled with tears. Deep then gently patted his younger brother's head, his voice steady and clear. Ti Hao, tomorrow I will wait for you at Fong Van platform. Then he turned calmly. Come, let's go to the spirit weapon pavilion first. We need to pick a weapon for you. On the way, Ho-Oa spoke guiltily. Big brother, I made you lose face again. His tone dropped. That person T-Van is much stronger than me. Deep then only sighed softly. He bent down, ruffling Ho-Oa's hair, and explained. He is clearly from a noble family. Since the beginning of his cultivation, he has been supplied with all kinds of spiritual pills and elixirs. They are stronger than us simply because they were born in better places. You have only just started as a cultivator. Your road is still long. Ho-Oa lowered his head. So, should I not have come here? Deep then smiled faintly, looking up at the blue sky ahead. Since you are here, just stay steady. The world has strong and weak alike, but heaven is fair. One fall does not mean a lifetime of failure. When I first arrived, wasn't I looked down upon too? Hearing this, Ho-Oa felt much more confident. I will work hard to increase my power. I will never make Big Brother lose face again. The great land has no shortage of noble cultivation families. In the east, there is the Thuong Quan family of Dong En Hak. In the west, the Tu Du family of Tay Thuk. In the south, the Ti family of Nam Quang. And in the north, the Vuong family of Bak Zion. Ti Hao and that youth Ti Van were both disciples of the Ti family of Nam Quang. Although noble families are not as profound as sects, they are by no means simple. Their disciples are bathed in spirit medicine from birth and carry elixirs throughout their lives. In this alone, most other disciples cannot compare. Finally, the two arrived at the spirit weapon pavilion. Both bowed and greeted. Greetings, Elder. After checking their identity tokens, Elder Dai Fuk said, Go in, you may each take only one item. Deep then instructed, Go ahead, pick something convenient. Later, I will find you something better. Ho-Oa nodded confidently and stepped inside. Outside, Deep then turned to Dai Fuk to ask, Elder, you must have black iron and black steel here, right? That question was already part of his calculation if he could refine the essence of black iron and black steel into his sword Zichtiu. The combination would be perfect. Black iron is hard, black steel is flexible. Together they make an ideal match. At least, that is what the Lion Kai manual described. These two metals were extremely rare and valuable materials for weapon forging, expensive and difficult to find. The elder yawned and replied, Black iron and black steel are precious indeed. I have some, but I fear you cannot afford them. Deep then dared to ask the price. Elder, how much? Dai Fuk raised one finger. Deep then guessed immediately, 10,000. The elder sat up in surprise. 10,000. What are you thinking 100,000? And that's already cheap. Even V letter 1EA1N B letter 1EA30 pavilions Bandai High sells them for more. Besides, 100,000 spirit stones will only buy a piece of black iron or black steel the size of an egg. Deep then forced a polite smile, but inside he was screaming, 100,000 spirit stones as an outer disciple. Even if I lived my whole life in the sect, I couldn't earn that much. Even if he could refine Jade's spirit elixir, it would take ages to accumulate such an amount. Suddenly, Dai Fuk lowered his voice, stroking his beard. Of course, there is one place where it would be much cheaper. Deep then looked curious. Where is that? The elder did not hide it. The dark nether black market. Hearing that name, Deep then froze for a moment, realization dawning on him, silently scolding himself. How could I have forgotten that place? The dark Yumin black market, lying on the border with the three sects H letter 1EB1NG and H letter 1EA1C, Chin Duong and Than Van, was a place of trade and commerce, and even more a place where stolen goods could be sold quickly. Precisely because of that, it was far from peaceful. Many great villains came and went there. It had long been notorious for its cruelty. Although the Yumin black market was chaotic, The items bought and sold there were not lacking in rare treasures. Moreover, the prices were cheaper than the legitimate markets, and many cultivators went there to purchase treasures. DI letter 1EC7PTH letter 1E7N asked for more details. So how much cheaper are the Xuan iron and Xuan steel at the Yumin black market compared to the place you have? D-stroke letter 1EA1 I fuck pondered then answered. The Xuan iron and Xuan steel there have no clear provenance. More than half of the stall owners there sell stolen goods. He clicked his tongue, calculated roughly, then said, if you work it out, they're probably about 40 to 50,000 cheaper. Although the number is reduced, it is still a large sum that made him startle. 40 to 50,000 spirit stones. An inner calculation formed. 40 to 50,000 spirit stones was not a small amount. But if one could buy genuine Xuan steel and Xuan iron at the Yumin black market, then one trip would be worth it. Suddenly D-stroke letter 1EA1 I fuck's voice sank, carrying a dangerous implication. The Yumin black market is not a wholesome place. One can lose one's life there at any time. You must think carefully. However, DI letter 1EC7PTH letter 1EA7N only curled his lips, his tone indifferent and reproachful. Then there is no choice. Who told you to sell so expensively? He frowned, cleared his throat, then smiled faintly. It's only 40 to 50,000 after all. Gather it together and you will eventually have it. Besides the Xuan iron and Xuan steel, we do not pick up casually from anywhere. They require a great deal of effort. In short, let me earn a little. DI letter 1EC7PTH letter 1EA7N smiled, nodded and replied, Senior is right. Yet inwardly he gave a cold laugh, exactly like Bang D-stroke letter 1EA1IH letter 1EA3I, full of crafty merchants. Just then H letter 1ED5 Oa came out from inside, shouldering a long iron cudgel, his mouth exultant as he shouted, Big brother. DI letter 1EC7PTH letter 1EA7N was extremely surprised and shouted, An iron cudgel, H letter 1ED5 OA. So many weapons. Why did you choose this one? Among many weapons the hardest to refine is the spear, while the iron cudgel only lacks the spearhead compared to a long spear. The difficulty in refining is obvious. D-stroke letter 1EA1 I fuck heard and frowned, reminding, Kid, you can change to another one. But H letter 1ED5 Oa shook his head, gripping the iron cudgel tightly, his voice resolute, No need, no need, I really like this cudgel. DI letter 1EC7PTH letter 1EA7N watched the boy for a moment, then sighed, then take it, elder, and turned to ask D-stroke letter 1EA1 I fuck. Do you have any talisman cudgel techniques? Cudgel techniques belong to the Thiern Mon. D-stroke letter 1EA1 I fuck curled his lip, his tone indifferent. I don't have them here. You can go to V letter 1EA1NB letter 1EA30 pavilion to see, perhaps that old man Bang has them. DI letter 1EC7PTH letter 1EA7N heard this, shook his head slightly. V letter 1EA1NB letter 1EA30 pavilion does not have them either. Then the two left. As they walked he patted H letter 1ED5 Oa lightly on the shoulder. Do not be afraid. Big brother will surely find a way to get it for you. H letter 1ED5 Oa hugged the iron cudgel, his face full of excitement. Yes, I will cultivate more. I will not make big brother lose face. The hot wind screamed through the leaves, carrying rumors spreading through the sects. Disciples chattered endlessly, their voices full of eagerness. Have you heard? DI letter 1EC7PTH letter 1EA7N wants to challenge T letter 1EC1H letter 1EA10 of D-stroke letter 1EC9NH and Han Duong. Is this for real? T letter 1EC1H letter 1EA10 is truly a second stage Ren Yuan of the Ren Yuan realm. DI letter 1EC7PTH letter 1EA7N will get beaten. On the other side, Than Duong True Man sat on high, his expression indifferent, the corner of his mouth curled with displeasure, looking down on D-stroke letter 1EC9NH and Han Duong. Punishing him a little would not be wrong. T letter 1EC1H letter 1EA10 heard and immediately bowed. I will follow the master's orders. Then he raised his head, an expression of triumph flashing in his eyes. With backing, T letter 1EC1H letter 1EA10 grew more arrogant, leading a group of senior brothers and juniors toward where the match would take place. Fine, we will also go. At Fong Ban stage everyone had gathered, the chatter growing more heated. The two peak disciples had been defeated consecutively before. No one knew if this time they could beat T1EC1H1A10. Someone commented, how can V1EC7 Duong and TRI1EC7 Yulong compare to T1EC1H1A10? Ngung Kai Realm and Ren Yuan Realm are not of the same rank, you know. Meanwhile, DI1EC7PTH1A7N appeared, walking straight to the center, each step proud amid countless looks of contempt and ridicule. Suddenly a stout man jumped out from somewhere, blocking his path. Seeing that worn appearance of Hung NH1ECB, DI1EC7PTH1A7N could not help but exclaim, this guy has been beaten badly by his old man. But before he could ask, the man shouted, brat, tell your brother honestly, how certain are you of winning? DI1EC7PTH1A7N calmly replied, 10 out of 10. Hung NH1ECB widened his eyes and said, all right. With those two words his figure vanished from DI1EC7PTH1A7N's sight. Moments later, cheers erupted outside. The fat man had set up a betting table right in front of Fong Ban's stage. Come on, place your bets. The more you bet, the more you win. Hurry and bet, miss this chance, and there will be no other. Afraid no one would hear, he raised his voice loudly. Small bets win small, big bets win big. Bet on DI1EC7PTH1A7N. Bet 1 to 10. Bet on T1EC1H1A10. Bet 10 to 1. The crowd swarmed like a beehive, flocking in. Bet on T1EC1H1A10. I bet on T1EC1H1A10. T1EC1H1A10 will win. Hung NH1ECB said loudly with satisfaction. Once you bet, do not retract. Once you bet, do not retract. No refunds. In an instant, the bets on T1EC1H1A10 had piled into a mountain of spirit stones. A scene that made DI1EC7PTH1A7N frown slightly, inwardly screaming, am I that inferior? But at that moment a bold thought flashed in his head. DI1EC7PTH1A7N's gaze rested on the glittering pile of spirit stones. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Money to be made. He was short on funds to buy Xuan steel and Xuan iron anyway. Just then shouts rose like thunder. T1EC1H1A10 has arrived. He appeared with his group of senior brothers, swaggering. Many female disciples screamed like mad, their eyes full of undisguised adoration. T1EC1H1A10 stepped forward, stopped before DI1EC7PTH1A7N, the corner of his mouth curling in contemptuous smile. DI1EC7PTH1A7N, who gave you the courage to challenge me? DI1EC7PTH1A7N replied with mockery. You think very highly of yourself, don't you? Tam NGUY1EC7T standing nearby spoke up. Your murderous intent is too heavy. You will hardly attain true achievement. Beside them Hung NH1ECB shouted loudly, cutting in. That guy, that T1EC1H1A10 fellow, do you want to bet or not? If not, I'll close the betting table. He turned and the other immediately responded. Bet, of course bet. T1EC1H1A10 laughed arrogantly, tossed out a large pouch. I bet on myself to win 10,000 spirit stones. The scene outside was the fanatic crowd going crazy, unable to bear it. So cool. What now? Not only noble background, handsome, but also generous with money. Their eyes full of admiration. Voices cried out, husband, O white horse prince. Seeing this, DI1EC7PTH1A7N would not be outdone. He produced a pouch of spirit stones and said, I am not as wealthy as senior T1EC1. I bet 100 is enough. The crowd immediately gasped, derisive laughter echoing. A rustic rude fellow, a pauper. Hung NH1ECB took the pouch from DI1EC7PTH1A7N's hand. Without much talk slammed his hammer on the table, signaling the bets closed. The two stepped onto Fong Van's stage. T1EC1H1A10 glanced at I letter 1EC7PTH letter 1A7N, curled his lips and asked, "There are bets outside already. Will you and I not wager anything?" I letter 1EC7PTH letter 1A7N paid no heed, focusing on activating himself, then replied indifferently, "I have no money, cannot bet with you." T letter 1EC1H letter 1EA10 laughed smugly. "So you are not afraid. Bow a few times to me, and perhaps I will reconsider and spare your life." I letter 1EC7PTH letter 1EA7N calmly twisted left and right to crack his joints, not out of fear. "Wait a bit and I'll beat the stupidity out of you. Then all the valuable things on you will be mine." T letter 1EC1H letter 1EA10's eyes flashed, his tone icy, fierce. "Let's see how many of my moves you can withstand." No sooner had he finished than his aura erupted. His body became a streak of light, leaping high. His whole body hurtled toward I letter 1EC7PTH letter 1A7N like a wind-splitting projectile. I letter 1EC7PTH letter 1A7N tightened his grip on the Thearn KHUY letter 1EBFT sword, his gaze darkening. "The speed is too fast. This body technique is indeed mysterious." T letter 1EC1H letter 1EA10 swung out a great palm, tremendous force surging, shouting, "Get out of my way." I letter 1EC7PTH letter 1A7N spun his wrist. Sword light flared to receive the blow. However, the power gap was too great. That palm shoved him back a long distance. T letter 1EC1H letter 1EA10 sneered, "Pathetic. You cannot even withstand a single strike." Not stopping, he charged again, unleashing a series of palms, light exploding, palm after palm stacking, raining down like a storm. Whirlwinds rose on the stage. The sword in I letter 1EC7PTH letter 1A7N's hand spun and whirled, creating a vortex of energy to block, the clash sounding with thunderous crashes. Seeing this, T letter 1EC1H letter 1EA10's smile deepened. "You are surely dead." But beneath the layer of sword light, I letter 1EC7PTH letter 1A7N still stood firm, his gaze razor sharp, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold smile. "Are you underestimating my actual combat ability?" Deep then swiftly tilted his body, easily dodging Hao's thunderous palm strike. His lips curved into a faint smirk, voice laced with mockery. "Too slow." From the crater just formed on the arena floor, Hao bent his knees and shot forward. The arrogant man roared, his figure turning into a streak of light as he charged. When their eyes met, Deep then smiled provocatively. "Slow, then be faster." The words had barely left his lips when his figure vanished, disappearing like lightning. The sudden disappearance startled Hao. Before he could react, a killing aura rushed toward him. The sword theme kite in Deep then's hand flashed with blinding light as it swung through the air with a roar of wind. The powerful strike forced Hao to grit his teeth, his expression tense. He twisted his body, narrowly dodging, but the pressure alone threw off his balance, his steps faltering. The strike still grazed him, the force making him stagger. Not letting him recover, Deep then pressed his foot hard into the floor, springing upward. His palm technique exploded forth, accompanied by a crackling sound like thunder. Blue lightning burst from his hand, the power within surging wildly. Hao quickly raised his own palm to counter, but his strength was nothing compared to Deep then's blow. The two massive forces collided, energy bursting like fireworks, shockwaves sweeping across the arena, twisting the air with violent pressure. The explosion's roar shook the entire platform, making the stands tremble. Hao was thrown backward by the rebound, his body skidding across the stone floor, leaving a long trail. From the stands, cheers erupted, waves of chatter buzzing through the crowd. Head to head, and Hao's losing edge, unbelievable. "You fool," someone shouted. Hao tried to knock away Theme Kite first, so he couldn't channel all his energy. That's why he lost half a move. But even so, Deep then isn't simple at all. Standing tall, Hao crossed his arms and sneered coldly. "I really did underestimate you." Deep then replied calmly, as if stating a fact, "Underestimate me, and you'll lose miserably." Ti Hao narrowed his eyes, brows furrowed, two fingers forming a seal. His cold voice cut through the air. Let's see if you can withstand this next move. Instantly, the sky above began to swirl, forming a massive blue vortex. The wind howled like a beast as Ti Hao raised his hand. A pillar of light shot skyward, connecting with the vortex, glowing intensely. Countless blades of spiritual energy gathered into a rain of swords that poured down like a waterfall. It was his sky-piercing sword rain technique. The storm of swords cascaded, covering the entire sky, swallowing Deep Then's figure. Yet he did not move. His golden eyes flickered, and suddenly his aura erupted. His entire body flared up, thin kite blazing with radiant light. A vortex of golden true fire burst forth, swallowing every sword that rained down. Deep Then roared, "Break!" The sky seemed to tear apart. Countless sword energies shattered, disintegrating into ash. The sound of metal breaking thundered across the arena, sparks scattering like stars. In an instant, every sword shadow was crushed to dust, vanishing amid the storm. As the last fragments fell, Ti Hao's lips curled into a sly, cold grin. Seeing that expression, Deep Then frowned, a trace of puzzled surprise flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, Ti Hao's aura exploded again, surging violently like a raging tempest. His hands locked together before his chest as he roared, "Earth Dragon Art!" The ground beneath him erupted in emerald light. The stone floor cracked and burst apart. Massive chunks of rock flew upward as the earth trembled. A colossal earth dragon, vast as a mountain, rose slowly from below, its body wrapped in blue radiance, exuding a savage, terrifying pressure that shook the entire arena. The spectators screamed in awe, magnificent. First the sky-piercing sword rain, now the earth dragon art, incredible. On the other side, Deep Then narrowed his eyes, his gaze cold and sharp. His lips curved slightly, voice low and disdainful. "Dragon or worm, crawl over here." The moment he finished, his eyes flashed fiercely. As the dragon lunged with a thunderous roar, Deep Then gathered his energy, his fist tightening before exploding forward with unstoppable might. A deafening boom erupted as his fiery punch struck the dragon's head. In an instant, the massive creature burst apart. Shards of stone and clouds of dust filled the arena. Light flashed, thunder rolled, leaving the audience wide-eyed and speechless. None could believe what they had just seen. Who would have thought Deep Then had such strength? Even Hung Nhi couldn't hold back his praise. "Well done, kid, didn't expect you to have such a monstrous battle power." Back on the platform, Ti Hao stood frozen, face pale as death. The earth dragon he had summoned with all his energy was destroyed in a single blow. His blood-red eyes widened, teeth grinding in fury. With a roar, he once again brought his hands together, channeling all his spiritual power, his body tensing like a drawn bow. Opposite him, Deep Then gave him no time. The air around him surged with killing intent as his voice cut coldly. "You think I'll give you another chance?" A thunderous boom erupted as Deep Then turned into a streak of light, dashing forward like lightning. Thin kite blazed brilliantly, electric arcs tearing through space. Ti Hao panicked, trying to react, but only managed to shout, "Too fast." Thin kite crashed down, the arena quaking, stones bursting, waves of heat sweeping out. Deep Then leapt into the air, lightning swirling around his hand as he roared, "Take another thunderburst palm from me." Ti Hao froze, disbelief etched across his face, unable to accept the overwhelming power Deep Then had revealed had he been hiding his true strength all along. But before he could counter, Deep Then's aura exploded violently, the force so overwhelming that Ti Hao's face stiffened, fear flickering in his eyes. He tried to muster one last counterattack, but it was meaningless. Deep Then's strike landed squarely, blasting him backward. His body staggered, his expression darkened, eyes wide in horror as he stammered, "How can he possess such terrifying power?" Deep Then didn't stop. He stomped hard on the ground, lightning surging around his arms, unleashing a second thunderburst palm filled with killing intent. Ti Hao took the full blow, blood spraying from his mouth. He gritted his teeth, forcing out the last of his energy. summoning a protective aura shield around his body. But amid Deep Then's thunderous roar that froze every heart break, the shield shattered instantly. Ti Hao screamed in agony as his body was hurled more than 10 jang away, crashing hard into the ground. When the dust settled, his face was deathly pale, eyes trembling in sheer terror, unable to believe what had just happened. What kind of monster is this boy? Deep then roared, his eyes bloodshot, killing intent surging. It's not over yet. His aura still hadn't subsided. Another blast burst from his palm, sweeping straight toward Ti Hao. Though the man was losing, he still gritted his teeth, forcing out his remaining strength, unleashing a desperate counterattack shield breaker strike. But it was like ripples before a storm. His strike shattered instantly, his breath collapsing, disappearing in an instant. Deep then sneered, "Break what, your damn shield?" He spoke coldly, grinding each word out. "Once I've closed the distance, you'd better pray for mercy." Before he could finish, Ti Hao's body was already within reach, beaten relentlessly, slammed up and down like a puppet, blood spraying everywhere. Staring at that twisted face, Deep then growled in contempt, "Useless trash," and threw another thunderous slap. "Didn't you like ambushes so much?" Rage exploded within him as he kicked and punched relentlessly, shouting between blows, his voice booming across the arena. "Didn't you run fast before? Come on, struggle for me, garbage." The crowd below erupted in chorus. Many stared while again. Style, isn't that just basic killing technique? Why does it look so strange in his hands? Deep then doesn't seem human, more like a savage beast. So strange, too strange. Hung Nhi below kept gasping, "This brat is strong." In just moments, Ti Hao's body was bruised and broken, breathing ragged, his face unrecognizable. Even to his parents over at Enhan Duong Peak's side, all the disciples were in shock, panic spreading. Ti Hao's senior brother being beaten so brutally by a mere Ngung Kai realm. This is the first time I've seen him so pathetic. But Ti Hao is at Enhan Kai realm, while Deep then is only in Gong Kai. How can his combat power be so monstrous? After a moment of disbelief, Tam and Gaiet suddenly screamed, "He's using demonic arts!" Hearing that, the disciples immediately echoed, "Demonic arts? That's right, it's demonic arts. Deep, then you shamelessly use demonic power." They quickly gathered, shouting, the arena filling with noise, "Get down, you have no right to duel." Senior Ti Hao, Hang and Hack sect is a righteous sect. We don't tolerate demonic arts. Get down, you demon. Not only words but tomatoes, rotten eggs, even banana peels were thrown onto the stage. The Enhan Duong disciples showed no restraint, outnumbering others, as they jeered louder and louder. "He must be taken to the punishment hall using demonic arts. Such vile, shameful behavior." Deep then coldly dropped. Ti Hao stepped to the edge of the stage, his icy gaze sweeping over the crowd, his voice low and chilling. "Try insulting me one more time." The tension was suffocating, but the shouting continued. "So what, using demonic power and still can't stand criticism? You can silence me, but can you silence everyone here? Stop walking the righteous path and turn to dark arts. Truly shameless." Hearing those shrill voices, Deep then's eyes turned cold, contempt flashing deep within, as if those people weren't worth existing. At that moment, a sword light suddenly sliced through the air. Because he was focused on the crowd, he was unguarded. The attack cut straight across his chest. It was Ti Hao seizing the moment to strike. Sneak attack. Another surge of Kame exploded from Ti Hao's hands, then full on. He was knocked back, his thoughts flashing with disdain. Pathetic. Another sneak attack. Last time stealing herbs behind the mountain was the same. Ti Hao's face twisted, eyes wide, teeth clenched, shouting, "Die." He was like a madman, his laughter shrill, as he poured all his strength into summoning a rain of swords that poured down on Deep. Then Hung Nhi, watching, could no longer contain his fury. His fists slammed against the floor, roaring, "Shame on you." The rain of swords fell furiously, unstoppable. Deep then staggered, losing his footing, while the Enhan Duong disciples cheered excitedly. "Hit him down, make him crawl." Tam and Gaiet sighed in relief. "That's more like it. How could Senior Ti Hao lose?" Hung Nhi shouted back, furious, pointing at them one by one. "Attacking when he's distracted, cowardly. Where's your sense of justice?" Under the relentless pressure of sword rain, Deep then was driven to the very edge of the stage. His body swayed one more step, and he'd fall. At that instant, a green sword thrust forward like lightning. Ti Hao's furious roar pierced the air, filled with hatred. "Die." The sword pierced Deep then shoreward. splattered everywhere, but in that life and death instant, he gritted his teeth, one hand gripping the blade, using the force to hold himself steady, gathering all his kai to counterattack. Breath ragged, he rasped, new grudges, old debts, let's settle them all today. As he spoke, his fiery fist exploded, smashing straight into Ti Hao's face. The sword lodged in his shoulder was yanked free, flung aside. Behind him, the phantom of a colossal lion roared its might like a collapsing mountain, killing intent, erupting without restraint, not giving Ti Hao a chance to recover. Deep then unleashed a barrage of punches, each one thunderous, crushing all resistance, his eyes sharp and fierce as blades, no hesitation, no opening, strike after strike, relentless as fire. Below the stage, Enhan Duong disciples screamed and cursed in madness. Demonic arts. He's using them again, shameful, using demonic power. He's not worthy to duel. Senior Ti Hao drag him to the punishment hall. But it was understandable. Those shouting were Ti Hao's close brothers. They feared for their spirit stones under the Feng Yun platform. Wagers had been placed. Everyone here except Hung Nhi and Deep then had bet on Ti Hao's victory. If Ti Hao lost, their spirit stones were gone forever. Deep then didn't even glance their way. Like a god of war incarnate, he beat the man before him until no path of survival remained amid the chaos. Only Hung Nhi shouted with excitement, my god is avenging himself, such spirit, such fire, brat, that's it. At that moment, one disciple leaned close to Tam and Gayat, whispering, senior sister, what should we do? But she just stood still, eyes flashing with resentment, yet powerless on the stage. Deep then continued his assault, giving Ti Hao no room to breathe. The man was beaten, crawling on the ground, body torn, breathing shallow, yet still he stubbornly rose, blood spilling from his lips, glaring at Deep then and growling, Deep then you'll never defeat me. Deep then narrowed his eyes, cold as steel, the corner of his mouth curling in scornful, puzzled smirk. What is this fool going to do now? But right then a blinding light flared from the heavenly talisman stuck to his arm at some point, causing him to freeze, his expression momentarily stunned. A purple light suddenly burst forth, shaking the entire arena. The crowd below erupted in noise and heated debate. The heavenly spirit talisman. How precious. No one thought Ti Hao would possess such a charm. With his true energy sealed, Deep then was destined not to rise again. This time it is over. The disciples of Enhan Duong peak sighed in relief. So senior brother Ti had planned this all along. The next part of the match will not be tense anymore. On the other hand, Hung Enhai's face turned purple with rage. He raised his middle finger and shouted toward the stage, Ti Hao, do you have no shame left? Fighting someone at condensation stage, and you use a heavenly spirit talisman. Can you do anything else? Ti Hao did not care in the slightest, only laughed arrogantly, his tone full of smugness. But inside, Deep then felt a heavy weight. My true energy is sealed. I cannot fight him, with my core sealed. My base flame is also locked. Even if my body is strong and my combat ability excellent, without true energy there is absolutely no chance of victory. The blade in Ti Hao's hand gleamed cold blue, dragging on the ground with a shrill sound. Deep then's blood on it not yet dry. He approached, his voice full of threat. I will make you wish for death. Deep then clenched his teeth, his eyes igniting with resolve. Who lives and who dies is not yet decided. Below, mocking cheers rose again. What now? Deep then still wants to fight. His true energy is sealed. Defeat is certain. Looks like he wants to die struggling. Useless effort. Hearing that, Ti Hao became even more excited. He leapt, his body flashing like lightning, slashing down with a terrifying strike. Let me see how long you can endure. Swiftly, Deep then leaned aside, dodging by a hair's breadth. But the sword waves continued endlessly. Ti Hao gave him no time to breathe. Sword lights poured out densely like a tangled formation, each strike brimming with killing intent. Though sealed, Deep then relied on his agile movement, slipping through each gap, searching for an opening to counter. He darted toward the heaven's rift sword. His hands gripped the hilt tightly, the cold blade trembling with battle lust. Ti Hao's sword light poured down like a storm, yet no matter how fierce, it could not pierce through the heaven's rift sword. Deep then braced his whole body, gripping the sword with both hands, blocking each murderous blow, waiting for his moment to strike back. Ti Hao roared, die, pouring all his strength into one fatal strike, the sword slashing down as if to split the arena in half. However, one unexpected sword shot forth and pierced straight into Deep Then's left shoulder. The pain tore his flesh, but he did not retreat. His bare hand instantly grabbed the sword blade, blood streaming down. In that instant, Deep Then swung his fist to counter. Yet his energy flow was sealed. The punch caused no real harm and only earned scorn from his foe. Too weak. Ti-Hao sneered and unleashed another palm strike filled with great force. The result, Deep then took it full on and spat blood. Taking advantage, Ti-Hao rushed in again, his tone murderous. This time you will die. But just as he prepared his fatal blow, a strange force surged up, freezing him in shock. A golden light burst out. 2 massive chains descended from the air, wrapping tightly around both of Ti-Hao's arms like divine shackles. Ti-Hao panicked, struggling desperately but in vain. Only then did he realize those chains came from Deep Then's palms. How could this be? The entire arena exploded in astonishment. Deep Then also had a heavenly spirit talisman. Ti-Hao's fellow disciples gawked wide-eyed, mouths agape in disbelief. Nothing is more precious than a heavenly spirit talisman. How could he have one? It's over. Ti-Hao has been bound. Only Hung Nhi laughed loudly, releasing all his pent-up frustration. Well done. Tam and Guyot stood frozen, her face stiff, eyes glued to the wind cloud platform, mumbling, where did he get a heavenly spirit talisman? Ti-Hao trembled all over, sweat pouring like rain. The spiritual energy in his body drained rapidly. His face turned pale. No, impossible. Deep Then's cold voice came from across. I told you, who lives and who dies is not yet decided. Ti-Hao gritted his teeth, his voice shaking. How do you have a heavenly spirit talisman? Deep Then gave a faint smile. Does that matter? What matters is now it's fair. You have no true energy, and I have none. Now we fight for real. What just happened was only the beginning. As he spoke, Deep Then stepped forward, his pressure like a mountain, suffocating Ti-Hao. Almost at the same instant, he sprang up, launching a punch with terrifying force. Ti-Hao panicked, raising both arms to block. Deep Then roared, block. Can you block this? The punch landed like a hammer, sending Ti-Hao spinning through the air before crashing down, blood splattering, his scream echoing miserably. Over the years, Ti-Hao had relied too much on true energy, never diligently training the most basic killing techniques. Without energy he was no match for Deep Then. Then that man resorted to old tricks again. As Deep Then turned his back, he lunged to strike from behind. Die. But before he could reach him, Ti-Hao took a crushing kick to the stomach, flying backward. Deep Then's scornful voice followed. 4th level of condensation stage. You think you're worthy? His junior disciples were utterly terrified, faces drained of blood. What is happening? Even with his true energy sealed, Deep Then is ferocious beyond reason. Deep Then flew forward and grabbed Ti-Hao by the ankle. The man groaned in pain, too weak to even scream. Deep Then lifted him like a chicken, swinging him hard left and right, each smash making the arena tremble, the crack of breaking bones mixing with shrill screams. Finally, with one tremendous swing, Ti-Hao turned pale with terror. A violent shock made the stage quake, the ground split open, dust billowing thick. When the smoke cleared, every eye turned to the wind cloud platform. Ti-Hao lay motionless, covered in blood, completely defeated, while Deep Then still stood tall, his aura like a mountain, his cold gaze sweeping across all. Without true energy, he had spent much strength. His breath came rough. At that moment, a shout rose below. He has no true energy. Attack together. The disciples of Enhan Vuong Peak all drew weapons, killing intent raging, ready to charge. Hung Nhi angrily drew his weapon and shouted, Shameless, little divine one, I'm coming. But before he could move, he froze in place. His eyes widened at the scene before him. This is... The disciples of Enhan Duong Peak were beaten until their jaws were crooked, their faces distorted. One fell, another rushed up and was thrown down again, blood splattered across the stone ground. On the dueling stage, crisp slapping sounds rang out sharply, harsh enough to make one shudder. Not a single one escaped being beaten to a pulp. The entire arena became utterly chaotic. Hung Nhi below was excited to the extreme, shouting encouragement, "So cool, little divine one." The remaining disciples standing under the platform felt chills down their spines, not daring to breathe heavily. This is too strong already. Yet there were still fools tired of living, charging up regardless, screaming, "Die!" Deep then frowned, his voice ice cold, seeking death. A single kick flew out, a crisp sound like bones breaking rang out. The force was so strong that his body bent like a shrimp. His dantian was crushed. Only a miserable cry was heard, "My dantian." Tam and Gaiet cried out in horror. Deep then, to cripple fellow disciples like this, are you not afraid the disciplinary hall will call you to account? He only glanced coolly, his tone indifferent. Crippling fellow disciples, the duel on Fong Van platform. Aside from the two sides fighting each other, no third person is allowed. This is the sect rule from the beginning until now. Even if I kill them right here, the disciplinary hall has no right to punish me. Hearing that, Tam Gaiet was speechless, her face twisted with resentment and trembling. "You..." Deep then spoke through clenched teeth, his cold gaze sweeping across. "It is the people of your Enhan Duong Peak who scorn the sect rules. Do not blame me." At that moment, Ti Hao staggered to his feet, step by heavy step toward Deep, then, his voice hoarse with hatred, "I want you dead." But before the words finished, his hand had already swung to the man's face. A heaven-shaking slap left him stunned before he knew what was happening. His head spun, blood spurted from his mouth. "Get out of my sight." Ti Hao collapsed, his body motionless at Deep Then's feet. Tam Gaiet stood outside, so angry her whole body trembled. Her lips moved, but no words came out. Killing intent billowed. True Kai surged from her body, clearly about to charge in a desperate attack. But just then, Hung Nhi raised his bow and shouted loudly, "To Tam Gaiet is it?" Golden light from the bow shone dazzlingly, his voice like thunder. "I advise you to behave. Otherwise the wind-shifting arrow of this young master will not spare you." Seeing the brilliant golden light on the bow, Tam Gaiet instinctively shrank back, not daring to move. Hung Nhi continued to roar, his presence overwhelming. "That is right. This young master does not want to target anyone. Be honest for me, otherwise do not blame me for ruthless action." The disciples of Enhan Duong Peak trembled even more at these words. No one dared to take half a step forward. Meanwhile, while Ti Hao could only groan weakly on the ground, Deep then had quickly stripped all valuables from him. "I will not be polite with a useless thing like you anymore." He rummaged while curling his lips in a grin, his eyes full of delight. "What is yours is mine. What is mine is still mine." After the battle at Fong Van platform, Deep then became famous throughout the sect and beyond. An apprentice disciple at the Condensation realm, in 1 month defeating consecutively the disciples of the 3 main peaks, among them even one at the human origin realm. This would surely become a tale passed down for a long time. At Thien Duong Peak, a sigh heavy as a mountain sounded. "Deep then, oh Deep then." Elder Chung spoke softly in regret. "Truly at first I underestimated you, and missed a genius disciple." By contrast, at Dia Duong Peak, gloating laughter echoed across the mountain. Cat Hong laughed loudly, his voice full of mockery. "Old man Than Duong, compared to my Dia Duong Peak, your Enhan Duong Peak lost even more miserably." At Enhan Duong Peak, the atmosphere thickened with killing intent. A fog of hatred covered everywhere. Though his whole body was wrapped in bandages, Ti Hao still gnashed his teeth and roared, "Kill! I want to kill him, damn it!" Than Duong Elder was so angry veins bulged on his forehead. His voice ground out word by word. "You cannot even defeat a condensation realm. I have truly wasted my effort teaching you." Tam Gaiet hastily interjected to explain. "Master, it is because that Deep then is too insidious," he shouted sharply, his tone icy. "Say no more. For the next month, you will stay quietly on the mountain. The outer sect contest. Do not make me lose face." Scene shifts at the small spiritual courtyard. Hung Nhi's excited laughter rang out. Are you a monster? How have your wounds healed so fast?" Deep then could not be bothered to answer. He simply extended his hand coolly. What are you surprised about? Talk less, hand it over. He nodded, tossing out a large bag of spirit stones. Rest assured, your share is not short. Then in a very authoritative tone, same rule, 5-5, that is 40,000 each. Suddenly, the corner of Hung Enhai's mouth curled up dangerously. Kid, have you ever been to the Umbral Black Market? Deep then answered curtly, no. Hearing that, the fat man immediately invited him. Then do you want to go there with me? In a few days, the once every 3 years auction of the Umbral Black Market will begin. It is said many treasures will be auctioned. To add credibility, he brought out a weapon to show off. See, this spiked mace was what I won at the last Umbral Black Market auction. Hung Enhai's voice grew ever more inviting. Once every 3 years, miss it, and you must wait 3 more years. However, Deep then cautiously asked back. But I heard that place is not exactly peaceful. He sneered and replied, the greater the danger, the greater the profit. Moreover, during the auction, killing is forbidden. We only go to look. If it seems bad, we leave after watching. How about it? Go or not? So he nodded. Then let us go and see. With the deal sealed, the fat man left at once. Good, it is decided. I will fetch some snow magnolia flowers. Tomorrow meet at the old place behind the mountain. Do not meet, do not return. Left alone, Deep then pulled out the haul taken from Ti Hao and marveled. Oh my, Ti Hao truly lives up to being a young talent of a cultivation clan. Highly expected by his family, valued and cultivated by Fan Duong, true person. From the storage pouch, Deep then took out a pile of treasures. He clicked his tongue. The stash in this pouch is very rich. These elixirs include some that nourish meridians, some that prolong life, some that enhance health. These artifacts are top grade as well. This one suits my Zich Tiu sword. Suddenly an item that looked like a turtle shell among them caught his eye. He picked it up to examine. Then his gaze sharpened. An indescribable hint flashed across his face. This turtle shell. Unexpectedly, the gourd at his waist trembled slightly, releasing a strange aura. From within, a strong suction burst out, pulling the turtle shell from his hand straight toward it. Waves of energy coiled around the shell, then were quickly drawn entirely into the gourd. Deep then was astonished. His eyes widened in doubt. He squinted and stared inside, muttering, "What are you doing?" Within that current, it was bit by bit absorbing the turtle shell. Suddenly something made him start in shock. At that moment, the gourd suddenly shook violently. A vast true Kai erupted from within. It surged like a flood, pouring straight into Deep Then's body. Immediately after, the whole gourd radiated blazing light, so bright it was impossible to look away. Then rows of mysterious ancient characters appeared before his eyes and made him involuntarily exclaim. Under the dim candlelight, Deep Then's voice rose, blending into the silence, filling the space. Tok An Thien Hone. At that very moment, the aura around his body surged, fierce like crashing waves. Deep then did not think much. He lifted his foot lightly. With one step he crossed far as if shrinking countless distances. He was astonished, inwardly pondering the reason. Tak Kai Vo Kuk, Tai Hin Nhuan. Profound true essence spread out. His body slowly rose, as if weightless. Deep Then's figure swept swiftly through the pitch-dark night, countless thoughts turning in his mind. Thien Kai Vo Dai, Tai Tam Tu Hon. After testing, Deep then exclaimed with excitement, "Good, this Tok An Thien Hone is excellent." It was not in vain to spend over 1,000 spirit stones. Suddenly a hearty laugh echoed from within. This time the jade spirit elixir was refined to 3 times the previous amount. Hung Nhi strolled out of the cave, holding a vial of spirit liquid and taking a satisfied sip, saying with contentment, "It was not in vain that I planted so many Taitangok land flowers." He propped his chin and grinned slyly, giving a special reminder. "Tomorrow we set off, first to Van Bao Kak to get some useful items, understand?" Hearing this, Deep then was taken aback, asking in confusion, "Useful items, what are they?" Hung Nhi answered with malice, "Thien Lin Chu, Thien Han Chu, and Thien Loi Chu." As soon as the words fell, Deep Then's eyes shone, his heart leaping as he hurriedly asked, "Van Bao Kak also sells these 3 talismans?" By explanation, these 3 talismans all carry wondrous effects. First, Thien Lin Chu has the main function of sealing. It can bind a cultivator's true Kai for a short time. Next, Thien Han Chu is mainly for escape. It can raise the user's speed in an instant. Finally, Thien Loi Chu is mainly for attack. Its might is terrifying, with power enough to blow up a mountain with a small additional prick. The Hang En Hak sect has 3 great talismans which are Thien Lin Chu, Thien Han Chu, and Thien Loi Chu. Next came an enticing introduction. These 3 great talismans of the Hang En Hak sect, each has its own function. Combined together, will achieve unexpected effects. Their level of preciousness also makes people lick their lips in desire. Hung Nhi spread his arms enthusiastically, grinning from ear to ear, and clearly analyzed. Of course they sell them. Thien Lin Chu is 10,000 spirit stones. Thien Han Chu is 30,000 spirit stones. And Thien Loi Chu requires 90,000 spirit stones. However, the might of this Thien Loi Chu is too fearsome, so it is banned inside Hang En Hak, but it can still be used outside. Deep then bluntly judged, something that fearsome, who could afford it? He immediately refuted. The outer sect of Hang En Hak hides crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There are many people, among them not a few are scions of cultivation families, very wealthy. Deep then pondered and reasoned. That is true, like in T. Hao's storage pouch yesterday. When emptied there were as many as 30,000 spirit stones. Other disciples from noble cultivation families who do not flaunt it are surely wealthy to an extreme. By contrast, Hung Nhi idly juggled and calmly continued, although these talismans are expensive, they are very practical. These are things that must be prepared when going out. At critical moments they are used to protect one's life. Compared to spirit stones, I care more about this little life of mine. After hearing this, Deep then gave a thumbs up in agreement, then nodded in praise. These words make sense, no matter how many spirit stones there are. If one has no life left, then what use are they? He told himself leisurely, before going to the Yumin black market. Go to Van Bao Kak once more. If I cannot afford Thien Loi Chu, then I can still buy the other 2. According to the plan, Deep then quickly arrived at Van Bao Kak. His voice rang out, 3 Thien Lin talismans, 1 Thien Han talisman, taken already. Deep then ran off gleefully, not forgetting to look back and curse a few lines. Tricked me again, elder. Do not fall into a pit when you walk at night. Dai Fuk fumed with rage, shouting curses. Wipe that foul mouth of yours. He glared at Deep then and growled threats. What kind of talk is that? Do you believe I will slice you? Yet Deep then still teased nonchalantly, beckoning with a provocative hand. Come over here. Night fell. Deep then stood looking at the 3 talismans in his hand, rambling his judgment. The older the ginger the spicier. Though I bargained hard, I still could not beat old Ban Dai Hai. It seems this old man having the post of elder at Van Bao Kak is not without reason. Along with that, the sounds of practice continued without end. At that time Ho-Oh was still diligently practicing the staff, heedless of the hour. The sound of wind whistled with each movement of the staff. Deep then observed while pondering, the staff, perhaps Ho-Oh is born with affinity for it? I must see how to obtain a set of staff techniques for him. Early the next morning, seeing the brothers flying in the sky, Deep then hurriedly suggested, how about we rent a spirit bird to fly there? Hung Nhi flatly rejected. That will not do. Hung Nhi leisurely chewed a chicken leg while clearly analyzing. Strong people all travel by controlling the air on their own. Sitting on a spirit bird to fly is not safe. Listen to me, and you will not be wrong. Walking is far but much safer than flying. Deep then's eyes lit up, realizing something very interesting. Thien Han Chu, once used, can travel 1,000 li in a day. He pulled out the shining talisman and asked curiously, why did you recognize Thien Han Chu? He answered succinctly, heard it a few times. Hung Nhi generously shared the good item with Deep, then, especially instructing carefully, give you one, stick it to your leg, pour true Kai into it. You must grasp the direction well. The speed of this spirit talisman is very fast. Do not go crashing into the mountain. Deep then quickly followed his words, lifting his leg and forming a hand seal. and did not forget to tease. Listen to you talk. The tip of Deep Then's finger suddenly flashed with a brilliant light. Immediately after, the talisman attached at his knee was also activated, shining brightly. Just as they set off, the talisman immediately took effect. In a moment he had left Hung Nhi 100 meters behind. Hung Nhi chased excitedly. The wind roared past their ears. The whole space seemed to freeze. The speed of the two at that moment was nearly equal. Deep Then exclaimed with delight. This Thien Han Chu is truly interesting. Now no human figure could be seen, leaving only two parallel streaks of light. Deep Then calculated silently. Although the speed of Thien Han is not equal to Tak An Thien Hon, the true Kai consumption is much less than Tak An Thien Hon. Hung Nhi informed. In about 1 Kangeo we will arrive. Deep Then replied tensely. I have smelled the fishy scent of blood in the air. He soothed in a gentle voice. Relax, it is fine. Your elder brother is here. At that very moment, Deep Then suddenly sensed something amiss, not right. The next instant, he grabbed Hung Nhi and urgently warned, careful. As his words ended, a shocking explosion erupted. The two detected it in time and narrowly escaped death. In the open ground a section had sunken. Hot smoke billowed thickly. Hung Nhi cursed in fury. Damn it. This is too wicked. Still shaken by the incident, they warily observed the surroundings. He raged and swore. Damn it. Which bastard set a trap here? Behind them, a mysterious back figure silently appeared, like a predator stalking. He carried a gigantic saber, its blade gleaming with gold. A vicious smile stretched long as if foretelling calamity. So you dodged the trap formation of mine. Demonic and evil aura flooded around him. His brawny silhouette weighed on the space. His eyes glowed blood red. I underestimated you. Facing the brutal Dia too, Deep Then clenched his arm and growled. Chan Duong realm. He declared arrogantly, hand over the storage pouch. I can let you die happily. Tension showed on both their faces. The atmosphere grew heavy. He weighed it in his mind, to fight or not to fight. DI letter 1EC7 PTH letter 1A7N analyzed darkly. Although the aura was strong, it was unstable. Just one glance revealed that he had only recently broken through to the true Yang realm. Reading his comrade's thoughts, he answered decisively, do it. Hung NH letter 1ECB grinned excitedly, gripping his spiked mace, ready for battle. Fight. Both of them charged toward D-stroke letter 1ECB at two at once, their battle cries bold and fearless. Attack. He swung his mace, opening with a direct strike. The enemy was no slouch, arrogantly striking back with his palm, wanting to die. The next instant, D-stroke letter 1ECB A2's face twisted in shock. His eyes widened, cold sweat streaming down his face. He hadn't expected it at all, and took a brutal hit from Hung NH letter 1ECB head-on. The latter roared fiercely, want to be beaten for real. D-stroke letter 1ECB A2 gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, looking at his swollen, bruised palm as rage boiled inside him. Damn it. He raised his hand, unleashing countless blazing bolts of lightning, his eyes blood red with fury as he roared in defiance. You dare wound me, D-I letter 1EC7 PTH letter 1EA7N swiftly leapt upward. The streaks of lightning twisted like webs of light around him. He shouted his technique, True Flame. Spiritual fire erupted from D-I letter 1EC7 PTH letter 1EA7N's arm, swirling and blazing with destructive power. He swept his arm decisively. The flames exploded, sweeping across in a surging tide that crushed his opponent. Moments later, D-stroke letter 1ECB A2 crashed down heavily, his blade stabbing deep into the ground with a sharp clang. Panic flashed across his face. True Flame. Before he could recover, D-I letter 1EC7 PTH letter 1EA7N dove straight down, hand extended as he activated his skill. 3 Beast Fury Secret Art, Tiger Pounce. He roared thunderously. Without mercy, D-I letter 1EC7 PTH letter 1EA7N slapped him hard across the face, the impact making him stagger in pain. Then came a direct strike, a flurry of blows, elbows smashing upward, fists pounding his jaw in rapid succession, thud after thud. D I letter 1 EC7 P TH letter 1 A7N stepped back to gain momentum, shouting furiously, "I'll hit you," and kicked him flying into the air. His eyes rolled back, his whole body numb. Seeing this, Hung NH letter 1 ECB rushed forward to follow up. Hit. D-stroke letter 1 ECB A2 reacted instantly, jerking his arm to block, quickly shifting the situation and hurling Hung NH letter 1 ECB backward with a powerful sweep. Rage exploded within him. He gathered a mass of mysterious energy, his eyes glowing red with murderous light. Die. D I letter 1 EC7 P TH letter 1 EA7N and Hung NH letter 1 ECB moved in perfect sync, both throwing punches, one using Dragon Tiger Fist, the other Thunder Crash Fist. Before they could strike, their attacks were shattered by D-stroke letter 1 ECB A2's violent surge of energy, blasting them backward. They hit the ground with heavy thuds. Hung NH letter 1 ECB grimaced in pain, grumbling, "Mother of mercy, that shook me to death." While DI letter 1 EC7 P TH letter 1 A7N muttered through clenched teeth, "The gap isn't that big." D-stroke letter 1 ECB A2 burst into loud laughter, smugly pointing at them, mocking, "You're both dead." DI letter 1 EC7 P TH letter 1 A7N stayed eerily calm, only curling his lips in a faint smile, replying coldly, "Who's dying is yet to be decided." They ignored D-stroke letter 1 ECB A2 completely, instead turning to high-five each other in delight. "Nice strike, little god, you weren't bad either." Their indifference drove him mad, and he roared, "Insolent fools." He drew back his hand, preparing a finishing blow, his spiritual power erupting into crushing pressure. Die. But no surge of power came. D-stroke letter 1 ECB A2 froze in confusion. What's going on? Panic struck when he saw two talismans stuck to his arm, heavenly spirit talismans. Hung NH letter 1 ECB sneered wickedly, turning his wrist to activate them. Warning, he's true Yang realm. Those two talismans can only seal his energy for 1 minute. DI letter 1 EC7 P TH letter 1 EA7N instantly understood the plan. Then let's use this chance to finish him. Both shouted in unison, "Begin." D-stroke letter 1 ECB A2's face turned pale with fear, snot running down uncontrollably. One used Dragon Tiger Fist, the other Thunder Crash Fist, both charging in, relentlessly punching his face. DI letter 1 EC7 P TH letter 1 A7N darted like wind, slashing across D-stroke letter 1 ECB A2's shoulder, drawing blood. "I strike." The man grimaced in agony, coughing up blood uncontrollably. On the other side, Hung NH letter 1 ECB seized the chance, swinging his mace decisively. "I'm coming." D-stroke letter 1 ECB A2 gasped in horror, screaming helplessly, "No." In the stillness of the night, their roars echoed through the forest. Then a column of light burst upward, tearing apart the darkness. Soon after, D-stroke letter 1 ECB A2 lay sprawled on the ground, foaming at the mouth, near death. DI letter 1 EC7 P TH letter 1 EA7N cautioned, "We shouldn't stay here long." Hung NH letter 1 ECB agreed instantly. "Then let's finish quickly." Before leaving, they stripped D-stroke letter 1 ECB A2 of all his belongings, leaving him in utter humiliation as their final revenge. Once done, the two continued their journey at ease, while D-stroke letter 1 ECB A2's misery was beyond words. As their figures faded into the distance, a mysterious figure appeared. HUY letter 1 EC1 NKH letter 1 AFC, hiding behind a tree, had watched the entire battle, intrigued, interesting. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, murmuring, "True flame, huh?" The wind swept through the forest, mingling with bursts of cheerful, excited chatter. Tens of thousands of spirit stones, worthy of the true Yang realm indeed, real quality goods. Two people sat behind a thicket, delighting in the pile of gold before them. Deep then picked up a gem and said, "It seems they were heading to the Yumin black market for an auction. Who would have thought they hit an underground culvert midway and overturned?" Hung NHI propped his chin, eyes bright, replying, "Not a waste of 2 heavenly spirit talismans, old rule, half for each." Among the gleaming money, an incense burner stood out. True Flame instantly sensed a fine item and voiced to him, "Treasure." Hung NHI noticed it at the same time. Both rushed out to claim it, speaking in unison, "I want this." Each grabbed one item without snatching from the other. As if understanding each other, they chuckled. The two happily slapped palms. "Good brothers." His attention fell on two secret manuals lying side by side, stirring his curiosity. Ham's Sun Fist. What is this? Hung Nhi intended to open it for a look, but what he found inside made his nose bleed. He nodded in satisfaction. "This will do, I will take this." Deep then stared blankly, eyes judging his dear brother. Rare goods. Time slipped by, and they soon arrived at the milestone of Thien Hien Mon. Tai Thuong Hien En Hat 9-star Earth Star, 357 meridians moisten the Yumin Pass. Before them stretched another long staircase. The air around them was dim with mist and smoke. Hung Nhi spoke. "Once we pass this marker and go forward we reach the Yumin Black Market." He asked doubtfully, "Thien Hien Mon, what is its origin? I have never heard of such a power in Daiso." He said, "My uncle told me that before Hang and Hak's sect founded its school, Thien Hien Mon was already here. They do not belong to any sect, but their members are both strong and mysterious. It is said their sect master is a cultivator of the Heavenly Silence Realm." Hearing this, Deep then paused and wondered. "Heavenly Silence Realm," he continued. "The 6 realms of cultivators are condensing Kai, human origin, true yang, spirit void, void clarity, heavenly silence, one step to the heavens. Even the 3 great sects and the even stronger Blood Market Hall have no cultivator at the heavenly realm." Finishing, Hung Nhi could not wait. He hurried ahead, then turned to urge, "Come on, let us go in." After walking a while, Deep then felt the surrounding aura change clearly. He blurted out in confusion, "What is this?" He explained, "No need to be surprised. At every auction, Thien Hien Mon sets a powerful suppression. Everyone who enters has their cultivation suppressed down to condensing Kai first level." Stepping into the Yumin Black Market, they chatted along the way. He asked curiously, "Even a void clarity powerhouse will be suppressed?" Hung Nhi answered decisively, "No exceptions." Deep then was amazed. "Thien Hien Mon is that formidable?" He confirmed directly and added, "Of course, though they are in the Yumin Black Market, they never interfere with conflicts here. Only during this once in 3 years auction is killing strictly forbidden." As they walked he asked with interest, "I heard people from the Blood Market Hall once came to cause trouble, but were slaughtered and sent back in misery." Hung Nhi said, "Thien Hien Mon is like the symbol of this land. Whether sects or cultivation clans, none dare challenge their majesty." Hearing this he could only find it ironic. Impressive indeed. No matter how strong one is outside, upon coming here one must lower oneself. All around the market were enticing cries of vendors, creating a bustling atmosphere. "Come take a look. Spirit stones and spirit liquids sold like gifts here. Fellow cultivator, needs spiritual energy, all top grade." He warned in particular, "Do not underestimate the owners of these stalls. Most are in disguise. It may well be that one of them is an elder of a sect or a powerhouse of a cultivation clan." Deep then widened his eyes in admiration, looking around with awe. "I cannot deny that, I believe it." Hung Nhi said leisurely, "The auction starts tomorrow. For now let us wander at will. The night is lively too." The next instant, he suddenly noticed something important. Hung Nhi hurried toward a crowd ahead and tossed a quick instruction, "Look around as you like. I will check over there." Deep then pouted in judgment. The Yumin Black Market really sells everything. Just then, he suddenly froze. He had run into someone familiar. The graceful beauty ahead was Ko Nin Suong of the Chin Duong sect. The man behind her was the first disciple among the 9 direct heirs of Chin Duong, named Hoa Van. He said gently, "Junior Sister Ko, let us go look elsewhere." As the familiar figure passed by, Deep then stood stunned for a few seconds, completely unprepared. She came here as well. He quickly took out a mask, a bitter ache rising in his heart. Former lovers meeting again, will it hurt? And the answer was only one, it would. Deep then swiftly put on the mask and walked as if nothing had happened. As he drew near, he seemed to feel a familiar warmth, perhaps only for a moment. He passed by with a heavy heart, but the pain inside was only a brief instant, no longer loving, yet not hating either. He sank again into fragments of sad memories, reminding himself that what belonged to yesterday had drifted away like smoke. In this life, the bond was gone. In the end, a loved one had become a stranger. Hung Nhi stood hands on hips before Deep, then, annoyed, little godling. Why are you wearing a mask? Made me search for you for so long. He smiled softly and offered a calm excuse. Just bought it. Looks nice. He did not think much of it. Too much money to burn. Come on. I found a good place to stay. Let us rest there first. Reaching the inn, Hung Nhi was exhausted, yet still reminded him, sleep early. This young master is sleepy. You are rushing to study the Vu Sun's secret art. Be careful not to collapse. Deep then looked down at the two magical items in his hands, feeling uneasy, wondering what mysteries lay within. He brought the gourd to the incense burner. In an instant, the spiritual energy from the censer was rapidly absorbed. The gourd began to shake violently. Deep then pondered. Even the purple gold little gourd reacts this strongly. Then the secret hidden in this tripod must be extraordinary. He slowly released his hand. The gourd kept shaking in midair. What is it after all? Inside the purple gold gourd, the censer kept pouring out spiritual energy. A drop of fresh blood suddenly fell. At that moment, the censer shot out of the purple gold gourd. Deep then grumbled in disappointment. That is it. The little gourd refined it for half a day, and there is nothing special. Saying so, he took a big swig. He sat in silence, murmuring to himself, looks like even the little gourd can misjudge at times. In a blink, his vision blurred, everything around him turned unreal. How strange this feels. He grew weak. The gourd slipped from his hand. What is happening? Heat flooded his body, sweat beaded on his face. His breath grew heavy and strained, unbearably thirsty. Unable to endure it, he yanked off his outer robe, revealing firm muscles. Reason slipping away, he gulped frantically, his mind filled only with water. His eyes flew wide, pupils flashing with blazing fire. The sound of shifting bones clicked dryly, his head spun in dizziness. His eyes suddenly blazed, emitting an eerie violet force, and a mysterious mark appeared at the center of his brow. A dark power took over his body. Deep then gradually lost control, clutching his head and screaming in pain. His eyes rolled back, his face pale and lifeless. The sound of wind rustled softly at dawn. On the second day, sunlight streamed through the wooden window. He lay face down on the floor, half awake, slowly opening his eyes, emerging from a fog of exhaustion. He lifted his head, frozen as he felt the drastic change within him. Quickly sitting up, he stared at his palm, where a swirl of mysterious spiritual energy gathered. Shocked, he realized, my cultivation, my realm has risen by 3 levels. I've reached the 8th level of the condensation stage. What happened last night? Just then, Hung Nhi kicked the door open, his loud voice coming before his body. Hurry up, little godling. We'll be late. He frowned, puzzled. What are you doing sitting on the floor? Seeing this, Deep then scratched his head, forcing an awkward laugh. Blurting out an excuse, I'm training my abs. Hung Nhi jolted, then shouted, training your abs, my ass, hurry up, or there'll be no seats. Scene shift. The dark underworld's black market at towering, piercing pagoda still tightly closed. Deep then asked curiously, why isn't it open yet? Hung Nhi answered impatiently, it's not time yet. What's the rush? Deep then wondered aloud. I'm curious what heavenly profound sect will auction this time. He couldn't hide his amazement, whispering in awe, an auction hosted by heavenly profound sect really is extraordinary. Hung Nhi replied calmly, of course, with a sly grin. He suddenly reached into his pants, searching for something. Deep then jumped in alarm, yelling, what are you doing, pervert? Hung Nhi pulled out 2 small pink pills, introducing them. These are disguise pill and voice change pill. Swallow one with a wicked grin. He teased, it can change your voice and face perfectly, lasts 1,000 years if careful. Deep then was horrified, refusing. Keep them for yourself. I'll wear a mask. Hearing that, Hung Nhi shrugged and swallowed both himself. If you won't use them, then fine. Deep then asked suspiciously, your storage bag is in your crotch, or what? In a blink, Hung Nhi's appearance transformed, unbelievably radiating a holy glow like a Buddha, proudly declaring safe, causing Deep then to tremble in shock. The pagoda door slowly opened, revealing a dim mysterious light inside. An old man entered, his posture commanding respect. Who is that? He looks so proud, they whispered around. You don't know, that's old Black Mountain. He dominates an entire region. I must be getting forgetful. Stepping into the lavish main hall deep, then couldn't help but exclaim. Impressive calligraphy from afar. Hung Nhi called out cheerfully. Over here. He devoured food greedily, smacking loudly without care for his image deep, then sat down staring in disbelief, quickly scolding. Heavens, leave some for me. Hung Nhi ignored him, still worrying about something else. How can you eat with that mask on? He said casually between bites. I'll eat for you. Then deep, then snapped, eat your own head. At that moment, a gloomy old man approached their table. At a glance deep, then could feel the immense power. He sat across from them, thick demonic chi spreading through the air. Deep, then observed quietly, suspicion rising even with cultivation suppressed. Why does this old man's presence still feel so oppressive? Then a servant gestured toward the door, announcing clearly, the people of the T family from southern Kang have attendance. Respectfully. Murmurs spread through the crowd. The Tu Du family of Western Shu has arrived too. Is that the Wang family of Northern Xuan? They came as well. Hearing the chatter deep, then turned curiously, looking. The Shangyuan family of Eastern Yu. He asked, puzzled, doesn't your Hung family have anyone coming? Hung Nhi waved at a man nearby who looked just like him, introducing there. That's my second master, Uncle. Deep, then hesitated, commenting, your second master, Uncle? Sure, looks casual. Hung Nhi confirmed proudly, of course he does. A stern man entered, his cold, emotionless face sending chills through the hall. Voices cried out, the Hang En Hak sect has arrived. Deep, then turned to ask, this man is from Hang En Hak sect. Why have I never seen him? Have you? Hung Nhi answered confidently, the inner sect's sword controlling peak master. I think his name is Feng Wuengan. Another man appeared, dignified and commanding. The Zhengyang sect has arrived. Deep, then easily recognized Ngo Truong Than. His face darkened, old memories flooding back, anger simmering. The one cast me out of the sect, and today we meet again. Several more groups representatives from various sects announced before the crowd. The King Yun sect has also arrived. Laziai smirked, arrogantly known as the second ranked among the 9 core disciples of King Yun sect. His appearance reignited buried hatred. Clenched his fists. The man who destroyed my Danshan, my vengeance will be repaid. A solemn voice echoed, announcing the arrival of the bloodlust hall. From here things will get lively. Obtaining the treasure won't be simple. Deep, then looked on, stunned, realizing those 3 were the ones who hunted So Lin Nhi in the demon forest. According to what he knew, the great So region was divided into 1 hall and 3 sects. Bloodlust hall dominated the northern territory, a true powerhouse. Even the 3 sects dared not provoke. Finally, the moment everyone awaited arrived. The host's voice boomed, gentlemen, the elder from Heavenly Profound Sect. Elder Duong stepped forward without delay, his tone steady. The rules here you all know already, no need for further words. He raised his hand, declaring officially, the auction begins. The first item to open the auction was solemnly presented, a sword laid straight on the stand. Elder Duong gave a brief introduction. Violet Sun Sword. His fingers closed to form a seal. Light gathered into a sphere of energy. The next second, Elder Duong flicked his hand decisively. The sword shot up, enveloped in a mysterious spiritual force. The starting price is 50,000 spirit stones. Whoever bids higher will obtain it. People below placed bids in turn. I bid 50,000 and 1,000, 53,000. The price climbed higher and higher, 60,000. Deep then propped his chin in boredom, coughed a few times and showed his dissatisfaction, commenting, this is already too expensive. Hung Nhi paused his eating, glanced over and explained, have you not heard of the opening red? The first auction item is to stir up the atmosphere. There will be cheaper items later. The price had now been pushed to a dizzying height, 80,000 spirit stones, 85,000, 90,000. Behind the curtain, an old man sitting high observed quietly. He calmly tapped his fingers on the armrest, secretly signaling. A deep voice simultaneously called out, 100,000. The Chin Duong sect wants it. The hall suddenly fell into a strange silence. They trembled and told themselves, do not bid any more. This is no joke. The Chin Duong sect has bid. Be sensible. Amid the enveloping quiet, Elder Duong formally announced, if no one bids further, this Violet Sun Sword will belong to the Chin Duong sect. Truong Fan could not hide his triumph. He smiled arrogantly. After the first dramatic auction, the next item was presented, a rare bronze censer of golden hue, accompanied by a brief introduction. Duong Bronze Censer. Starting price is 30,000. The bidding begins now. The earlier silence dissolved, the stands erupted again. People eagerly raised hands to bid. Numbers rolled like waves, 50,000, 70,000. An arm slowly rose. A hoarse and decisive voice rang out, drowning the chaos in the stands. I bid 90,000. Deep then rubbed his chin in thought, muttering to himself, this bronze censer does not look bad. Hung Nhi casually suggested, if you want it then raise the price. He only answered curtly with 3 words, no money. The other froze for a beat, then instantly changed face. Consider I said nothing. The current price had leapt to a shocking threshold. I bid 150,000. Behind the thin curtain, someone leapt with glee and shouted a ringing bid, 160,000. Our Than Van sect has taken it. Hearing that name, the entire hall fell quiet. They could only give up regretfully. The Than Van sect, forget it. Why provoke them? Elder Duong announced, if no one raises the bid, this item will go to the Than Van sect. The next item was quickly brought to the floor. A 7-colored luminous tower, starting price 80,000. As soon as it appeared it set the stands scrambling to chase it. 100,000, 150,000, 200,000. A middle-aged man eagerly raised his hand and called an exorbitant price, 300,000. No sooner had he spoken than a ferocious crimson demon face suddenly surged forth, menacing and threatening. So, do you want your sect exterminated? The uncle from earlier was so frightened he jumped. There was no doubt that mysterious power was the bloodthirst hall, the nightmare of many. The man wept and sobbed, I do not want it anymore. The other side laughed in smug delight. Good that you know your place. Elder Duong quickly announced, the 7-colored luminous tower returns to the bloodthirst hall. A gentle smiling girl lifted another unusual artifact with both hands. He declared, all right, the next auction item is... Elder Duong was exhausted, stroking his beard and yawning wide, his voice openly weary. Iron cudgel, starting price 10,000, begin bidding. In that instant, Deep Then's eyes widened, light flared, which made him notice. His base flame reacted. Treasure. Looking closely, it was a large iron bar, black, very long. No one could imagine it. Someone asked directly, what is this? Elder Duong answered bluntly, did I not say already? That is an iron cudgel, of course. You may also consider it a heavenly fire staff. They did not decide in haste, but turned back to confer carefully among themselves. So casual, certainly not a treasure. Its appearance is unsightly too. Even with money you cannot throw it away like that. In short, I will not buy it. The attitude of the majority seemed the same. He was somewhat surprised. No one wants it. Then it will have to be kept. Suddenly, a voice declared clearly, wait, I want this iron cudgel. Everyone could not help but be puzzled. They all turned to see who had made that decision. Deep then decisively slammed the table and spoke with firm voice. Senior, 10,000 spirit stones, it is mine. Hung Nhi yelled in shock. Are you ill? 10,000 spirit stones to buy that shabby iron cudgel. He shrugged and answered calmly, cheap. The crowd immediately sneered with contempt, as if saying, I would not want it. This little brother is truly amusing. Elder Duong spoke to cut off the noise. If no one raises the bid, then the iron cudgel will go with this friend. At the deciding moment, someone unexpectedly bid. Wait, I bid 10,000 1,000. None other than Truong Than, he proclaimed arrogantly. This iron cudgel, our Chin Duong sect will take it. Old resentment flared again. Deep then frowned in anger, and without hesitation shouted his bid. I bid 10,200. He instantly became the focus of every gaze around, wanting to snatch an item from the Chin Duong sect, and the item to snatch was a pitch-black iron cudgel. Who is this brat? His head must be waterlogged. Truong Than let out a cold laugh, full of intimidation and disdain. Brat, do you know who you are stealing from? Deep then glanced back in puzzlement and asked boldly, Elder, are you threatening me? He found it interesting, very good, spirited. It has been a long time since anyone dared to steal from our Chin Duong sect. Since that is so, this seat will play with you to the end. I bid 20,000 spirit stones. He did not waver, smiled faintly, and calmly raised 20,000 1,000. Truong Fan cried out forcefully, 30,000. Deep then still answered coolly, 30,000 1,000. His composure uncanny, even a bit excited. The other grew more resolute, determined to contend to the end. Very well, I bid 40,000. By this point, the price he called had touched 100,000. The towering number made Hung Nhi spit blood on hearing it. He tried to persuade, as I see it, you have gone mad. Truong Fan pointed straight and aggressively provoked his opponent. 110,000. Brat, if you have the guts, then raise it again. Deep then stared steadfastly, his gaze without ripple. He was ready to fight to the end. 120,000. The man suddenly fell silent and did not respond. Seeing this, Deep then gave a slight cold smile and asked indifferently, Elder, playing like this, are you still satisfied? Cold sweat trickled down their backs as they glanced at Deep then's calm figure, fear filling every breath. Who was this boy? Even Elder Duong himself was startled by such determination, unable to hold back a sigh of admiration. 200,000, so decisive. Deep then leisurely lifted his teacup, his composed demeanor sending chills through the room. He smiled faintly, mind full of calculations. When it comes to money, I'm far from being in Yo Truong Thon's match, but even if I can't buy it, I'll make sure he bleeds a little. Truong Tan set his resolve, refusing to yield, angrily shouting his bid and provoking. 210,000, if you've got the guts, raise it again. In the tense atmosphere, Hung Nhi grew anxious, cautiously asking, Kid, are you really going for that iron cudgel? Deep then confirmed directly, yes. At this point, Hung Nhi sighed in sympathy, reluctantly pulling out a money pouch, pushing it toward Deep then with a warning. I only have 300,000, I'll lend it to you, but you better pay me back. Seeing this, Deep then's eyes widened in surprise, completely unexpecting. But you, Hung Nhi winked playfully, teasing to ease the tension. What's with the hesitation? Be a man. If we lose it, we'll just do it again next time. Deep then closed his eyes slightly, lowering his head, a soft smile flickering at the corners of his lips, showing gratitude. Thank you. Then he raised his voice powerfully, 300,000. The crowd burst into chaos again, whispering, Isn't that too much? 300,000 for an iron cudgel. Truong Fan's face twisted in fury, his expression darkening with frustration, growling, You brat. He froze when he saw Elder Duong glaring at him, bullets in his eyes, who impatiently warned, Show killing intent again, and don't blame me for being rude. Refusing to yield, Truong Fan clenched his fists until veins bulged, declaring harshly, 310,000. Without a second of hesitation, Deep then shouted decisively, 500,000, sending the entire hall into an uproar. Is this boy insane? Heavens, that's a sky-high price. Truong Fan slammed his hand down on the armrest, the sharp crack echoing across the room, silencing everyone. He stood abruptly, the wooden chair shattered under his force, his breathing heavy with rage. Elder Duong wasted no time, his voice clear and final. Since no one bids higher, this iron cudgel belongs to this young friend here. Victorious, Deep then and Hung Nhi slapped hands in celebration, grinning triumphantly. A young woman carried the iron cudgel forward, walking carefully. Deep then silently prayed, 500,000, don't disappoint me. The auction ended. Some rejoiced, others regretted, emotions mixed. Before closing, Elder Duong announced loudly, Today's auction ends here, we continue tomorrow. Those who have bought items, bring your payment to the rear hall for registration. Deep then and Truong Fan crossed paths, their eyes locking, tension compressing the air. Truong Fan glared with lingering hatred, his tone arrogant and venomous. Boy, I'll make you pay for crossing the Chin Duong sect. Deep then closed his eyes indifferently, calm and unreadable, replying evenly, It's fair competition, whoever bids higher wins. If you can't bear to spend money, can you blame me? As they brushed past, Truong Fan hissed bitterly, I hope when the auction ends, you'll still talk that fast. Only Deep then understood, sneering inwardly. Fool, you think I'll give you the chance? The iron cudgel sat neatly on a red-draped stand, its presence dignified and commanding. Elder Duong laughed warmly, praising, "Young man, you were very decisive today." Deep then answered modestly, his courteous tone pleasing, "You flatter me, senior." He stepped closer and bowed deeply, expressing respect. "Thank you, senior." Elder Duong smiled with satisfaction, stroking his beard, his face radiant. "No need for formality, someone has been waiting for you." A refined voice called softly, "Young friend, please come in," making Deep then pause. The courtyard behind Tang Long Pavilion was serene under the warm sun. The red pavilion roof reflected upon the clear lake, and a figure sat waiting, surrounded by layers of mountains. Deep then strode in confidently, his graceful bearing exuding quiet strength. Then he froze, stunned, recognizing him instantly. It's him. The man clasped his hands politely, his face firm and emotionless. At first glance, Deep then could tell he was from Thien Hien sect. After a brief moment of thought, Deep then stood opposite Hien Kok, politely asking, "May I ask, senior, why you've called me here?" The man wasted no words, speaking directly, "I need your help." Deep then blinked, surprised. "My help?" Hien Kok explained clearly, his tone resolute. "To be precise, I need the primal flame within you." Deep then froze for a few seconds, heart racing. Seeing his reaction, Hien Kok continued quickly, reassuring him, "Of course, it's not without reward. I will pay you accordingly, or whatever you desire, just name it." Deep then answered bluntly, "I need money." The man looked surprised, confirming, "That's all." Deep then coughed lightly to compose himself, then affirmed firmly, "Yes." As soon as he finished speaking, a pouch of money was tossed straight toward him. Deep then caught it swiftly and replied, "Thank you, senior." Hien Kok wasted no time, rolling up his sleeve and declaring firmly, "Then let's begin." What appeared before Deep then made him gasp in shock, unable to hold back his exclamation, "What is this?" Intricate markings on the man's arm glowed vividly, intertwining like veins, emanating a mysterious demonic aura and oppressive power. Hien Kok answered curtly, "A curse seal." A person was restrained within a vast source of power, the body taut with pressure, a living proof of the might of the Wu curse. The Wu curse is a very cruel sigil art. Only those of the legendary Wu tribe can cast it. Once struck, if it cannot be halted or dispelled in time, the victim will surely be devoured by the curse and die. The Wu tribe is an ancient and mysterious race, counted among the 9 clans of the distant age together with the Demon Clan, the Immortal Clan, the Spirit Clan, the Ancient Clan, the Beast Clan, the God Clan, the Dragon Clan, and the Barbarian Clan, a truly mighty race of antiquity. Deep then held many doubts. He spoke out the questions rising in his mind. "Elder, can my true flame really help you suppress this Wu curse?" The other confirmed at once, "Ordinary true flame would not do, but perhaps your true flame can." He was taken aback. He asked in confusion, "Elder, does true flame also have stronger and weaker grades?" He explained seriously, "Of course, I have seen many true flames, but a true flame with a golden sheen like yours, this is the first time I have seen it." Deep then denied awkwardly, "Yet I do not find my true flame strong." Hien Kok said that true flame is born of heaven and earth. It bears its own spirit. It will still be limited by the cultivation of its master. At the condensing Kai realm, your true flame holds only the power equal to your realm. Moreover, after laying out his reasoning, he concluded with a firm tone and steady gaze, "Your true flame has not yet awakened." Deep then widened his eyes in shock, blurting out, "Not yet awakened." The sacred fire in him flared. Holy flames lightly wreathed his body. He felt its full sorcery. The elder rose and said, "I can only say this, it is not an ordinary true flame, at the very least, to my sight. It is stronger than any true flame I have seen." Hien Kok gently instructed, "Young friend, you only need to refine one sigil among them." His palms pressed together. The true flame activated. The spirit fire surged fiercely. He called out his guidance. The sigils of the Wu curse are linked in sequence. Once one sigil is refined, I will have a way to break the curse. He answered loudly, his momentum soaring. Understood. Just then, Hancock sensed something unusual. With keen senses, the moment he connected, he felt a powerful wave spreading. Demon blood. Suspicion rose in his mind. He secretly inferred, why does this boy carry demon blood? It seems he does not know his blood holds the lineage of an ancient demon clan. At that time, Deep then noticed nothing. He remained calm, devoting himself to healing the elder with full focus and effort. A soft pop sounded. The lines of the Wu curse were visibly affected. The aura churned with eerie swirls. Flickering light appeared. Hancock pressed 2 fingers to the surface of his arm, feeling the pulse of the capillaries. Sensing the opening, he shouted, "This is the moment." He struck acupoints in quick succession. Channeling power to unravel the curse, light flashed. The rows of sigils scattered. He steeled his spirit, poured out all his strength to eradicate it. The muscles of his face tense with sweat. Hancock almost suffered backlash. The dreadful pressure wrung a cry of pain from him. The rear courtyard of Tang Long Pavilion shuddered. The lake water splashed up like silver rain. The stamped lines of the Wu sigils on his arm gradually faded, then vanished. He panted in distress, joyfully expressing gratitude. "Many thanks, young friend." Deep then replied dimly, "Elder, you are too polite." After the task was done, he looked at the generous reward in disbelief, exclaiming in shock, 50 van. Deep then chuckled with delight, face beaming as he opened the money pouch, marveling, truly generous. Inside, besides countless gleaming spirit stones, there was also a small slip of paper neatly rolled. He opened the note. Lines of writing appeared. It was the heartfelt message Hancock entrusted. "That iron staff is a gift to you from our Thien Hyen sect. 50 van spirit stones, returned to you." Deep then sighed with admiration. Indeed a man of Thien Hyen sect. Immersed in boundless joy at the great precious gift, bold and liberal indeed. His gaze suddenly halted, as if drawn by something. In an instant, he hurried over, eyes boring into 2 stones set on the table. Deep then recognized them at once, black iron and black steel. Without further thought, he called out to ask. But before the words finished, the old vendor slipped away to another side. The corner of his mouth twisted into a crooked smile, his face showing perverse glee. Spotting 2 pretty young maidens passing by, he immediately rolled his eyes after them, waved his hand, and tossed out crude teasing, "Looks delicious." Deep then scolded irritably, "Old man, keep staring, and I will take the goods away." Turning back, the old man finally noticed Deep then standing there. Cat Vu scratched his head with a strained grin. Deep then said coolly, "I want to buy black iron and black steel." The old man coughed to clear his voice, then started to flatter and prattle. "Young sir, at a glance I can tell you no fine goods. All I have are treasures, just waiting for someone fated." He lost patience and asked, "No more words, what is the price?" Cat Vu raised 1 finger, slowly uttered the number, 10 van. He scowled and cut the price in half, 5 van, grumbling inwardly, 10 van spirit stones, then I could have bought from Chow Dai Fuck. Why trek 1,000 lie to the Yumin black market? He said honestly, "My master taught me, when buying, bargain down by half." The old man jolted in alarm. Cat Vu planted his hands on his hips and shouted, 9 van, no less. Deep then answered coolly, 6 van. Without thinking further, the old man changed attitude at once, hurried the goods into Deep then's hands, sold. Hearing it, Deep then froze with a stammer, wondering if he had been duped. The old man glanced around, thrust out his hand impatiently, "Money, quickly." An enraged elder strode up, killing intent blazing, barking threats, "Chu Cat Vu, you vile lout, a wretch fit for 1,000 cuts, do not run." Sweat poured from the old man, his whole body shaking. The newcomer roared and charged straight at Cat Vu in pursuit. "Stop for me, I will kill you." Inside, Deep then rejoiced. He left. Outwardly he tried to appear upright. No, that will not do. Yet the corners of his mouth could not hide a broad grin, and his hand had already quite conveniently, pocketed the goods. When night fell, Deep then carried the spoils of battle and joyfully returned to the inn. With both hands he lifted the iron staff and set it before the violet gold gourd. Deep then's eyes shone with delight. His mouth could not help but mutter, 500,000 spirit stones to win you at auction. Do not disappoint me. The streams of light swirled violently. After that the gourd directly drew the iron staff inside. He called out, "Go." He bent down and watched intently, his eyes sparkling with pleasure, his heart full of hope. He waited and no miracle happened. Deep then's face fell in dejection. Hope vanished at once. Still clinging to a little hope, he picked up the violet gold gourd and shook it hard. Annoyed, he asked himself, "So that is all?" Deep then flew into a rage, angrily hurled the gourd to the floor, cursing without stop. 500,000 spirit stones. In the end, what the hell did I buy? Just then he remembered the Xuan iron and Xuan steel he had bought that afternoon. Deep then smiled in triumph and spoke arrogantly. Xuan iron and Xuan steel are the real thing. Watch me refine my red comet sword. Deep then sat down seriously and focused on forging. Flames rose around him. The Xuan iron and Xuan steel melted and floated in mid-air. He suddenly shouted, the sound echoing through the room. The sword gradually took form, blazing within the surging true flame that wrapped it. He gripped the hilt tightly. Heat burst forth. Spiritual fire filled the space. Deep then ran his hand lightly along the blade and smiled with satisfaction. Good, at last there is some gain. Time flew by. The next morning at the Shenju Inn, Hung and Hai's scolding voice rang everywhere. "Brat, when did you come back last night? I thought you were assassinated already." "You already said it. During the auction period private fights are forbidden. Even if Injo Truongthan were bolder, he would not dare come to settle accounts." He did not react. He directly tossed a money pouch into the man's hand and walked away coolly, leaving only a casual line. "Here, your spirit stones, 300,000, not more not less." Hung Nhi asked suspiciously, "How do you still have spirit stones?" After a long tiring night, Deep then stretched his hand behind his head with a jaded air and answered offhand, "Found them." The man believed it at once, opened the pouch to check and asked in confusion, "Found them? Found where? I will go find a basket too." Deep then raised his hand high and answered plainly, "Thien Hien Mon." Hung Nhi looked doubtful and retorted at once, "Found at Thien Hien Mon. Hard to believe you. Having money feels too good." The scene shifted to Tang Long Pavilion. Dim lights shrouded the space. Deep then and Hung Nhi enjoyed breakfast together. He ate slowly and elegantly, then reminded, "Eat less, or you will burst." The man chewed ravenously and shot Deep then a glare, shouting in annoyance, "It is not your food. What are you stingy about?" Truongthan happened to come by. The moment he saw him, Deep then smiled inwardly. A thought flashed, "Ngo Truongthan." Deep then cast a glance, his eyes cold and unreadable. He told himself, "Best that you do not provoke me, otherwise today I will make you bleed again." Hung Nhi knew what he was thinking and warned at once, "Today you should lie low, careful not to overturn the boat in a sewer. That Ngo Truongthan is not easy to mess with. Heard he said yesterday he wants to flay you?" Deep then mocked with contempt, "I am so scared." Explanation corner. Yesterday's auction was all spiritual artifacts. Today's auction is secret arts and talismans. That is the long-standing rule of the Yumin black market. When everyone had gathered, Elder Duong stood boldly at center stage, spread his arms, and solemnly declared the opening. "Begin the auction." He presented the first item, also the opener for today, named One Yang Finger. Elder Duong introduced, "Cultivate to Yang True Kai, gather into one finger, called One Yang. Fellow Taoists of the fire attribute may consider bidding. The starting price is 50,000. We begin now." Very quickly someone raised a sign, 60,000. That person was none other than Hung Nhi. He spoke forcefully, "I bid." A young man with arms folded and legs arrogantly propped on the table raised the price sky high. "The T family bids 200,000. Hung Nhi did not want to, but had to concede. He grumbled in frustration, "Damn it. I still wanted to play a bit more." Deep then beside him replied calmly, "Cultivation clans are filthy rich. These spirit stones are like they cost nothing." At that moment a girl sat with legs crossed, her bearing elegant. She called a price calmly, 210,000. Others raised in turn, 250,000, 300,000. The number was pushed to 400,000, then peaked at 500,000. Hung Nhi lay sprawled on the table, haggard and lifeless, helpless as the last hope vanished. "No chance, they are too rich." Suddenly a familiar voice rang out and jolted him awake as if reviving his spirit. 550,000. It turned out to be Dai's son. Hung Nhi shouted in excitement, "Second Lord." Deep then was happy for him too, chiming in, "There is a chance." One man showed open disdain, casting a sidelong glare and sneering. Hung Dai's son, how decisive! The fellow was not to be outdone. He turned back with a proud grin and lifted his chin in provocation. "If you have guts, bid higher." Deep then grew curious and asked quietly, "Your Hung clan has a feud with the T clan?" Hung Nhi recounted, "Of course, since our great-grandfather's time we have been enemies for a lifetime, over a natural spirit stone mine. Normally we brawl often." Hearing this, Deep then marveled with excitement. Interesting. After the tense air, Elder Duong called out, 550,000. Any higher bids? Seeing no one speak, he announced directly, "Good, 550,000. The Hung clan wins one yang finger." Elder Duong quickly presented the second item, but this time with a condition, Heaven Judgment Cudgel Formation. Those whose main cultivated weapon is the cudgel may consider it. The starting price is 30,000. Each raise no less than 1,000 spirit stones. The auction begins now. Deep then started in a jolt of excitement. "Cudgel arts." Hung Nhi looked over in doubt, eyes scornful. "Speaking bluntly, you do not practice cudgel arts. What are you excited about?" He lowered his face in seriousness, at once thinking, "I will not use it, but Ho-Oa can." Meanwhile the crowd hesitated and calculated. Cudgel arts are hard to cultivate. Having them is useless. If it were a sword secret art, then maybe. This one is picky. Probably no one needs it. Hearing this, Elder Duong did not hesitate to declare, "No one needs it. If no one needs it, then this cudgel art will be kept. We—" Before he finished, Deep then cut in decisively, seizing the moment and bidding strongly, "I need it, Senior, 31,000 spirit stones. I want this Heaven Judgment Cudgel Formation." As soon as he spoke, from behind the curtain someone suddenly raised the price, as if openly declaring challenge, 40,000. None other than Truong Fan. He sat boldly in his chair, lifting a teacup, his gaze calm yet radiating absolute authority. "Our Chin Duong sect will take it." Deep then cursed inwardly in irritation. "Ngo Truong Fan, you again. Earlier when no one bid you did not want it. Now that I bid you jump out to snatch it." Elder Duong asked again, 40,000. Any higher bids? If no one, the words were not finished when Deep then firmly raised the number by half. 100,000. Deep then smiled in triumph, brazen to an unbelievable degree. Most people present felt indignant. Most of them criticized Truong Than's reckless behavior. Some even fought over the item with Ngo Truong Than. This old man Ngo Truong Than is truly vindictive. Yesterday he relied on the power of Chin Duong sect to flaunt his might and got slapped in the face. Today he is at it again, and now this. He ignored 100 reproaches, determined to win or lose, and shouted his bid, 150,000. In contrast to that rage, Deep then remained unruffled, calm as ever. He raised 2 fingers to signal, 200,000. Hung Nhi looked up, baffled. "Kid, not that far," Deep then said evenly. "Prepare 300,000 spirit stones." He cursed in frustration. "I have not even warmed them in my hands." On the Chin Duong side, they threatened arrogantly without restraint. "Kid, do you know who you are competing with?" He replied politely, his words refined yet striking at the opponent's psyche, driving them mad. "An auction is fair. The highest bidder wins. Are you trying to use status to oppress others?" Hearing this, Truong Than burst into mocking laughter, intrigued by the contest and determined to fight to the end. "Fine, a fair auction then. Our Chin Duong bids 250,000. Deep then slammed his palm on the table and decisively doubled the price. An open challenge, 500,000. People looked at one another in confusion, visibly shocked. Discussions flared up. What is going on? Does a staff technique have such a price? Countless eyes turned toward Deep then, followed by harsh judgments. That kid is bold, daring to fight with Qin Duong. 500,000 spirit stones. Does he want to reach the heavens? Yesterday it was a ruined iron staff. Today it is a ruined staff manual. Hearing this, Truong Fan was furious and enraged. How did an item no one cared about get bid to the skies? Has the world gone mad? They quickly shifted to discuss him. This time Ngo Truong Fan will have trouble stepping down. Yesterday he lost face because of that boy. Today if he cannot buy this staff art, he can wipe his face on the floor. The one who loses face will not be only him but all of Qin Duong. An old man stroked his beard and sneered after watching the whole dispute, casually dropping a barbed line, clearly wanting that staff art is useless. He mocked calmly, his tone light but full of scorn, yet he runs out to posture. See, got taken in already. Unable to bear it, Truong Fan slammed the table. The bitter sound rang out. He roared that he would bid again, but Hoa Van sensed danger and quickly stopped him. Wait. He showed caution, lowered his voice, and tried to persuade. Elder, please reconsider. Do not waste so many spirit stones on a useless staff art. Our goal is... Sweating in fear, Hoa Van continued carefully, his voice hesitant and full of concern. The heavenly silence pill. Truong Fan glared terrifyingly and gave a crisp order. Then investigate for me. I want to see who is so bold. I will make him live worse than death. Hearing this he bowed and accepted the command, and at last the result was announced. Elder Duong declared, 500,000. The heavenly punishment staff formation belongs to this young friend. Hung Nhi drooped in dismay and lamented sadly, fine, bankrupt again. Looks like I must ask second young master for more money. Damn it. Seeing this, Deep then felt a bit guilty and gently patted his shoulder to console him. 300,000. I will pay you interest later. At the mention of money, Hung Nhi's attitude flipped at once. His eyes lit up. His sadness vanished. He agreed eagerly. Fine. He laughed with delight and even pulled out paper and brush to confirm it. Spoken words have no proof. Hung Nhi happily shoved them at Deep then and demanded, I fear you will go back on your word. Here, sign. While he kept waving his hands to avoid it, showing clear disdain. You, stay away from me. The great doors slowly opened and Elder Duong solemnly announced, today's auction ends here. At that moment, Hung Nhi still refused to give up. He hurried after Deep then and urged, sign for me before you go. He ran with all his might and shouted with eyes closed, sign your head, stop following me. If you keep this up, I will think you are trying to dodge the debt. Tu Du laughed and commented, truly an outstanding talent. The friend beside him teased, but Elder Tu Du, this young man is far fiercer than you were in your youth. Sa Man suddenly approached, blinking seductively, her voice languid and scheming, and took the initiative. You too, for tomorrow's auction, please show mercy. On this side, Deep then stopped helplessly and said bluntly in annoyance, you fat one, I will write you an IU when we get back. Stop following me. That paper and brush of yours were pulled from your crotch. I will not touch them. Hung Nhi retorted in fury, to hell with you. Those spirit stones were also pulled from my crotch. Why did you not complain? He waved him off in disgust. Scram. Deep then's eyes suddenly widened, as if he had seen something. Lakai appeared before him with his usual ease and arrogance. Deep then was startled to recognize him. Lakai? Seeing him, he tilted his chin and sneered. Interesting. Deep then pressed his lips, looked at Lakai, clenched his fist, did not respond rudely, but cursed inwardly. Villains always do strange things. Members of the Blood Market Hall stood on the stairs watching. A young man turned back to ask, Elders, do you sense a very familiar aura on that boy? He answered calmly, the aura is concealed, cannot be seen through. The other replied with a grave face, keep a closer eye on him, perhaps we have met him somewhere before. At this moment, Truong Than glared fixedly at Deep then, he responded with mild surprise. Their 4 eyes met, and the atmosphere grew suffocating. He declared arrogantly, "Boy, you will die miserably." He turned away calmly, unwilling to entangle, his indifferent defiance saying, "I am so scared, come kill me now." Deep then fell silent, and his gaze rested unintentionally on Ning Xuang, startling her. Her heart tightened, her whole body froze for an instant. Ning Xuang was silent, her eyes tinged with melancholy and sadness. A wave of indescribable familiarity rose within. This sense of familiarity is so strong. Who is he after all? A door eased open under a gentle push. Elder Duong walked up to Deep, then with a bright smile, and praised him. "Young man, you shone brightly today." He replied with modesty and courtesy, "Elder, you flatter me." He looked at Deep, then with delight, and suddenly called, "Young man." Elder Duong did not hesitate and spoke his purpose directly. "Do you agree to join Thien Hien Mon?" Hearing this, he jolted and instinctively stepped back. Deep then stared blankly at him, his face full of bewilderment and confusion. Elder Duong patiently extended his hand, warmly asking the other party, "So what do you think? Are you interested?" Deep then forced a strained smile, hesitantly replying, "Senior, don't joke with me. I'm only a junior at the condensation stage. How could I possibly catch the eye of an elder?" He quickly explained, "Cultivation is not the issue. The person that our heavenly profound sect values is a true talent in truth. What we admire in you is your true fire, but more importantly your potential." Deep then questioned suspiciously, "Senior, if I join Heavenly Profound Sect, does that mean I must leave the Great So completely and never involve myself in its affairs again?" Elder Duong smiled kindly, not wanting to make him uncomfortable. He replied tactfully, "Disciples of Heavenly Profound Sect are forbidden from taking part in conflicts among the powers of the Great. So it is a rule passed down through generations of sect masters. No need to answer right away. Take your time to think." With his usual calm and gentle demeanor, Elder Duong continued, "My offer will always stand." Deep then bowed respectfully and replied politely, "In that case, thank you, Senior. I will think it over carefully." As Deep then turned to leave, the elder still gazed after his back. Someone nearby asked curiously, "Elder, among all the young prodigies of the Great So with far greater talent, why did you invite only him?" Elder Duong turned back, answering vaguely, "Could it be because of the true fire within him?" Fuck and Hai approached, stroking his chin, reasoning, "Of course, not that boy is not as simple as he appears. His talent may not be the highest, but he is of a different kind, and his true fire is extremely domineering." He frowned, eyes filled with resolve, his voice low. "The most important thing is his bloodline." Elder Duong asked cautiously, "Should we consult the Holy Master about this?" Fuck and Hai wiped the sweat from his forehead, replying, "I was just about to find the Holy Master myself." The Holy Master casually tossed the heavenly found sect to me and went off to relax. Who knows where he's gone to play now? At that moment, Deep then was wandering alone through the bustling marketplace. He suddenly stopped, sensing something strange. He quickly realized someone was following him, but oddly enough he didn't expose them. He just continued walking calmly, the corner of his mouth curled into a confident grin. In the distance, Ngong Xuong remained unaware, while he strode boldly, thinking with scorn, "Just you people think you can tail me." He glanced back briefly, seeing they hadn't stopped following, muttering in annoyance, "Do they even know who I am?" Stopping before a stall, he pretended to browse the goods. The shopkeeper greeted cheerfully, "Feel free to look around," remembering proudly back then I was a member of the intelligence division of the righteous Yang sect. Taking advantage of the moment, he turned slightly, flashing a smug grin, "When I played the stalking game, you guys were still rolling around in the dirt with crap." With that thought, he decisively activated his technique. A blinding flash of light erupted, and he vanished without a trace. The stall owner stared wide-eyed, shouting in shock. The girl then realized too late. "Damn it!" And Ngong Xuong looked around, anxiously searching everywhere, but Deep then was gone. She and Hoa Van stood before the stall, staring at the baffled shopkeeper, who scratched his head, confused. "Where did he go?" Hoa Van turned angrily, "This brat isn't simple." And Ngong Xuong calmly analyzed, "Maybe his cultivation is higher than ours, but there's another possibility. He's part of an intelligence division or something like that. Normal people can't track someone like him." Scene shift at the Divine Inn. Deep then sat on the bed, thinking bitterly, 500,000 spirit stones hurts, but if Hoa can learn, it's worth it. He eagerly opened the illusion scroll. The paper was covered with a long line of intricate text. Reading it, He nodded satisfied. Truly worth 500,000 notes, said staff and spear are like the forge and the heavenly staff technique not only reveals the mysteries of the staff, but explains many related arts. Moreover, the heavenly staff technique combines both attack and defense. Mastering it allows one to form a heavenly staff formation through staff shadows. Truly a rare, profound art. Candlelight flickered gently in the wind, its glow wavering softly. Deep then sat amid a swirl of radiant fire, his figure bathed in blazing light, fully immersed in cultivating the powerful art. He pondered. The staff technique really is harder to train than usual. His eyes opened wide, thinking seriously. The heavenly staff formation uses staff shadows from movements to create formations of offense and defense. If that's possible with a staff, could one not also use sword shadows to create a heavenly sword formation combining both attack and defense? Deep then turned coldly, drawing his sword. Golden light erupted like a rising sun. He shouted boldly, swinging a magnificent strike. Spiritual flames whirled in a vortex. Pressure filled space. He slashed once. Thoughts rising in weapons of the world holds its own value, though differing in form, they share one purpose. He raised his sword before his chest, standing tall amid the blazing aura. Sword light swirling, bursting outward, a deep realization stirring within. Blades, spears, swords, halberds, staves, hammers, axes, and bows all share certain principles. If the ancients could comprehend the heavenly staff formation, then I can refine and create the heavenly sword formation. Lowering his gaze to the sword, he whispered to himself, time is no concern. What matters is perception and enlightenment. Morning at the umbral black market, warm sunlight poured down, gilding the towering pagoda. Crowds bustled, footsteps echoing. Hung En-hai's voice rang out above the noise. Day 1 auctions, spirit weapons. Day 2 auctions, profound techniques. Day 3 pills. Deep then guessed curiously, judging by this atmosphere, the pills auction today must be extraordinary. Hung Nhi confirmed, while chewing. Of course, the final pill today could very well change the future of the great. So Deep then exclaimed in awe that serious. Hung Nhi leaned close, whispering, do you know of the celestial realm? Obviously 6 realms of cultivation. The celestial realm is the highest one. Celestial cultivator can safeguard a sect for 1,000 years without decline, he said quickly. Then that's it. Do you know what pill is being auctioned last? Deep then turned curious. What? Hung Nhi replied shortly, heavenly nirvana pill. Only 3 words, yet enough to leave Deep then frozen in stunned silence. Hung Nhi spoke evenly and said, among the great powers of Dai, so there are many people at the Kong Min realm. The number at the peak of the Kong Min realm is also not small. Cultivators preparing to enter the heavenly realm are also here. He added seriously, the heavenly titch pill, if taken by someone on the verge of the heavenly realm, will very likely help that person step into the heavenly realm. While nibbling on a snack, he glanced over and took the chance to analyze. Look, today's auction will surely be fiercer than usual. The patriarchs of the great powers, including the patriarch of my Hung family, do not have long to live. They also want to borrow this heavenly titch pill to make a one-step breakthrough into the heavenly realm. You must know that those at the Kong Min realm can live at most 500 years, while those at the heavenly realm can live to 1,000 years. People whose lifespan is about to end will go mad. Saying this, he pointed at the closed rooms above and said, do you see? At today's auction those elegant rooms have no one. They have all changed their faces and mixed into the crowd on the first floor of the Tang Long Pavilion already. Deep then found it strange and asked, why do that? Hung Nhi answered simply, the heavenly titch pill involves too much. Who would be foolish enough to let others know they won it? An old man leisurely lifted a teacup and watched the two talk with indifference. Then he offered a judgment with certainty. I dare say, if today people learn that the one who won the heavenly titch pill belongs to the Bloodthirst Hall, then after the auction the people of the Bloodthirst Hall will surely be hunted by many powers. Even if they cannot be killed, the great powers of Dai so will quickly unite, lead troops north, and attack the Bloodthirst Hall. Of course, if it is someone from the 3 sects or the great clans who obtains the heavenly titch pill, the result will be the same. Deep then closed his eyes and thought for a few seconds, raised a hand to his face and voiced his idea. In that case, after today's auction, outside at the umbral black market, a rain of blood will be unavoidable. Hung Nhi grabbed a steamed bun and ate greedily, Then confirmed, in theory it is so. Therefore the people of the powers, before coming to the auction, will do everything to hide their faces and auras so no one recognizes them. Deep then turned to him and asked seriously, then the Thien Hyen sect auctioning the heavenly Tich pill is clearly wanting the great powers of Dai so to fight. It seems this Thien Hyen sect is a bit more crafty than it appears outside. Hung Nhi answered helplessly, stop it. Selling the heavenly Tich pill at auction is already good. Whether you can buy it depends on your ability. Whether you can bring it home safely also depends on your ability. No one is forcing you to buy, right? He looked around sternly and began to analyze clearly and tightly. Judging by this momentum, the experts of the powers have likely hidden outside at the umbral black market for a long time already. The number of experts who arrived early to provide support is surely not small. The other looked slightly surprised, then offered praise. It seems you are not stupid. In a flash, Hung Enhai's eyes flashed, clearly sensing the danger drawing near. At this moment Deep then could not sit still. Afraid, he pulled at the other's sleeve and hurried off, urging anxiously, then why sit here talking? Go quickly. When the auction ends and the experts of the great powers fight in chaos, small fry like us will be dragged in. Do you want to die? Hung Nhi cursed in irritation. Let me go. People are fighting for the heavenly Tich pill already. Who would pay attention to us? Lam Min heard this and spat blood on the spot. The auction room door slammed shut, opening a hidden struggle full of storms. Elder Duong cried out loudly, auction, begin. He cheerfully raised the first item and said, bamboo bone pill. Surely I need not introduce its effects any further. Starting price 50,000. Each increase no less than 1,000 spirit stones. Now, begin bidding. 50,000. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd below bid without hesitation. 60,000. Someone immediately raised it. I bid 80,000. Hands rose continuously, and soon the numbers climbed to a dizzy height. 100,000. I bid 150,000. After that, the hall fell silent. Elder Duong quickly declared, any more bids? 150,000. The bamboo bone pill belongs to this gentleman. In an instant, the second auction item was on the stage. Marrow cleansing pill. Starting price 50,000. Begin bidding. Hung Nhi raised his paddle and made the first opening bid, 60,000. He was so excited he planted one foot on the table, startling Deep then into puzzlement. You want the marrow cleansing pill? Your father does not give you a marrow cleansing pill. Hung Nhi grinned and answered, I am bidding for my wife. Deep then edged away and replied with disdain, you have a wife? Which young lady is so unlucky? The other asked suspiciously, where do you get so many questions? 10,000 wise. At that time, the other side bid 100,000. Hung Nhi insisted on competing and shouted fiercely, 110,000. Before he could rejoice, the other side calmly surpassed him. I bid 150,000. The number stunned him. He could not stand steady. Hung Nhi slumped onto the table and muttered regretfully, you are rich. My humble self does not need it anymore. Deep then propped his chin and looked at his dejected state, then patted his back to reassure, if it does not work, then it does not work. Leave your wife's marrow cleansing matter to me. Hung Nhi asked skeptically, can you do it? He laughed proudly and answered with confidence, of course. Using base flame to wash meridians and bones is much better than a marrow cleansing pill, is it not? Hearing this, he sprang up, his face lit with joy. He agreed gleefully, good brother, fine. The third item was quickly brought up, and it was exactly what everyone most awaited. Elder Duong introduced loudly, the heavenly Tich pill. The wooden box is simple, but what is inside is the precious thing everyone desires to own. A burst of dazzling light exploded, and his sonorous tone made the atmosphere even more dramatic. The heavenly Tich pill may help one on the verge of the heavenly realm to break through to the heavenly realm. Of course, it is only a possibility. Whether one can break through to the heavenly Tich realm or not still depends on fortune. Everyone waited eagerly. At last it has arrived. As usual, Elder Duong did not circle with many words, but went straight to the point. Heavenly Tich pill. Starting price 500,000. each increase no less than 10,000 spirit stones. Now begin bidding. The sky-high starting price left the crowd stunned. 500,000 spirit stones. Even so, some were determined to fight, calling out prices without concession. 550,000, 600,000. The number had now reached 800,000. But that is nothing compared to the value of this treasure. Others raised paddles in turn. 800,000 to obtain the heavenly titch pill. I bid 1 million, 1,100,000, 1,300,000, 2 million. Hung Nhi and Deep then stared at each other, out of place amid the tense air. He exclaimed foolishly, 2 million spirit stones, enough to bury a small mountain. Deep then replied, if it is not close to 8 million spirit stones, I fear one cannot carry the heavenly titch pill away. The experts of the great clans and sects have not yet joined the bidding. They are the main force of this auction. The price kept soaring. 2,300,000, 2,500,000, 5 million. The momentum of the experts did not flag and was growing more intense. Hung Nhi grabbed Deep Then's shoulder and shouted in excitement, 5 million, 5 million. He answered coldly, get excited my head. For all you know the bidder is your Hung family. But in his mind he was thinking, indeed the great clans have begun to move. The auction had not cooled. They bid without restraint. 5,500,000, 6 million, 6,500,000. At this point, Hung Nhi set aside all hopeful fantasies and scowled. Fine, my Hung family is out of tickets. Deep then said calmly, 6,500,000. Your Hung family can probably afford that. He propped his chin and looked at him with displeasure. Afford it we can. Deep then nodded in agreement. That is right. The next second, Hung Nhi analyzed each detail seriously. But for a single heavenly titch pill, the fortune of my Hung family would be almost emptied. This is a big wager. My Hung family cannot stake it. Did not old man Duong already say? The heavenly titch pill may help someone break through. Whether one advances or not is all unknown. It depends on fortune. Even if one wins it at auction, one may not safely carry it away. Even if one safely brings it home, our patriarch may still find it hard to break through to the heavenly titch realm. They did not know that their conversation was being quietly overheard by Lam Min. The great sects fought regardless of price. 7 million, 7,500,000, 8 million. Deep then pondered as he followed the tense auction. The fierce moves of the three great sects and the bloodthirst hall were nearing the end. Suddenly a ringing voice called out an exorbitant price, 9,500,000, directly surpassing all and leaving Deep then momentarily stunned. The hall fell silent at once. Elder Duong asked again, 9,500,000. Any more bids? In that moment, Lam Min seemed unusually calm, entirely at odds with the arrogance of the crowd. He spoke leisurely, 10 million. A line of thought flashed at once in Deep Then's mind. One hall and three sects. Which power does he belong to after all? Lam Min's face was expressionless, his eyes without ripple. Deep Then sat in the back row, his eyes fixed on every move and gesture of the old man. In the midst of the crowd's confusion, Elder Duong shouted, 1 million, his voice breaking the suffocating silence. He raised his hand and asked firmly, 1 million spirit stones. Anyone else want to bid higher? The entire hall fell silent. No response came, and that silence was the answer. Without hesitation, Elder Duong declared, sold. The door to the chamber slowly opened, marking the end of the third and final day of the auction, leaving behind a swirl of emotions. Deep then let out a sigh of relief, following Lam Min quietly alongside Hung Nhi as they exited. The surrounding cultivators remained silent. No one dared to speak after this incident. The old man had become the center of attention. Lam Min walked with his head held high, his demeanor calm, confident, and refined. He exhaled sharply, closing his eyes with a cold snort, then, without another word, activated his technique and soared into the sky, his overwhelming aura forcing everyone to scatter instantly. The others quickly followed, leaving behind countless streaks of light in the air that had yet to fade. After assessing the situation, Deep then remarked, "Looks like he's trying to get the heavenly extinction pill out safely, not going to be easy." Hung Nhi proposed a theory. There must be someone waiting to assist him outside. I'd bet 8 out of 10 it's people from the Blood Shrine. They're the only force here in the Great Domain capable of suppressing the 3 sects. Deep then, uninterested in such matters, replied flatly, "Whoever it is doesn't matter. Let's go. If we're not careful, we'll get crushed into paste." The two quickly set off, leaving the umbral black market behind. Before long, they returned to their starting point. Hung Nhi spoke up, "Here, take this." He reached behind his head and walked casually, giving specific instructions. If things get dangerous, first use the sky movement charm. Then the sky travel talisman. Those beasts have all gone after the heavenly extinction pill. They rarely target small fry like us. A bad premonition stirred inside Deep. Then, he muttered darkly, "Why do I have such a bad feeling about this?" Hung Nhi reassured him confidently, "Relax, just follow me. I guarantee your safety." Deep then replied, half skeptical, half joking, "I hope I can actually make it home safe." Suddenly, a deafening explosion ripped through the sky, light bursting from the mountaintop and spreading across the forest, making both of them flinch in shock. Deep then stared toward the source, cold sweat dripping down his face, tension tightening his features. "They're fighting," he realized. More explosions followed, echoing through the forest, red flames bursting into a scene of chaos and slaughter. Hung Nhi, excited, suggested, "How about we go take a look?" Deep then snapped, "Are you insane? Those people are killers. You want to be their target." Hung Nhi pouted, "I was just saying." Suddenly both froze, their jaws dropping in horror, stumbling backward and shouting in unison, "What the hell? Why are they fighting this way?" The entire sky blazed with fire and smoke as 4 powerful cultivators chased after Lam Min. "Where are you running?" The old man's face twisted in anger as he glanced back, teeth clenched, tongue clicking in frustration. A young man suddenly dove from above, sword gleaming, the corners of his lips curling into a triumphant grin. Lam Min, caught off guard, shouted in shock. The youth slashed down in a deadly strike, roaring madly like a lunatic. "Die!" His face twisted with crazed delight. A massive explosion erupted in the sky, blinding light crashing down to the ground. Deep then and Hung Nhi looked up in alarm. Spirit stones rained down like scattered drops of rain, followed by a large pouch of money. The victorious cultivator caught it, his eyes gleaming with greed and satisfaction as he laughed loudly. But before he could fully revel in his triumph, several others appeared out of nowhere, sneering, "You plan to swallow it all for yourself." The man's expression turned dark with fury. "Fine then, die." All at once, they unleashed their killing moves, violent energy roaring like a storm of fire straight toward him. The resulting explosion shook the heavens, red flames ripping through the night sky, devouring everything in sight. Witnessing it all, the two stood frozen, stunned, and terrified. "We're screwed," Hung Nhi blurted. Suddenly, a massive fireball plummeted from above, aiming straight for Deep Then's position. It hit with a thunderous blast, waves of scorching heat sweeping across the land like a tide of destruction. Before he could react, Deep Then was thrown back by the shockwave, his body shooting through the air like a blazing spark, snapping trees in its path. As the smoke cleared, his figure emerged amid the scorched earth, trembling in agony, groaning in pain. A mouthful of blood burst from his lips, his face pale and breath ragged. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his brows furrowed, and he cursed under his breath, "Damn it, a bunch of beasts." Just then, the talisman at his waist began to glow brightly. From the other side, Hung Nhi's voice transmitted through the charm, "Kid, you still alive?" Deep Then gripped it tightly, roaring furiously, "Why the hell aren't you dead yet? I told you to leave earlier, now I've got half a life left." Hung Nhi urged frantically, "Stop talking, it's useless, get out of there fast. This place isn't safe. You head west, I'll go east. We'll meet at Hang Nhak sect, be careful." Still fuming, Deep Then yelled back into the charm, "Same to you, don't get roasted into a pig," prompting Hung Nhi to curse back in irritation. Without wasting more time, Deep then quickly pressed a talisman onto his leg and whispered, "I'm counting on you." In an instant, the charm activated, sending him flying at breathtaking speed, leaving behind 2 streaks of light. "Get me out of this damned place." As he sped away, he suddenly spotted Lam Min flying in the opposite direction. Deep then's eyes widened in realization. That old man, he's the one with the heavenly extinction pill. The old man shot through the air at lightning speed, his face scratched but his gaze sharp, one eye half open. Deep then was momentarily stunned, analyzing in shock. If that old man took the heavenly extinction pill, he would definitely become the target of many powerful cultivators. This place would soon turn into a battlefield. I have to get out of here fast. With a decisive glance, Lam Min suddenly sensed something wrong. Behind him, 2 powerful figures clung close, one riding a buffalo, the other on a dragon, chasing at full speed. Deep then stopped abruptly, glancing back in confusion. He looked up, and before his eyes, a sea of multicolored light flashed by, blazing like a rainbow bursting across the sky. Those powerhouses surrounded Lam Min, forming a tightening circle. One of them roared viciously, "Hand over the heavenly extinction pill to me." Yet Lam Min stood firm, unyielding, laughing arrogantly as he raised his hand toward the heavens, instantly activating a radiant formation. His brows furrowed in fury as he shouted, "A pack of rabble, if you have the guts, come and take it." The powerhouses launched a furious assault, their combined forces crashing into the formation. Die. A surge of blue energy struck the array head-on, creating a thunderous boom. Deep then's eyes widened in horror as he screamed in terror. In the next second, a massive explosion erupted, waves of energy blasting outward, light flooding every corner of space. Smoke and fire rose thickly, debris flying everywhere, the scene like a battlefield after a bombing. He coughed violently amid the dense smoke. "Oh my God!" Weakly raising his hand as if to grasp at air. Struggling to his feet, he gasped for breath, cursing angrily, "They're really trying to kill me." Under the terrifying impact, Lam Min's array trembled. Cracking sounds echoed slowly. The old man stared upward, hardly daring to breathe. At the intersection of the 4 powers, splitting noises burst forth. Finally, a deafening explosion resounded. Lam Min was thrown back, coughing blood on the spot, his body contorting under the immense pressure. Clutching his chest and panting heavily, sweat drenched his face, his eyes fixed forward in tension. Standing firm and proud, he spread his arms wide, clenched his fists, spiritual energy swirling violently around him, his aura oppressive as he declared boldly, "If this were single combat, would I fear the likes of you?" Deep then quietly hid behind a large boulder, carefully watching the scene outside. Lam Min's voice thundered like a storm, "I will return." A powerhouse lunged forward to attack, trying to stop him, but Lam Min swiftly reformed the array to block the strike. He could not hold for long. Another terrifying blast erupted, sending him flying, blood spurting from his mouth in agony. Deep then tensed, pressing himself deeper into cover. The old man was struck directly in the chest, blood gushing uncontrollably from the wound, his body drained of strength, falling straight down. His money pouch and the box containing the heavenly extinction pill flew loose, spinning in the air. One attacker gleefully reached out, laughing wildly, "Heavenly extinction pill." Before he could savor his triumph, a sudden strike killed him on the spot. Deep then gaped, his eyes wide in horror, unable to believe what he'd just seen, all insane, completely insane. The powerhouses immediately plunged into chaotic battle, all fighting for the pill, the tension thickening. Bodies began to fall one after another, the casualties mounting. Witnessing the carnage, Deep then was stunned, his soul almost leaving his body. In midair, a sword suddenly appeared, glowing brilliantly. Hiding behind the rock, he turned cautiously, the blade flashing white, engraved with an ancient symbol radiating mysterious energy. His eyes fixed on it, awe and admiration welling up inside. Its grade is not low. What a surprise, incredible. He picked up a spirit pill to examine it, astonishment flickering on his face, his thoughts drifting. This is the heavenly extinction pill, half of it. Deep then pondered. The black-haired old man split the pill into 2 halves, placing one half into the spirit pearl that powered the great saber, while the other half must have been taken by his companions. So if half the pill is here, could the other half be in the box they stole? Seizing the moment, he quickly grabbed the sword, delight flashing across his face. Time to slip away while no one's looking. On the other side, the final victor managed to seize the box, laughing ecstatically. Heavenly extinction pill, finally mine. But the moment he looked inside, his eyes widened in horror. A thunderous explosion tore the heavens apart. Red flames split the sky. Figures were flung through the air and fell like dying stars. The enraged cultivators cursed furiously. Damn it. Why is there a 9 heavens lightning seal inside? It's not the heavenly extinction pill at all. We've been played. The real one must have been taken long ago. We fought all night and got nothing. Infuriating. As the smoke cleared, their furious, helpless faces were revealed. Now it's perfect. No one knows who holds the real pill. Finding it will be like searching for a needle in the sea. Truly a brilliant scheme. The scene shifted to the Blood Market Hall. A furious roar echoed through the manor. What? Half of the heavenly extinction pill is missing. The report says the 3rd elder was ambushed in the mountains, his spirit and body destroyed, and the half of the pill he guarded is also missing. Inside the chamber, a man knelt on the floor, trembling as he endured the curses. Bastard, investigate, search for me. Even if you have to turn the entire great land upside down, find that missing half. His eyes glowed with a deadly cold light. The leader of the Blood Market Hall growled in rage. I will make them learn what it means to provoke the Blood Market Hall. The sky was shrouded in darkness. The full moon hung high, shining brilliantly. Admiring the spoils he had found, Deep then could not hide his delight, exclaiming with satisfaction, "Lucky me." He frowned in doubt, unable to believe his eyes, murmuring under his breath, "Heavenly Nirvana pill. This is the real Heavenly Nirvana pill." During the auction, the great powers fought tooth and nail for it. The price even reached 10 million, and after the auction ended, countless experts fought over it. Many died because of it. Deep then rested his hand by the small campfire, chuckling softly. I hold half a heavenly Nirvana pill in my hand. I'm holding the future of the entire Great So in my palm. A light breeze passed. The chill brushed against his skin, making him pause and glance back. From afar, Ngung Suong staggered weakly, each step defying pain, clutching her wound. Her sudden appearance stunned Deep. Then he wondered in confusion, why is she here? He braced his hand on a rock, watching silently. A faint, cold smile crossed his lips. Is this fate's arrangement? In the eerie forest, sinister energy drifted all around. A mocking voice echoed, Ngung Suong, little sister, why must you suffer like this? Lakai descended slowly, fanning himself with pride, his demeanor arrogant and superior. Stop resisting. Demonic aura coiled around Lakai. His wicked smile widened. You cannot escape your brother's grasp. At this coincidental encounter, Deep then clenched his fists, emotions surging uncontrollably, an old enemy and an old love appearing at once. How ironic. On the other side, Lakai laughed gleefully. Ngung Suong remained defiant, calling out coldly, shameless. If not for your sneak attack, do you think you could have beaten me? He teased. Brother loves you too much to harm you. The next instant, a sharp sword tip flashed toward him. She roared furiously, pervert. Ngung Suong charged head-on, shouting angrily, shut up. Lakai calmly sidestepped, smirking arrogantly, his tone dripping with disdain. You don't know your limits. He raised his fan and countered decisively. Waves of energy surged forward, forcing Ngung Suong back. The demonic power lashed out like a tightening rope, wrenching the sword from her hand. Lakai barked harshly, drop it. Seeing her struggle desperately against the relentless pressure, he laughed with vile amusement, shamelessly taunting, little sister, just beg me for mercy, maybe I'll stop. She shut her eyes tight, groaning in pain and despair. Slowly regaining composure, Ngung Suong placed her hand on her forehead without hesitation, unleashing a forbidden spell. Deep then froze in shock, realizing, forbidden spell, it costs life force to use. The spell activated quickly, and Gang Xuang's body lifted gently into the air. Her whole form glowing blue, spiritual power surging, radiating an overwhelming aura. Without pause, she shouted, "Frost Lotus Bloom." Between her hands, icy air gathered. She cried out commandingly, "Go!" A dazzling blue lotus appeared, firing countless icy arrows in a flurry toward Lakai, catching him off guard. Lakai sneered, "You think using a secret art can defeat me?" He snapped his fan open and unleashed his technique. The wind howled, and at his words a violent force erupted, swirling like a storm that swallowed the entire space. From afar, Deep then watched the fierce battle, gritting his teeth and muttering angrily, "The good die young while disaster lives forever. 2 months apart, and he's already broken through to the true Yang realm." Lakai smirked coldly, his fan spread wide, violet energy flooding the sky as though blotting out heaven itself. He spoke chillingly, "Obedient little sister." He laughed arrogantly, "Submit to your brother," and with a flick of his finger released a deadly blast, pinning Gang Xuang in peril. She could not dodge, struck directly by the force. Her body reeled midair, blood blooming across her sleeve. Deep then turned anxiously, his eyes filled with worry, his breath quickened as if he would rush into the fray. He stood frozen, thoughts clashing within him. "I no longer have feelings for her. What I want is revenge against Lakai for destroying my Danshan. I've known that for long." Under the silent night sky, Lakai's mad laughter echoed through the forest. And Gang Xuang collapsed to the ground, her breath ragged, her face pale as death. Lakai stood proudly before her, mocking, "Little sister, it seems you'll follow me whether you wish it or not." Cornered, unwilling to submit, Gang Xuang gathered her strength, raising her hand to end her life, bitterness swelling within. To die this way is unbearable. Slowly she lowered her palm, closed her eyes, surrendering everything but sorrow. Lakai, unsatisfied, lashed out to stop her, firing a beam of light. "You want to die, not that easily." At the moment between life and death, a hand suddenly caught on Gang Xuang's wrist. Then another arm wrapped firmly around her waist. She stiffened, turning sharply, eyes wide in disbelief. The man holding her was none other than Deep then, now gripping her tightly as they lifted gently into the air. She hadn't yet regained her senses, gazing upward in shock, her mind racing. "This man is—" Lakai stood facing the two, letting out a contemptuous laugh, calmly mocking, "A mere Kai condensation brat." He waved his fan lazily, eyes full of disdain, voice dripping with sarcasm, also wanting to play the hero saving the beauty. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his fan, unleashing a flurry of deadly strikes aimed directly at Deep then and Gang Xuang, roaring furiously, "Then die together." In the desperate moment, the young man didn't think twice and charged forward to face him head-on. Deep then decisively activated his cultivation technique, launching the crushing mountain fist. The two clashed violently, their powers colliding and shaking the very air. They separated. Lakai looked astonished, laughing mockingly, "I underestimated you, Kai condensation brat." Deep then calmly replied, his tone edged with ridicule, "You look down on me, then you will die miserably. Golden young stage, just the lowest rank." Hearing that, he ground his teeth in rage, lips twisting downward, growling furiously, "The duck is already cooked, yet still dares to be stubborn, huh?" In the next instant, Lakai soared up without hesitation. He fiercely swung his fan, unleashing a storm of icy techniques, but with agile movement, the young man easily dodged and gradually closed in. With his other hand, Lakai pressed 2 fingers together, decisively shooting out a brilliant blue light, laughing gleefully, shouting powerfully, "Hit!" Deep then reacted like lightning, immediately twisting his body aside, dodging the powerful strike. He clenched his fist, flames blazing violently. Without mercy, Deep then lunged forward, punching straight into Lakai's face with a terrifying blow that caught him completely off guard. Gang Xuang's expression showed utter tension, disbelief in her eyes, blurting out, "A Kai condensation cultivator can injure Lakai." After the strike, both landed heavily on the ground. Lakai gasped for breath, frowning in frustration, body tense, eyes sharp and cold as if to devour his opponent. You. Furious, he leapt up, firing 2 blasts of freezing energy. Deep then powerfully drew Thien Kayat, taunting and insulting. You want me dead so badly, yet you're the one born too late. He decisively slashed, blocking the incoming force. A cracking sound rang out. Lakai's palm surged with violent demonic energy, thrusting forward, roaring madly. Die. He attacked straight at Deep Then's chest, purple aura bursting violently, yet Deep Then did not flinch, calmly meeting the blow. Turning the tide, Deep Then grabbed Lakai's arm tightly. Lakai froze, completely confused, unable to understand what happened. Deep then switched to close-range combat, striking swiftly while shouting mockingly, "Take this!" Without stopping, he ruthlessly kneed upward, a lethal strike meant to shatter his foe. This knee. A shockwave burst downward from above, scorching the air. He kicked, landing a finishing blow straight to Lakai's back, the explosion of force dazzling in a burst of light. Witnessing the fierce battle, Ngung Suong was stunned, questioning in disbelief. Just a Kai condensation cultivator, yet with such brutal close combat techniques. At that moment, Lakai suddenly grabbed Deep Then's leg. The situation instantly reversed. Lakai pulled hard, eyes filled with arrogance, voice domineering and oppressive. "Looks like you've really forgotten," he declared proudly. "The gap between Golden Yang and you is immense." Then slammed him down with all his might, the impact echoing loudly as the ground cracked apart. Deep then gasped, body trembling, each breath heavy and raspy, growling through clenched teeth. When the tiger doesn't show its might, you think it's a sick cat. Sensing the shift in aura, Lakai turned in shock, eyes wide in fear. Deep then's presence surged, his body glowing with lightning, shouting mightily, "Heavenly thunder spell, open!" As soon as it activated, thunder roared in the sky. Countless bolts of lightning crashed down, striking Lakai mercilessly. Ngung Suong stood dazed, muttering, "Heavenly thunder spell," quickly realizing he must be from the Heng and Hak sect. Turning back toward the fight, Lakai lowered his head, let out a dry cough and a faint smirk. "Heavenly thunder spell." Staggering but defiant, Lakai rose again, laughing mockingly, "Very good." Deep then stared at him, surprised, thinking, struck by heavenly thunder spell yet still standing. Golden Yang stage, huh? In the swirling light, Lakai raised his head and laughed maniacally, blood at the corner of his mouth, eyes filled with crazed hatred. He roared his command, "Kill him for me." In the sky, the vortex of light rose like an ethereal tower, power suppressing all directions, crashing toward Deep Then, who shouted in shock, "Such might." Deep Then's face was tense to the limit, eyes blazing with killing intent. The barrier suddenly trembled, fragments falling. He called out calmly, "Open for me." Both Lakai and Ngung Suong were shocked, exclaiming together in disbelief. He broke the suppression of spiritual energy again. Swinging his hand down, Deep then chanted boldly, "True flame manifest." In the next instant, true fire erupted, blazing fiercely, waves of heat surging with terrifying intensity. The flames rushed at Lakai with immense pressure, the scorching heat overwhelming him, forcing him to twist away instinctively. Countless unbelievable sights appeared at once, leaving Ngung Suong even more bewildered, blurting out in shock, "There's even true fire." Deep then quickly leapt backward, breathing heavily, while Lakai could not hide his astonishment, instinctively blurting out, "There is even true fire." His eyes burned with furious resentment, voice haughty and domineering, "Brat of the Heng and Hak sect, when I kill you, your true fire will also be mine." Deep then let out a cold snort, the faint smile at the corner of his lips clearly meant to provoke. "Then we shall see about that." Arrogantly he shouted, "Let's see if you truly have that ability." Then summons Ichtiu. The blazing spiritual flame shot forth, its overwhelming pressure surging in a direct assault. Lakai countered without hesitation, thrusting his palm forward. An enormous burst of power erupted, the immense force surging as though to crush everything. "Get lost." Amid the piercing roar of swirling wind, the spirit mirror tower shot from his hand, its blinding light suppressing heaven and earth. A torrent of aura spread in all directions. Kai commanded loudly, "Deploy." In an instant, Deep Then's Zichtio flame was swiftly suppressed by the terrifying wave of energy. Seizing the moment, Kai charged in for the kill, his violent palm strike crashing down like thunder. Die. With a thunderous impact, freezing cold energy burst from his palm, pressing down on Deep Then with terrifying power. Deep Then took the full blow, chaos flashing through his mind. He knew well that they were simply not on the same level. Thinking this, Deep Then was forced to turn and retreat, muttering tensely to himself, "I must find a way," while Kai was already raising his hand, once again activating the Spirit Mirror Tower. Kai swung decisively. The Spirit Mirror Tower descended with a roar, sealing off every escape route, his triumphant voice booming. "Trying to flee? Do you think you can?" Trapped within Kai's technique, Deep Then cried out in panic. Seeing this, Kai laughed gleefully, eyes gleaming with malicious delight as if watching a show. "Run, go on, try running now." Inside the Spirit Mirror Tower, Deep Then suddenly spat blood, cursing angrily under his breath. "Damn it. Will he cripple my core again?" In the very next instant, Deep Then's pupils ignited with a flame of destruction. He exclaimed in astonishment, "This is..." Tilting his head back, he roared to the heavens, body arching as divine power awakened. From within true essence erupted, spiritual energy swirling and spreading across space. Witnessing the scene, Kai could not believe his eyes, face frozen in shock. "This is..." Determined, he drew his sword, his mind filled with grim resolve. "This brat is too unnatural. Leaving him alive will be a disaster." Slowly, Deep Then rose into the air, eyes closed, body relaxed, flames blazing brightly, heavy breaths pouring out. At that moment, the tip of Kai's sword thrust straight into his back. The blade pierced through his chest, yet Deep Then was completely unharmed, calmly turning his head to ask, "You want to kill me?" Kai jolted in terror, speechless. Deep Then clenched his fist, spiritual power surging, flames flaring intensely. With decisive motion, he spun and kicked, landing a devastating blow that sent Kai flying several meters away. In utter panic, Kai stared at him in horror, muttering incessantly, "You, demon, you are a demon." Kai launched another attack, countless shards of icy energy hurtling toward Deep Then, their power shaking the air. Deep Then thrust his palm forward, releasing a torrent of fire that blazed across the sky. After a thunderous explosion, the powerful wave slammed directly into Kai before he could react. Under the terrifying force, Kai was hurled to the ground, the impact shattering the earth, blood spraying from his chest. He coughed violently, his body weak and failing, collapsing to the ground, teeth clenched in agony. Deep Then wasted no time, rushing forward to grab Kai by the throat. Before he could react, Kai was completely overpowered. Deep Then lifted him high into the air, Kai's face twisted in pain, breath choking in his throat. Deep Then's eyes glowed red, his cold voice cutting through the silence. "Do you want to see who I am?" Calmly, Deep Then removed his mask. In that instant, Kai's eyes widened in terror, screaming, "You, how can this be? I clearly crippled your core." Deep Then calmly put his mask back on, a contemptuous laugh escaping his lips. "Heaven truly has eyes." With those words, Deep Then mercilessly tightened his grip. The bones in Kai's neck cracked under the crushing force. He screamed in agony, eyes bulging, while Deep Then's voice remained even. "This is called divine justice. Retribution comes at once." Ruthlessly, he released his grip, letting Kai crash to the ground, his body convulsing in pain. Exhausted of inner strength, Deep Then stood still, breathing heavily, watching his fallen foe. Gradually, his expression returned to normal. His eyes closed unconsciously, vision fading until only endless darkness remained. Deep Then collapsed on the spot, unconscious. At that moment, Ngong Suong approached to check on him. She knelt on one knee, expressing deep gratitude. "If not for your help today, I would have died." Unable to suppress her curiosity, Ngong Suong gathered her courage, slowly reaching toward his face. "Just who are you?" At this moment, Deep then suddenly woke up, grabbing the other person's hand. He asked coldly, "What do you want to do?" Ngung Suong nervously explained, I just want to see your face." Deep then decisively pushed her hand away, his attitude cold, firm, no need. He propped himself up with his hands, breathing heavily with difficulty. Ngung Suong bowed respectfully, resolutely vowed, "Thank you for your help, young hero. I, Ngung Suong, will repay the great favor." Deep then showed no interest, simply put forward one condition. "No need to repay, just keep the secret about today. Can you do that?" She could only obey, her face briefly showing sadness. Yes. After hearing the answer, he said nothing more, turned his back and left, leaving a brief farewell, then goodbye for now. After taking a few steps, Ngung Suong suddenly coughed up blood. She staggered and fell, clutching her chest, letting out painful moans. Deep then stopped for a moment, glancing. After a while, under the flickering fire burning in the dark night. After a mental struggle, Deep then once again chose to help. He sat down, focused on treating Ngung Suong, reminding himself, only this time, surely in the future there will be no connection with her anymore. From his palm, spiritual energy continuously flowed into her body. At the right moment, he decisively concentrated force, causing Ngung Suong to vomit blood, the poison following out. She clutched her chest, breathing heavily, blood staining the corner of her mouth, her pale face showing clear exhaustion. Ngung Suong immediately turned to look at Deep. Then, at that moment, he was calmly withdrawing his hand. After a brief hesitation, she did not dare look straight, mustering courage to ask, "Brother, you are a disciple of Hang and Hack sect, right?" Seeing the other not reply, Ngung Suong explained sadly, "I have no other intention, just want to repay your help." Deep then seriously refused. "I already said no need." She curiously asked, "Then, what is your name?" He gave a faint smile, thinking worriedly, "I am sitting right in front of you, and you do not recognize me." Deep then spoke softly, temporarily taking a name, Tran Da. But in his heart there was some disappointment. Can a mask really cut off everything? The atmosphere gradually became awkward. Deep then still immersed in bitter thoughts. The person I love, no matter how much they struggle in the secular world, no matter how they change, as long as I look, I will recognize immediately. Recognizing a person is not with eyes, but with the heart. Ngung Suong, the fate between us is already in the past. Time passed quickly, the sunlight faintly shining from the foot of the mountain. Scene change. Above, Truong Than led his disciples flying over the dense forest. On the other side, Deep then suddenly widened his eyes. As if noticing something unusual, he suddenly called out, "Ngo Truong Than." Deep then looked up, pondering, this old thief personally came to find someone. It seems the Chin Duong sect wants to focus on training Ngung Suong. He anticipated the situation, so quickly sought a way to escape, thinking to himself, must run quickly. If Ngo Truong Than sees me, it will be troublesome. Ngung Suong watched Deep Than's back, hurriedly spoke. The competition of the three sects will be in 2 months. He exerted his power, soaring into the sky. Before leaving, he did not forget to reply, "Okay." She spoke in broken words, her eyes sad, reluctant. Then, "See you in 2 months." At present, Truong Than and everyone had also arrived. As soon as they landed, he anxiously asked, "Ngung Suong, why did you run here?" Truong Than stepped closer, his hoarse voice reminding, "You have a mystical body, are the future of our Chin Duong sect. Nothing must go wrong." 4 figures shot into the sky, leaving a blinding white streak, and his words echoing behind. "The sect leader has opened the mystical pool. After you finish soaking, your mystical body can fully awaken. Then cultivation will definitely increase rapidly." Ngung Suong ignored his words, secretly thinking, "Then how will I find brother?" At that time, Deep then had also returned to the small spiritual courtyard. He pushed the door open, excitedly called out, "Ho-oa, come quickly and see, I bought it for you." Before the words ended, the scene inside made Deep then freeze, his face showing panic. He exclaimed in shock, "What happened? Where is everyone?" Before Deep then was an empty yard, the tables and chairs overturned, lying scattered on the ground. Without thinking much, he hurriedly searched everywhere, from inside the house to every corner around. Ho-oa, Jia, little Ying. Deep then tensed, frowning tightly, gritting his teeth, asking himself, in the end, what happened. Without hesitation, he quickly leaped into the sky, like a blazing light cutting across the sky. Deep then directly flew to hang Anhak Sek to check. He landed imposingly before the astonishment of everyone. Deep then is back. They secretly watched him from behind and whispered, finally back. These days little Ho-oa suffered a lot. Even Truong Fong Nin was beaten almost to death. Deep then breathed heavily, glancing and overhearing. They recounted fearfully. So tragic, I cannot watch anymore. Hearing fragments, he frowned, his face showing anger, growling, finally. Deep then anxiously and uncontrollably grabbed the collar of a disciple, scaring him. Oh my God. He frantically interrogated, say, what exactly happened? The disciple lifted high by Deep then trembled in fear, stammering as he hurriedly recounted everything. It was Ti Hao from Renyang Peak who summoned you to the Wind Cloud platform. When you weren't there, he took out his anger on Ho-oa and Truong Fong Nin. Deep then dropped the disciple down, shouting loudly, where are they? The other hastily replied, Wind Cloud platform, today Tivan from Renyang Peak wants to duel with Ho-oa. Deep then roared furiously, his voice shaking the air, terrifying everyone around. He frowned, gritting his teeth tightly, his rage boiling over, wanting death. At that moment, Ho-oa and Tivan were competing in martial arts on the Wind Cloud platform, each move making the atmosphere seethe with heat. The boy leapt up, gripping his staff firmly, shouting with spirit. The staff swept down with great force, yet Tivan easily dodged aside, sneering arrogantly, weakling. He spun sharply, striking with a powerful palm, mocking boastfully, useless. Taken off guard, Ho-oa couldn't react in time and was sent flying. The tip of his staff slammed into the ground with a loud crack. The boy gasped for breath, kneeling down, struggling to push himself up with his staff, his face covered in wounds. With an air of arrogance, Tivan clasped his hands behind his back, watching the boys struggle with amusement, mocking cruelly, useless, you're useless. Deep then is useless too. He doesn't dare accept a challenge from Renyang Peak, cowardly turtle. Burning with hatred, Ho-oa gritted his teeth, eyes wide with fury. You. Fueled by anger, the boy charged forward, swinging his staff and shouting, shut your mouth. With only 2 fingers, Tivan caught the strike easily, his tone full of disdain. With such pitiful cultivation, you think you can harm me? Without mercy, he kicked hard, sending Ho-oa flying, roaring fiercely, get lost. The boy's body crashed to the ground, throat choking before spitting out a mouthful of blood. Tivan raised his chin proudly, laughing loudly, taunting gleefully, trash, your brother doesn't care about you anymore. Struggling to push himself up, Ho-oa's face was filled with rage, shouting bitterly, you, shut your filthy mouth. Tivan smirked wickedly, his eyes flashing with cruelty. You still want to stand? He barked harshly, kneel down, for me, and at once released a violent surge of demonic energy. The purple demonic aura full of malice crashed into Ho-oa, leaving him unable to resist. A cracking sound rang out. Ho-oa's leg bone crushed into fragments. The pain sliced through his flesh like knives. His body swayed, losing balance, collapsing onto the cold ground. Tormented by agony, his consciousness dimmed. He murmured weakly, shut up. Tivan stood proudly, raising his foot again, his arrogant voice threatening coldly, admit defeat, useless trash. He pressed his heel down on Ho-oa's face, speaking with cruel delight, say it, Deep then is useless. Maybe if I'm pleased, I'll spare you, say it. The boy stubbornly retorted, you, never. Tivan began torturing Ho-oa, striking his face mercilessly, growling, will you say it, say it. I'll stomp you to death, stomp you to death. Ti Hao sat leisurely to one side, calmly sipping wine with an amused smile, as if enjoying a fine play. Deep then, this is the price you pay for crossing me. The more he spoke, the more his anger grew, gripping his knee tightly, muttering through clenched teeth, I'll see how long you can hide. I want you to watch your own fall, watch those beside you suffer worse than death. T-Van viciously stomped on Ho-Oa's head, hurling foul insults non-stop. Useless. Just as he was about to continue, he suddenly froze, feeling a strange shift in the wind. At that instant, the blazing sword-themed kite descended from the sky. T-Van stiffened, turned sharply, instantly recognizing it. Its Deep-Than sword. It came flying straight at him, forcing T-Van to retreat in panic. Deep-Than is here. The blade struck into the ground beside him, and a moment later Deep-Than landed, calling out anxiously, Ho-Oa. The moment T-Hal saw him, fury burned in his eyes. The name Deep-Than escaped his lips, filled with venomous hatred. Deep-Than rushed to hold Ho-Oa in his arms, shaking him desperately, his voice hoarse with worry. Ho-Oa, wake up, Ho-Oa. The boy tried to speak, coughing weakly, his breath faint. Clinging to the last bit of consciousness, he opened one eye toward Deep-Than, his trembling voice faint and fading. Brother, you're back. Deep-Than immediately placed a hand on the boy's chest, sending waves of warm spiritual energy, working hard to heal him. He spoke softly, full of pain and self-blame. Why were you so foolish? You knew you couldn't win but still fought. With fragile breaths, Ho-Oa told him everything, all the humiliation and anger he endured. They tied up Little Eagle and Grandpa and called you a cowardly turtle. The boy's sincere words struck Deep-Than deeply. Tears welled up in his eyes, voice breaking with emotion. I won't allow anyone to harm them or insult my brother. Just then, T-Hal suddenly appeared from behind, sword raised high with deadly force, shouting thunderously, Deep-Than, come die. At that moment, a blazing arrow shot forth, radiating immense spiritual power. The two forces clashed directly. The instant they collided, brilliant light flooded the air. It was Hung Nhi who had arrived just in time to save them. He stood in front of Deep-Than, glancing back and shouting furiously, Bastard, worse than a beast. The two stood back to back. Hung Nhi spoke first. Sorry I'm late. I just returned to the sect. Deep-Than replied coldly, Not late at all. Take care of Ho-Oa for me. I must. Rage surged through every vein. His face twisted with fury. Deep-Than declared firmly, Kill him.
Hung Nai said nothing, hurriedly carrying Ho-Oa away. Deep-Than spoke coldly, demanding, Speak, where are Little Eagle and Senior Truong Fong Nien? Tahao laughed loudly in amusement, arrogantly replying, You should worry about yourself first. Have you thought about how you'll die yet? Losing patience, Deep-Than frowned in irritation, glaring at him. If you don't want to talk. He lunged forward, raising his arm, clenching his fist tightly, his presence fierce and overwhelming, declaring boldly, Then I'll beat you until you do. The gathered disciples gasped in shock, some exclaiming in disbelief. His aura is terrifying. Without hesitation, Tehao pointed his sword straight at him, declaring firmly, I'll kill you. But right after his fierce words, he suddenly froze, his face stiff with confusion, cold sweat running down. Deep-Than unleashed a powerful punch straight at his face, spiritual pressure flaring brilliantly. Tehao couldn't react in time and took the full impact. After the brutal strike, he groaned in pain, body staggering unsteadily in midair. Holding his face and panting heavily, Tehao thought bitterly, Impossible. How could he become this strong? He thrust his palm decisively, firing a purple demonic energy blast, shouting defiantly, I don't believe it. Seeing this, Deep-Than swiftly activated Thunderstep. Countless bolts of lightning exploded, surging violently forward, striking him flat on his back. The onlookers grew suspicious, whispering in disbelief. How did he become so powerful? It's only been a few days, fighting head-on, Tehao at human origin stage, and still beaten down like that. His body slammed hard into the cold ground, pain spreading through his veins, groans of agony escaping. Deep-Than slowly walked forward, each step tearing through the air, spiritual fire blazing all around him. His voice cold and steady, he demanded, Where are they? Tehao coughed violently, his voice broken but arrogance unchanged. I killed them. Seeing him still refusing to confess, Deep-Than gritted his teeth in fury, growling, Stubborn till the end, huh? Without hesitation, He grabbed Te Hao by the ankle. With one arm, Deep Thon hurled him high into the air, a dry cracking sound echoing with pure rage. Not taking a beating makes you uncomfortable, huh? Immediately after, a massive explosion erupted, filled with crushing pressure, the entire space engulfed in raging fire. Te Hao crashed to the ground, flames covering his body, choking as he spat a mouthful of blood. He lay motionless, showing no fear, even smiling defiantly. Laughing madly like a lunatic, using the last of his strength, Te Hao staggered to his feet, arrogantly declaring, "Deep Than, you're dead for sure." Hearing that, Deep Than widened his eyes in surprise. In that instant, the heavenly thunder spell roared down. Countless lightning bolts exploded wildly, multicolored flashes intertwining, the thunder shaking heaven and earth. The crowd screamed in panic. Deep Than. The arena erupted in debate, voices rising everywhere. Isn't the duel on the Wind Cloud platform forbidden to use heavenly thunder spell? Te Hao is too bold. Doesn't he fear sect punishment? You know nothing. His master is the head of the Renyang Peak, and he's also the son of the Te family of the southern frontier. With such backing, Deep Than is doomed. Powerful footsteps echoed, fiery feet striding forward with pride. His scorched robes revealed a muscular frame radiating majesty. Deep Than appeared unharmed, leaving everyone speechless. He withstood that heavenly thunder spell, a monster, a true monster. Witnessing this, Te Hao screamed in rage, refusing to accept it. Impossible. Heavenly thunder spell couldn't kill him. Once again he charged wildly, fists clenched, shouting, "Die for me." Yet with graceful movement, Deep Than easily sidestepped, flashing past him like lightning, too fast to react. Without mercy, Deep Than pressed his blazing palm against Te Hao's face. Brutally, he slammed his head into the ground, his fierce voice roaring, fist tightening with fury. Deep Than struck down. He delivered a thunderous punch, spiritual power erupting violently, lightning tearing through the air, demanding again and again, "Will you talk? Where are they?" Deep Than's eyes burned blood red, his hand clenched so tightly that cracking sounds filled the air. "Will you talk?" Te Hao's eyes bulged in terror, screaming in agony as the ground cracked under the crushing pressure. Deep Than closed his eyes, took a deep breath, exhaling slowly to regain composure. He struck the ground again, shattering it completely, his voice low and menacing. "Speak, where are they hiding?" Te Hao coughed repeatedly, breathing ragged, still stubbornly silent. "I'll never tell you." His swollen, bruised face twisted in pain, yet he sneered mockingly. "The truth is, you don't dare kill me. If you do, the Te family will hunt you down across the Great So." Laughing proudly, Te Hao sneered, but Deep Than merely looked at him calmly and replied curtly, "Very well." Before Te Hao could gloat any further, Deep Than's fist crashed down like a thunderbolt, bones snapping, blood splattering in a horrific scene. Grabbing him by the collar, Deep Than growled fiercely, "Speak, where are they?" Te Hao refused to answer, only groaning in pain. Suddenly, a flash of blue light streaked across the sky, followed by a deep, cold voice. "Boy, stop." Deep Than looked up in confusion. Thanduang appeared, arrogantly commanding, "Release Te. Deep Than maintained minimal courtesy, speaking calmly. "Elder, the Wind Cloud platform duel forbids third-party interference," but the elder scowled, voice sharp and disdainful. "Are you defying sect law?" In rising tension, Thanduang hastily offered terms. "Don't you want spirit stones? I'll give you spirit stones. Release him to me." Deep Than smirked, expression fearless, replying firmly, "Spirit stones, elder. The crime your disciple committed is a crime worthy of death."
Than Duong clasped his hands behind his back, puzzled, repeating, "Death-worthy crime. I want to hear exactly what heinous crime was committed." Deep then calmly listed clearly, decided to duel Feng Yun, forbidden to use Heavenly Thunder spell. This is a death-worthy crime of the sect. The sect strictly forbids disciples from killing spirit beasts. Anyone who breaks the rule deserves death. One hand he raised to his chin, the other hand held neatly the body of Te Hao, continuing to list crimes. The sect strictly forbids killing elders. Anyone who breaks the rule is killed without mercy. Te Hao harmed Senior Zhang Feng Nian, committed 3 crimes, any of which deserves death. Do you think just giving me some spirit stones is enough? The old man was furious, his hand clenched, unable to utter a word. "You!" Than Duong angrily shouted. "Deep then, do you know who Te Hao is?" Hearing this, he tilted his head back and laughed out loud, as a way of blunt mockery. Deep then originally understood the plot clearly. He spoke coldly. Do you want to use Nan Gang T family to threaten me? The old man calmly admitted. So what then? The arrogant attitude, treating the world like trash, made Deep then boil with anger. He gritted his teeth and warned. Once in Hang and Hack, he should follow the sect rules of Hang and Hack. No matter how noble, if he commits a major crime of the sect, he cannot escape punishment. If not. Deep then shouted forcefully. What is the sect rule for? Than Duong was at a loss to reply. The old man gritted his teeth and lowered his voice to ask, What do you want? With a sharp and resolute face, he loudly made his demand. Bring Senior Zhang Fong Nian here safely. I can consider letting you use spirit stones to buy back the life of this worthless guy. Deep then did not hesitate for a second, resolutely suggested, bring 100,000 spirit stones here, if not, tell Nan Gang T family to wait to receive T Hao's body. He emphasized especially, Deep then I say it, and I can do it. Hearing such a sky-high number, the disciples below could not believe it, immediately became chaotic. 100,000 spirit stones. That is a number I will never see in my life. Amazing. Only Hung Nhi laughed with delight. Indeed, very many. He darkened his face, bluntly spoke bitterly. The pathetic life of that T guy is only worth one small spirit stone. The rest is for buying things for my little Ying to grind teeth. Those around must also be careful, exclaimed. That fat guy is so wicked-mouthed. A young man confusedly asked, Does an eagle have teeth? The others loudly mocked with sarcastic words. Maybe T family's dog is called Little Ying. Makes sense. Your brain is also quick. Than Duong now visibly veins of anger. He could not stand it. Immediately turned around, rudely and angrily. Get out. Want to die? A few disciples were startled and fell silent. Than Duong turned to look at him. Spiritual energy surged violently. He displayed a terrifying face, aggressively threatened. Deep then, do you know the consequences of your actions today? Deep then showed no fear, on the contrary more irritated. He harshly retorted, Consequences? When that T guy humiliated my family, did you tell him to think of consequences? Only you can trample others. Others cannot trample you, right? Deep then firmly questioned, hitting my people, now losing and still coming to pressure me. Is Hang and Hack sect opened by your family? Than Duong was furious, eyes blazing. He went mad roaring, I will kill you. Than Duong quickly unleashed his power, causing magic to erupt. A giant arm tore through the void. Spiritual force surged violently. Deep then's light energy immediately rushed forward to confront. At this moment, a commanding voice echoed in his mind, questioning, Than Duong. Do you want to ignore the sect rules of Hang and Hack? The fierce clash of two energies created a sound shaking heaven and earth. Overwhelming pressure exploded. Those words made Than Duong stunned and asked, Dao Joy, you also want to cover for this apprentice fool? From Dao Joy came a firm rebuttal, like a majestic reminder. Cover? Do you think all eyes here are blind? The crimes of T Hao that Deep then's disciple said are not wrong. Dao Joy deliberately questioned. Those 3 crimes according to sect rules. Do you think T Hao still has a chance to live? Than Duong was dumbfounded, could not argue. You. Not only that, Dao Joy also seriously condemned. The disciple is tyrannical and violent, deliberately hitting people. Than Duong, you also cannot escape the crime of not disciplining properly. The old man snorted coldly, then agreed to the deal. Boy, I give you 100,000 spirit stones. Than Duong arrogantly threw the heavy money bag in front of Deep, then, as a sign of contempt, released the person. Hearing this, he immediately became furious, directly responded, You said release is release. Where are my people? Deep then stood firmly, exuding majestic aura. He loudly shouted, You better pray that Senior Zhang Fong Nian comes out unharmed, otherwise do not blame me for revenge. The disciples were stunned, faces tense, unable to hide shock. Hung Nhi turned his face, harshly ordered, What are you still standing there for? Release him quickly. His voice anxiously called, Zhang family elder, Little Ying. Hung Nhi rushed to support old Zhang, trying to shake him. He frantically called, "Elder, wake up. Elder brother is back." Luckily, old Jang slowly woke up, weakly opened one eye, murmured, "Back is good." Hung Nhi hurriedly raised his hand to signal, "Still okay." Hearing those two words, Deep Then's worry gradually disappeared. He exhaled a sigh of relief. Not reneging, Deep Then directly threw Ti Hao to Fan Duong, without a trace of pity. "Your brat, take him away." The old man furiously threatened, "Boy, better remember today." Fan Duong quickly brought Ti Hao back to the sect. Before leaving, did not forget to return a threatening message. "Next time someone will come for you," he calmly replied, "I am waiting here." Deep Then's eyes tensed, face wrinkled, throat let out a painful choked groan. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, unknown reason. Immediately after, Deep Then collapsed exhausted onto the cold ground. Ho-Oa and Hung Nhi rushed over. Everyone panicked, calling, "Elder brother." Deep Then. Under the bright full moon and sparkling stars, Fan Duong and Cat Hong stood shoulder to shoulder talking. "What's up?" He crossed his arms on his chest, deliberately asked. Not the person who wanted to assassinate Deep Then right. In Cat Hong's heart now was gloating, laughed loudly, happily cheered. "Fan Duong, you also have this day. That day you mocked me. Today you are more embarrassed than me. Really great." At that time, Fan Duong lightly closed his eyes, calmly answered, "Matters of juniors should be handled by juniors." Hearing this, he partially guessed, directly asked, "Your meaning is?" He turned his face, firmly proposed a request. "You and I join forces." The two stood on a high cliff, robes fluttering with strong wind, exuding heroic aura. Cat Hong quickly gave orders, calling the disciples in seclusion to come out. A full moon shone down that night. An old small house covered with straw appeared. 4 days later, Deep Then was sitting cross-legged neatly on his bed. He raised both hands, quietly absorbing the source of power. Strange large characters surrounded Deep Then. Powerful magical energy coiled around him. Deep Then slowly opened his heavy eyes. He tiredly exhaled a breath. The surrounding power gradually disappeared. Deep Then stood up from the bed, stretching his body with satisfaction, and said, "Man-home physical training. Truly the #1 secret art for healing and cleansing bones, just a little painful." At that moment, Deep Then suddenly remembered the cloth bag and the small bottle with a few strange stones he had. He impatiently muttered, wanting to see what was inside. "Let's see what treasures this little Lu Kai guy has. Been back this long and still haven't checked properly." Quickly, Deep Then jumped inside to take a look. He was astonished, looking around, and exclaimed uncontrollably, "Oh my god, this guy's foundation isn't simple at all. Must be worth more than 300,000 spirit stones." While he was fumbling inside, suddenly the sound of hurried footsteps outside drew his attention. He turned his head blankly. In a moment, a large hand slammed strongly onto the door and pushed it open with great force. Hung Nhi, holding an apple in his other hand, leisurely walked in. Deep Then, sitting normally with his feet on the table bent up, asked, "It's late, why aren't you asleep, fat one?" Hung Nhi, seeing him, couldn't stay calm. He was shocked, looking at Deep Then, and shouted, "Are you a monster? Recovering that fast?" Deep Then didn't stop what he was doing and cheerfully teased back, "Don't say that, I'll get arrogant." Seeing Deep Then's mocking face, Hung Nhi couldn't help but throw the half-eaten apple in his hand at him, shouting, "You really have no shame." Deep Then reacted quickly, catching it with his hand jokingly. "Missed it, brother." Suddenly he stopped joking and turned serious. Hung Nhi waved his hand, calling him over. "Idiot, come here, come here. Let me show you something interesting." Deep Then, blankly curious but cautious, asked, "What is it, so mysterious?" After luring him closer, he lifted his shirt, revealing a rolled scroll inside. One young finger. Hung Nhi crossed his arms arrogantly, looking at Deep Then, saying, "Want to learn?" Deep Then's eyes couldn't help but shine brightly, his gaze sparkling continuously, replying, "Want." He turned to face Deep Then, smiling at his excited action, hinting, "Then the matter of tempering meridians and marrow for my wife." Deep Then opened the scroll to take a look, holding the apple in his mouth, speaking unclearly, don't worry, leave it to me." Hung Nhi raised his voice satisfied, exclaiming, "That's better. You don't know how much effort it took me to steal it from the second master." Suddenly remembering something, Deep then raised his head saying, "Right." Without hesitation, he took out the cloth bag containing spirit stones earlier, threw it forcefully to him speaking. "Here the spirit stones I borrowed from you," returned. Hung Nhi received his item back, hurriedly checking it. After examining, he turned with a probing look asking, "Why only 300,000? Wasn't there interest too?" But when he turned, Deep Thin's shadow was gone. Where did he go? Hung Nhi's gaze stopped at Deep Thin's strange action near the door. He called out, puzzled, "Why are you sticking your butt up?" Deep Thin was bending low as if looking at something, calling back, "Come here and you'll see." Hung Nhi naively believed him. He approached looking but saw nothing, confused, saying, "There's nothing." From behind, Deep Thin calmly raised his leg while eating the apple and kicked hard. "Disappear." Unable to keep his balance, Hung Nhi fell face first onto the ground. Deep then proudly closed the door, laughing loudly. "Still want interest, huh? Money this young master borrows by ability. Why pay interest?" Hung Nhi's eyes turned red. He angrily clenched his fist, hitting the ground, grinding his teeth furiously. Deep then, unable to control his anger anymore, Hung Nhi shouted loudly toward his room, "You are truly immoral. You'll pay for this. Get out here." Deep then replied indifferently, "Go away, don't disturb this great lord's cultivation. Believe it or not, I won't cleanse your wife's bones anymore." He was speechless, unable to fight back. "You hope you suffer Kai deviation, you bastard." At this moment, Deep then continued his cultivation. He raised two fingers, creating large flames surrounding him. Deep then closed his eyes quietly, his hands forming gestures, sitting still in the fire, thinking. Finger technique focuses on condensing and releasing in an instant. Once the suppressed power bursts out, its might is unmatched. He continued training through the hours. In a blink, the full moon night turned into bright morning. Meanwhile, Ho-Oh was also training hard. The boy held his staff tightly, swinging steady strikes, softly shouting. Suddenly, the window burst open wide. Flames slowly spread from there. He quickly jumped out, releasing a hot flame toward a rock, shouting loudly. One young finger, the large flame easily pierced through the big rock. One finger of mine can break heaven and earth, no matter how the winds roar and waves crash. Ho-Oh was drawn by Deep Thin's actions. The boy looked in astonishment, calling hesitantly, "Big brother." Ho-Oh dropped his staff, happily ran up to him, asking worriedly, "You're up already? Your wounds?" Deep Thin, surrounded by fire, replied, "Healed already." He put one hand on his hip. The other handed a scroll to Ho-Oh, saying, "See what I got for you." The boy exclaimed excitedly, "A staff training technique." Deep Thin smiled happily, seeing Ho-Oh's emotion. He reached out, rubbing the boy's head, saying, "Finish this one first. Later I'll find another mysterious staff art for you." Ho-Oh carefully held the treasure with both hands gratefully. "Thank you, big brother. I'll try my best. I won't let you down." Suddenly, in the quiet space, a challenging voice rang out. "Deep Thin, I'm waiting for you at the wind cloud platform." Deep Thin frowned, annoyed, looking toward the direction of the voice, realizing, finally, that old Jen Duong couldn't hold back anymore, and made a move. "I'll see what Din Enhan Duong can do." Duong Triu arrogantly crossed his arms, surrounded by power, standing on a high platform. He smirked, looking down at the murmuring below. He is Duong Triu, disciple of Than Duong of Din Enhan Duong, just out of seclusion. He's a genuine 5th stage cultivator. Everyone gathered around him, talking in fear for Deep Thin. Looks like this time Deep Thin will likely lose. While the crowd was noisy, a loud, clear voice suddenly drew attention. "Deep Thin is here." Everyone moved aside, making way for Deep Thin. He walked forward fearlessly toward him. Deep Thin's face was extremely serious. Suddenly, a hand placed on his shoulder called out, "Deep Thin, you must not go." Seeing Hung Nhi, he turned puzzled, his voice a little sad, asking, "Fat one, why don't you trust me at all?" Hung Nhi, still worried, shouted, "Don't be stupid." Then his eyes, slightly fearful, glanced ahead, warning Deep Thin, "Look over there, look carefully, can you even fight that?" In front of them was a long table with people sitting waiting. smiling sinisterly looking forward to the fight. Hung Nhi saw that clearly, shouting, "Why are there so many experts of the human origin realm? Moreover, their cultivation is..." Before he could finish, a voice shouted loudly, "Almost at Jen Duong realm already." The cultivators had all taken their seats. These disciples had been in seclusion before. They were the most proud disciples of the two peaks, Dia Duong and Enhan Duong. Their seclusion was meant to bring honor to their sex. Even Deep then was intimidated by their aura. Oh my god, to deal with a Kai condensation cultivator like me. This lineup is way too much. Hung Nhi patted his back as encouragement. Isn't it because your strength is too terrifying? How could an ordinary disciple beat you? Don't just freeze there. Hurry up and go. If you don't go now, you'll become a drinking snack for them. Sometimes conceding isn't shameful. Duong Triu grinned smugly. Want to run? If you can dodge for an hour, can you dodge for a lifetime? His body began to burst with power. Even his hair stood on end. Today you can go. But first look at your family. See what I'll do to them. Deep Then's expression turned grim. His jaw clenched tight. He bent his knees and leapt up. As his feet left the ground, the surrounding rocks and earth trembled. Without hesitation, he raised his blade high and slashed down. Crush. His blade clashed with Duong Triu's blade with a loud crack. The force was so strong it sparked flames. Deep then angrily struck again and again. Shut up. The other disciples stood frozen in place, eyes wide. That man was only at the 5th stage of human origin realm. Yet he was being overwhelmed. Duong Triu gasped, his heart filled with confusion. Kai condensation realm. How could his combat strength be this fierce? No one could see Deep Then's movements clearly, only feel the immense power continuously bursting forth. I got into this mess unrelated to my family. You dare to use them to threaten me so blatantly. From high above, Deep then thrust his sword down with a roar. Die. For me. Duong Triu, still unafraid, calmly swung his blade to block. With just you. Suddenly he heard a sound from behind. Doubt filled his eyes as he glanced back. Deep Then's whole body was wrapped in blazing fire as he charged like a massive dragon. With just me. He smashed Duong Triu square on the head, making him spit blood on the spot. Enough. Deep then ignored his words, continuing to punch him repeatedly. Take that, take that, take that. The onlookers began murmuring. Rumor says even Ti Hao was beaten powerless by that move. None of them dared to look away. Basic close combat technique. Yet so strong, someone laughed helplessly. No wonder the juniors lost. Deep then punched Duong Triu hard in the stomach, sending him flying upward. Die. For me. Suddenly Deep then grabbed his ankle, squeezing tightly with strength. From a straight flight upward, Duong Triu was suddenly pulled aside. His eyes bulged in panic. Deep then slammed him down. His body crashed, cracking the stone floor. Still unsatisfied, Deep then took a deep breath, preparing for another move. He grabbed Duong Triu's leg and spun him around a full circle clockwise within a blaze of fury. Die, 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 die. A small disciple exclaimed in awe. This is too strong. Another beside him added, I haven't even seen Duong Triu use any profound art yet. He's already been beaten, crippled by Deep. Then one couldn't hold back and screamed, what a monster. Finally he was thrown down, his body wrecked, while Deep then was panting heavily. He lunged forward, grabbing Duong Triu's collar. You dared touch my people, huh? Using his strength, Deep then lifted him up, then slammed him hard into the ground, making him vomit blood on the spot. Cripple, you bastard. Duong Lam angrily drew his sword, stabbing forward. Stop now. Hung Nhi frowned in disdain. Bastard, still care about face, huh? Wind Cloud Duel forbids third-party interference. You dare disregard the sect rules of Hang Nhak sect. Deep then stood above, looking down, shouting sternly, want me to stop? Then why rush in? A beam of light enveloped Duong Triu's body, lifting him slowly into the air. Duong Lam tried to block him with his own body. Damn it. Fearless, he attacked Deep then directly, but Deep then easily countered. You deserve to die more. His hand suddenly emitted two streams of light, one blue, one red, flickering continuously. Deep then struck a palm into Duong Lam's stomach, making him unable to resist. Thunder palm. Duong Lam was blasted far away, his feet scraping the ground creating sparks, not letting him breathe. Deep then dashed in again. Mountain crushing palm. Duong Lam used both hands to block, but the force was too great. He spat blood, his body thrown far away, stiff and helpless. A disciple sweated nervously. So that's a loss. Another, still dumbfounded, muttered. That was too fast, huh? Deep then landed safely, his feet hitting the ground with a loud sound. Duong Lam rolled several times before collapsing onto Duong Triu's broken body, groaning nonstop. At that moment Ma Wai roared, charging forward. Deep then, you deserve death. Another one, huh? Ma Wai turned a mountain and threw it toward Deep then. Hong Sun Seal. He let out a cold breath. I have already fought people of Chan Duong realm. How could I be afraid of a brat like you? Deep then struck out a palm of thunder toward it. Bon Loi palm. Immediately the mountain was shattered into small fragments. Ma Wai pointed downward and began to gather power. Fuok then Dang technique. A vine with sharp thorns rose from the ground to attack Deep then. He clenched his teeth and struck a palm down onto the ground. Ham Sun palm. The ground was pressed and began to crack, forming a large gap. Flames started to burn the branches of the vines. Break for me. The vines struggled for a moment and then became still. Ma Wai could only stand there watching them burn completely. The whole body of Deep then was covered in fire, rushing forward madly. Continue. He panicked and raised two fingers, beginning to use the technique. Done though. Deep then had already reached close to the position of Ma Wai and cursed. Trash. With only one palm he dragged him up from under the ground. Get out here. Ma Wai fell flat on the ground, coughing several times. Suddenly Deep then opened his eyes wide. Something made him very surprised. Deep then used a technique to grab Ma Wai's leg. Tak An Thien Hien. Ignoring his cries, he slammed him hard into the ground. Down here. The disciples standing outside watching did not even dare to breathe loudly. Another one done. One of them shouted in fear, criticizing. This Deep then is too cruel. A burning flame appeared beside Deep then. He reached into it and took out something. It was a sword of fire. As soon as Deep then grasped the hilt, it emitted a mighty sound. Another flame rushed toward him. He glanced at it with disdain. Ma Wai suddenly jumped up, not afraid, facing Deep then directly. He took a deep breath and spat out a large flame from his mouth. The fire surged toward him. Deep then still calmly stood there observing. The fire burned so fiercely that people below could only hear sounds but could not see anything. Suddenly from within the fire, Ma Wai appeared, his face twisted in pain. Ma Wai was thrown hard off the platform, which did not surprise anyone. Forget it, no need to look. Got beaten by Deep then nearly to death again. Indeed, this is a killing god. The fire faded away, revealing that one sleeve of Deep then had been burned off. Hung Nhi suddenly shouted loudly. Injured? Another one rushed up. Die Deep then, he scornfully cursed. Too despicable. The two once again started a battle of life and death. Die. Hung Nhi clenched his fists, full of worry. If he keeps fighting like this, sooner or later he will be exhausted to death. Deep then used force to kick hard into that man's chest. That one fell off the stage. Then another flew up. Give me your life, bastard Deep then. He frowned slightly. His body was tired and panting already. Deep then did not hesitate and rushed straight forward. Tap-toey. Come on, trash. In a chamber on the peak, someone was extremely angry. Useless, all useless. Tan Duong stood in the middle of the room, venting by cursing. More than 10 top and Han Nguyen realm, yet beaten to pulp by one disciple of Ngung Kai. Get out. The old man was so angry he could hardly breathe. This brat Deep then, what kind of monster is he? On the arena, the flames still did not fade. How many has it been now? Deep then was still defeating one after another. The 15th already. The disciples stared wide-eyed at him in admiration. Disciples of Din Nhan Duong and Din Dia Duong got beaten half dead by Deep then. People beside refuted. However, I think Deep then is not that good. Deep then's body began to sweat, his mouth and nose struggling to get air. Hung Nhi could not bear it anymore and advised, Deep then, let's go. If you keep fighting there will be trouble. Deep then could barely hold on. I know, damn it, can't fight anymore, go. Suddenly a voice rang out carrying strong power, making Deep then widen his eyes. Brother, do not rush to leave like that. A man with a strange expression carrying a fan stepped forward to greet. I am Tu Kang. Tu Kang clasped his hands in front of him and bowed slightly with respect. I am Tu Kang, greetings to you. Unexpectedly, when his fan was raised upright, a purple liquid sprayed out from its tip. While Deep then was still confused and didn't understand what was happening, that liquid had already hit his waist. Although Tu Kang was still bowing, he revealed a sinister smile. In less than 3 seconds, Deep then's face turned purple, and he spat out black fluid. He dropped one knee to the ground and shouted loudly, a duel of wind and cloud, and you dare to use poison. Tu Kang pretended not to know anything and retorted, poison? What poison? Deep then, you can eat recklessly, but you can't speak recklessly. The disciples below began to chime in. I didn't see Tu Kang's senior brother use poison. Don't judge a gentleman's heart with that of a petty man. That's right. You're afraid you can't beat senior brother too, so you're slandering him, right? The more they said, the more Tu Kang smiled wickedly. Can't beat him, so you claim senior brother too used poison. Deep then, you're too scheming. Zhang Hao leisurely fanned himself as he watched. This time you surely die. This is the price for crossing the human yang and earth yang peaks. In Deep then's eyes, fire began to flare. His pupils widened completely. His whole body was burning with flames of rage. His furious eyes enlarged 100-fold. Tu Kang continued pretending politely. Oh, junior brother Deep, what's wrong? That illness of yours seems serious. Hung Nhi hurriedly ran over calling his name. Deep then. On Deep then's face was a dazed, confused expression, as if he no longer recognized anything. Deep. He suddenly remembered something and laughed secretly in his heart. Almost forgot this brat has true fire. Hung Nhi began his act. Deep then, don't worry, after you're gone, I'll take care of your parents, wife, and children for you. Such bad acting. Criticism. Even a wife I don't have, where would children come from? He still pretended to cry below. Oh little godling, such a tragic fate you have. Deep then exhaled a few breaths and said, to deal with a dying man, yet still use poison. Well done. Tu Kang still spoke sweetly. Junior brother Deep, you've wronged me? Deep then lost patience. Stop talking. Come up. Tu Kang raised his fan high without hesitation and answered. Since junior brother Deep is so eager, senior brother shall play with you. He used the fan like a weapon and thrust forward. Die. Suddenly Deep then's legs pushed off with great force, and in a flash he left the ground. Tu Kang frowned tightly, startled by this sudden move. Deep then flipped high into the air, pointing directly behind Tu Kang's neck. The corner of his lips curved proudly. Die. With a flick of Deep then's hand, Tu Kang's body was thrown backward. The disciples who were boasting a second ago now gaped in shock. He's not poisoned. I clearly saw Tu Kang stab a needle into Deep, then he lay sprawled on the ground, still confused. Impossible. Clearly you. Deep then wiggled his finger mockingly. Clearly what? Someone below shouted. Senior brother Tu Kang, weren't you the one who wanted to play with my junior brother? Come on. Tu Kang clenched his teeth in anger. Watch me kill you. As he gathered strength, he sensed something wrong. What's this? A purple-blue mist surrounded his hand, making him panic. This poison. He just remembered the earlier attack and spat blood. It was when Deep then just now. Tu Kang held his arm screaming on the ground. Deep then, you dare to use poison on me. Deep then folded his arms and repeated his earlier words. Poison. What poison? Senior brother too. You can eat recklessly, but you can't speak recklessly. Someone below added. That's right. You're just afraid you can't be Deep then, so you falsely accuse him, right? Hung Nhi grinned mockingly. I never saw Deep then use poison. But you Tu Kang, this is judging a gentleman's heart with a petty man's mind. Can't win, so you claim Deep then used poison. Tu Kang, you're the scheming one here. Tu Kang wanted to reply, but as soon as he opened his mouth, blood poured out uncontrollably. You The disciples of Heaven Yang Peak began shouting again. Clearly Deep then used poison. Wind and cloud duels forbid poison. He disrespected the sect rules. Punish him. Deep then, you're too cruel. Hung Nhi roared with inner power. What bullshit are you babbling? All of you eat shit or what? In an instant the air fell silent. Only his heavy breathing remained. Yet they refused to give in, starting to cry out again. Deep then really used poison. No explanation will help. It's him. No use explaining. Deep then's heart is too vicious. It's him. Too malicious. Punish him. Yes, punish him. While some others stayed silent, afraid to speak. With the power of Hung Anhai's shout alone, several of them were blasted into the air. Get out of my way. The other disciples backed off to the sides whispering, that's the Hung family's sound wave's secret art. No wonder he can suppress so many voices. He unleashed another loud roar with all his strength, the force of it tearing the air itself. Disciples had to cover their ears to endure. What is that thing? A beast? Still unsatisfied, Hung Nhi kept cursing. Keep cursing. Go on. Curse some more. Dare to try me. I'll roar you half paralyzed. Deep then couldn't help but burst out laughing. This fat Hung Nhi, not bad at all. He jumped off the stage and walked toward him. Fatty, let's go. All right, let's go. Zhang Hao stepped out to block their way. You crippled my junior brothers, and now you want to leave like nothing happened. Too naive. Hung Nhi immediately recognized him. He's the #1 direct disciple of Human Yang Peak. Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao's eyes were dark and sinister as he smiled maliciously. Beat my men, and now you want to go. You think we don't exist. Tu Sam also stepped forward introducing himself. #1 direct disciple of Earth Yang Peak. Tu Sam. He began to threaten. Already half a step into true Yang realm. Obediently step onto the stage, or else. The more he heard, the darker Deep then's face became. Today you won't escape this place. Kai Bin rolled up his sleeves high and stepped closer to Deep then. There are many ways to deal with one who commits a death crime. Open your mouth and beg me. I will let you die quickly. A hand was placed on his shoulder stopping him. Do not kill him. Do not kill him. Fong Nin with an old body leaning on a cane came forward. Please do not kill him. If you want to kill then kill me instead. Deep then was moved struggling to break free from the chains. Old man, do not beg them. Go away quickly. Take Ho-Oa out of Hang and Hack. Do not worry about me. Kai Bin smiled evilly and asked, spare him. Fong Nin sincerely said, foolish child, do not speak nonsense. Don't su chat. He is just a child. Let him go. He sneered and replied, Truong Fong Nin, you are already crippled. Is your brain broken too? Kai Bin shouted. He dared to use Thien Loi Chu inside the sect. That is a death crime. The cane in Fong Nin's hand fell to the ground after that sentence. He looked up at Kai Bin in fear. Witnessing all of this, Deep then glared in disbelief. He shouted loudly filled with grief, and a murderous aura burst out making Kai Bin shocked. Fong Nin humbly knelt with both knees begging for Deep then's life. Deep then shouted crazily, old man, how can you kneel under him? The chains bound tightly to Deep then's body made him only struggle in vain. Fong Nin kept banging his head on the ground saying only one sentence, please spare him, please spare him. Kai Bin arrogantly looked down from above. Old man, can't you hear? He committed a death crime. No one can save him. Even if you kneel here until death, it is useless. But the old man still did not stop begging, please spare him. Fong Nin hugged one of his legs crying out, then kill me, trade my life for his. Don't su chat, I beg you. Kai Bin without any restraint kicked Fong Nin in the stomach making him fly several meters away. Get out, trash like you. What right do you have to bargain with me? But that did not discourage Fong Nin. He again sincerely knelt on both knees before him. He is just a child. Please, spare him. Kai Bin kicked again. Get out. Do not dirty my clothes. Everything was seen by Deep then but he was helpless. His voice full of hatred. Old man, don't Kai Bin. Deep then used all his strength trying to break free from the chains but failed. He gritted his teeth in anger. Today if I do not die, I will make you die without a whole body. He kept cursing. Even if I die and become a ghost I will never forgive you. Kai Bin panicked and pointed at him. Crazy. Execute him. Kill him for me. Deep then roared with fury. Don't Kai Bin, you will not die peacefully. The sword from above slashed down, but when it was near his head it stopped, not cutting down. He smiled proudly. The disciples watching were surprised and said, "You did not die." A force from somewhere shot straight at the sword in the hand of the execution disciple, making it break in half. He opened his eyes wide in shock. The disciple beside Kai Bin began to panic, while his own face turned pale red. Kai Bin thought in his head, "Why is it him?" The middle-aged man carrying a weapon walked in and spoke. "Joy Luat Duong is very crowded today." That man was Tu Fuck, the head of Lin Dan Hall of Hang En Hak sect, senior brother of the current sect master, the only alchemist of Hang En Hak sect. Kai Bin and his men bowed respectfully to Tu Fuck. Disciple greets Elder Tu, explaining more about his identity, an alchemist, a status extremely noble, rare to see. Tu Fuck was one of them. All elixirs and spiritual liquids of Hang En Hak sect were made by this man. No one in the sect had a higher position than him. Fong Nin slowly said, "Truong Fong Nin greets senior brother Tu." Tu Fuck looked surprised toward Fong Nin. Tu Fuck asked with curiosity, "You are Truong Fong Nin?" He respectfully replied, "Yes, it is me." After confirming his identity, Tu Fuck sent a red light into Fong Nin's body. From his hand also flew out a pill. It went straight into Fong Nin's mouth. Then Tu Fuck gave another source of power into his body. He breathed heavily. Fong Nin felt his body stronger and saluted Tu Fuck. "Thank you, senior brother Tu," he humbly replied. "You and I are of equal rank. No need for formality. Tell me." Tu Fuck's voice became colder. "Who hit you?" Hearing that, Kai Bin trembled, sweat pouring down continuously. Around him was a dense murderous aura. Tu Fuck glared at Kai Bin's group and said sternly, "Who?" His legs trembling, he stepped up. "It was me." Kai Bin felt the pressure from Tu Fuck increasing and hurriedly defended. "Elder, I hit by mistake. Tu Fuck slapped him in the face. Very bold. From above, Tu Fuck looked down and threatened. "As head disciple of Joy Luat Duong, yet dare to strike an elder, want to die?" Kai Bin was terrified and quickly knelt down on the ground. "Elder, this disciple knows his mistake. Please forgive me this time." Tu Fuck shouted angrily, "No mistake. If knowing mistake can be forgiven, then what need for Joy Luat Duong of you all?" A familiar voice sounded from behind him. "Senior brother Tu, what makes you so angry?" Tu Fuck exclaimed in surprise. "Huh." Seeing the figure dressed entirely in purple walking into Joy Luat Duong, he called in shock, "Triu Kai Kin." Tu Fuck turned back and frowned slightly. "Triu junior brother, you've truly taught a fine disciple." Kai Kin waved his sleeve angrily and shouted, "Bin Nhi, what's going on here?" Kai Bin knelt on the ground trembling. "Master, I was careless and injured Elder Truong Fong Nin." His eyebrows furrowed tightly. Truong Fong. Seeing that Elder Truong's expression darkened, Tu Fuck spoke to ease the tension. "Senior brother Tu, Truong Fong Nin was expelled from the sect long ago. You..." His face turned stern as he scolded. "Even if expelled, he's still of the Hang En Hak sect. Discipline your disciple properly. As the chief of the disciplinary hall, you dare let him offend an elder. What a disgrace." Suddenly a flash of light crossed Deep Than's mind. His mouth involuntarily gasped. Tu Fuck turned and looked Deep Than up and down. Under his steady gaze, Deep Than stayed silent. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke. "This disciple." Tu Fuck gripped his whisk tightly and declared, "I will take him." The disciples grew anxious. "Elder, this matter." Under their sharp and hostile stares, he remained calm. "What? Any objections?" Kai Bin hesitantly replied, "Elder, he used the heavenly thunder spell of the sect. That's a capital crime." At that moment, Kai Kin raised his hand to his mouth and cleared his throat loudly to draw attention. Standing tall, he reminded in a solemn tone, "Senior brother Tu, he has committed a capital offense. If you take him away, I fear." Suddenly a voice echoed from outside. Deep Than used the heavenly thunder spell for self-defense. Kai Kin turned in confusion. "Ha!" Hung Nhi rushed in cursing. These bastards ganged up on Deep Than at the Wind and Cloud Arena. Fuck, standing in the middle of the prison hall, shouted angrily, "So many of you against one at the Kai condensation stage, have you no shame?" Hung Nhi took a deep breath and recounted everything. Shame, they have none. Deep then was beaten nearly to death, couldn't fight anymore, so he jumped off the stage, yet those trash forced him back up to continue. Hearing his accusation made the disciples' faces twist. Deep then refused, but they surrounded and beat him. Elder, they clearly intended to kill him. Please see the truth. Deep then only used the heavenly thunder spell out of desperation for self-defense. Fuck lowered his voice reproachfully. Triu Junior brother, what is the punishment in Hang and Hack sect for disciples who beat others without cause? Kai Kin slowly replied, death. Fuck pressed further, and for harming an elder without permission. His brows rose sharply, but he still answered, also death. Fuck tilted his head upward, closing his eyes calmly, if both are punishable by death. The next second he opened his eyes wide and declared to the disciples below, then kill them all. Kai Kin glanced sideways cautiously. Senior brother too, do you understand what it means to kill them? Fuck replied powerfully, it means the disciplinary hall of Hang and Hack sect is fair and just. If all are guilty of death, why execute only one disciple named Deep then? The two stared at each other, a battle of eyes and spirit. If we die together. If we live together. Kai Kin clasped his hands behind his back and spoke softly. Senior brother too, must you make things so complicated? Fuck seized the chance and whispered, complicated. Then let's make peace. He pointed behind him and boldly declared, I'll take this one back for punishment. As for the disciples of the Two Peaks and Don Kai Bin, you decide yourself. Kai Kin exhaled deeply before answering, fine. Kai Bin still knelt, hesitating before stammering, Master. Kai Kin snapped harshly, silence. From now on, you'll enter the ice prison and repent. A sense of dread rose in him, sweat dripping from his face. A clinking sound echoed in the prison. A long chain slowly fell to the ground. Fuck led the way ahead as shouts rang out behind, respectfully seeing Elder Tu off. Hung Nhi carried the weary Deep then on his back. Careful. Deep then leaned his head against his shoulder and whispered, thank you. Hung Nhi chuckled lightly, thank you my ass. He walked on and reassured, safe now, get some sleep. From the central pavilion came a startled cry, what? Cat Hong stood with folded arms, his voice stern, Fuck, what? The disciple kneeling below tried to explain clearly. Yes, because of that incident, Elder Fuck almost clashed with Elder Triu Kai Kin. The elder beside him looked up at the sky and sighed. Could it be because of Deep then's innate talent? He was deeply troubled, with Fuck protecting him. Touching Deep then now will be harder than ever. A breeze passed through the window frame, and a faint wisp of smoke drifted out from the room. Deep then lay motionless on the bed, his breathing steady. Suddenly, Deep then's eyes snapped open, his pupils trembling. Hung Nhi hurried over. Heavens, brat, you're finally awake. You slept like the dead, left me with a shoulder full of drool. Deep then snapped angrily, drool my ass. All my Kai was drained, almost kicked the bucket. Where is this? Hung Nhi quickly replied, Pill Hall. He observed for a moment then spoke. Sorry kid. Deep then stretched and yawned comfortably. What? He spoke carefully, to save you. I told Fuck about your true fire. Deep then placed his hands on the pillow and answered calmly, I don't blame you. After all, he's the head of the Pill Hall. He wouldn't know who I am anyway. Hung Nhi watched his back and asked, what kind of man is Fuck? Deep then walked toward the window, letting the morning sunlight fall on his face. How to say, that old man seems righteous, but actually he's quite vulgar. Hung Nhi immediately understood, afraid he'll steal your true fire, huh? Deep then leaned against the window frame, thoughtful. He saved my life. Even if he takes my true fire now, I'd have nothing to complain about. Hung Nhi chewed his food and warned, then hope for luck. True fire is too important to an alchemist. Even if Fuck is righteous, there's still a chance he'll steal it. Suddenly someone entered, cutting their conversation short, awake already. Deep then clasped his hands and bowed toward Tufuk. Disciple Deep then, I thank Elder for saving my life. Tufuk chuckled twice, only words, nothing more practical. Deep then looked up anxiously. If Senior wants my true flame, then please, take it as you wish. A dark aura emanated from Tufuk, making others wary. That depends on whether I can subdue it. Take out your true flame and show it to me. It's been many years since I last saw one. Deep then slowly opened his palm, and the flame within him burst outward. Tufuk's eyes widened at the sight of the crimson flame, a golden true flame. He quickly unrolled a scroll covered with fire symbols and writing beneath them. He stretched the scroll endlessly as if searching for something. Nothing. This is the first time I've seen a golden true flame. Even the fire scripture doesn't mention it. After a moment, Tufuk blinked and stroked his chin thoughtfully. That's true. There are countless flames under heaven. The fire scripture couldn't possibly record them all. Suddenly he turned to Deep, then with a sly grin. But a golden flame, that's no ordinary fire. His eyes gleamed like a starving ghost as he lunged toward the flame in Deep then's hand. Come, let this old man see just how powerful you really are. The moment Tufuk's hand touched the flame, something strange happened. The fire roared violently and wrapped around his arm. Within the flames appeared a distorted, demonic face that made Tufuk stumble backward in terror. Wah! His pupils shrank in shock. This true flame. The face seemed to mock him, and the flames grew even stronger. Suddenly the entire pavilion was engulfed in fire, screams echoing from within. The uncontrolled flame spread wildly, darting away whenever it hit an obstacle. Only when it spotted Deep then did it rush back into his body. Deep then froze on the spot, staring wide-eyed at his abdomen. Tufuk collapsed to the floor, still dizzy. This true flame, it actually has sentience. Heat radiated from Deep then's body. I had planned to borrow your flame and house it within me, returning it after my death, but it seems that won't work. Tufuk sat cross-legged, trying to calm himself. Your true flame possesses intellect. It has chosen you as its master. If I force it into my body, it will cause immense backlash. This is fate. Once it's chosen, force is useless. Hung Nhi asked curiously, Elder, aren't all flames under heaven sentient? Deep then agreed, that's right. Tufuk scolded them, foolish children, who told you all flames under heaven are sentient. He straightened up and lectured them sternly. All flames born of heaven and earth have spirit. But spirit and intellect are completely different concepts. If ranked by level, intellect is far superior to spirit. Deep then hesitated. Elder, how exactly are true flames classified? Hung Nhi scratched his head as if he somewhat understood. So that's it. Tufuk frowned, worried. That's a long story. Some true flames are ranked by spiritual awareness, others by intensity. He stroked his beard like a sage explaining. Some are even ranked by the year they appeared, but the clearest classification, in my years of cultivation, is still. Suddenly remembering something, Tufuk's eyes widened, his pupils trembling violently. His eyes turned blood red as he shouted like a mad ghost. Now's not the time to talk about this, brat. I can't save you for free. Deep then sighed helplessly. I am willing to obey Elder's instruction. Tufuk turned away, clenching his teeth. From now on, you will assist me in alchemy. Deep then scratched his head, confused. Alchemy. I can refine spiritual liquid, but pills, I know nothing about that. He was immediately struck on the head. With me here, what are you afraid of, you brat? Tufuk stormed out of the room cursing. I'm going to change my clothes. All of you get lost. Don't forget to come help me with alchemy in 3 days. This is infuriating. To see it but not touch it. Can't even get a hair of that true flame. Such a loss. In no time, evening had fallen. The bright moonlight illuminated the courtyard of the small spiritual academy. Heat radiated from Deep then's whole body. His eyes closed tight, face twisted in discomfort. Moments later he winced and let out faint groans. When he finally opened his eyes, he found himself in a pitch-black space. Where is this? A wave of pain surged through his nerves, making him widen his eyes in fear. In the void, a bronze censer was melting under blazing flames. The stronger the fire burned, the more unbearable Deep Than's pain became, clutching his head and screaming. Suddenly he jerked upright, drenched in sweat, gasping. After catching his breath, he looked around and realized a dream. Outside the Zhang family house, the moonlight shone across the roof tiles. Standing by the window, Deep Than quietly watched old Zhang sleeping soundly. "Senior, I have brought you shame." He clenched his fists, silently vowing. "Deep Than swears, those who oppress others, I will make them pay 100, 1,000 times over." 3 days later, at the Alchemy Pavilion, the morning sun had just risen, but the place was already bustling. "Here, the spiritual pill you asked for. Thank you, senior brother." Fuck sat on his chair, glancing sideways. "Junior sister, you really plan to take an outer disciple as your student?" Suo Hyan sighed helplessly. "I have no choice. The sect master forced me. They want me to pick someone with good aptitude, preferably at the Kai condensation stage, to prepare for any situation." Fuck tried to console her. "That's true. It's time you took a disciple anyway. Plenty of outer disciples with fine potential waiting for you." She frowned, annoyed. "Nonsense, as if it were that simple." Still grumbling, Suo Hyan said, "My personality doesn't suit teaching disciples." When from afar, Deep Than waved cheerfully as he approached. "Elder 2, I'm here." Her lips twitched upward. "Huh." He looked up and called out loudly the moment he saw her. "It's you." Fuck and So Hyan were sitting under a dome looking toward Deep Than. He slowly walked closer, hesitantly calling out, "We meet again." Hearing that the old man felt confused again, Deep Than was terrified. He turned around to run away, his face unwilling as he glanced back. "Oh my god, why is it her? Run quickly." Fuck narrowed his eyes at Deep Than's action, asking, "You two met before?" She raised her hand close to her mouth, seeing his reaction could not hold her image, and laughed. "You want to run again?" Right after that, So Hyan waved her hand pointing forward, sending out power, commanding, "Come back." Very fast that thing turned into a rope binding around Deep Than. He frowned, trying to resist, but was still pulled back. Not lasting long, Deep Than was dragged strongly, making him scream. He was brought before the two. She stretched out her leg and kicked hard on his calf. Fuck looked puzzled at their actions, tilting his head, asking, "What situation is this?" So Hyan, holding tight to Deep Than, smiling brightly, replied, "Last time we met once behind the mountain. Every time he sees me, he runs." He clenched his teeth, glaring back at her. So Hyan, with a threatening look, leaned close to his ear, whispering, "Do I look very scary?" Hearing that, he felt chills down his spine, slightly turned his head, stammering, denying, "Not scary." She spoke softly, "Then why do you run every time you see me? Last time too, this time also." Fuck, holding his cane in his hand with judging eyes, looked at Deep Than, guessing. "Deep Than, did you do something against your conscience?" He helplessly looked at him, explaining, "No, I did nothing." Fuck in his heart had more doubts. "Then why did you run?" Deep Than at that moment was speechless, his mouth stammering, could not say clearly. So Hyan slightly darkened her face with amused eyes, asked, "You are Deep Than, right?" Then she did not let him react further. Directly kicked him straight, saying, "Turn here, stand up straight, do not run." He then turned to So Hyan, asking, "Sumyoi knows him?" She stood upright, raising both hands, calmly replying as if nothing. "Hard not to know. Beat more than 10 core disciples of Enhan Duong Peak and Dia Duong Peak crippled on Fong Van stage. That matter has spread all over the inner sect." After hearing that, Fuck turned toward him with amused eyes, squinting, saying, "Brat, this matter is not big, but your fame is not small." So Hyan walked closer to Deep Than, her voice gentle, coaxing, "Little Deep Than, are you interested in becoming my disciple?" Under the two gazes staring at him, he hesitated awkwardly. "This matter?" Deep Than's face now looked very ugly, forcing a stiff smile, not knowing what to do. "This matter," in his head, imagining again the scene. That woman and the one in the beast forest, surely not the same, but still look too similar. "If I become her disciple, maybe one day I will be killed." Seeing he still did not decide, Fuck hurriedly grabbed the stick, hitting Deep Than's butt, shouting, "Stupid boy. This matter still need to think. Your fortune has come." So Hyan smiled, looking straight at him impatiently, asking, "Finished thinking yet?" Deep then slowly became serious again, facing her and asked, "Elder, now must I follow you to the inner sect?" She reached and pinched his ear hard. Deep then grimaced in pain, glancing sideways. "You think nicely." So Hyen with interest looked straight into his eyes, still holding his ear, said, "You think my place is easy to enter?" He panicked, quickly explaining, dare not, hurts." After teasing Deep then for a while, she put her hands on her hips, turned to leave loudly, saying, "Of course there must be a test. If you can enter the inner sect, then it will count as valid." He sat down tired on the ground, annoyed. Life is truly hard. Suddenly So Hyen stopped, slightly turned her head, looking back, saying, "If you can enter the inner sect, I will consider giving you a reward." Then she leisurely walked away proudly. Deep then sat silently among falling petals, watching her back. Thousands of rivers and mountains, music and dances and halls. How can they compare to the makeup of that person? The fragrance of flowers in the sleeve. Suddenly he froze and laughed foolishly. Tufuk beside him felt disgusted and disdainful. Quickly he raised his foot, kicking Deep then's leg, shouting, "Stupid boy, she's gone," still staring. The sky gradually darkened, his voice still sounding, "Go work." Deep then lazily replied, "Elder, please help untie me." They quickly moved elsewhere. Tufuk led Deep then before a huge incense furnace. His face slightly raised, eyes thoughtful, not looking at him, asking, "From now you will stay here helping me refine pills. How about it?" Deep then behind clasped his hands, replying, "Grand, magnificent." Suddenly something made his body feel strange. His eyes opened wide. From them a flame burst out. The huge furnace kept absorbing all of Deep then's power. Tufuk beside him reminded, "Control your true flame well. Do not let it swallow the earth flame." Deep then in shock stretched both hands, wanting to catch it, shouting, "True flame, come back." The great fire kept bursting out, but gradually was blocked by something. He looked anxiously and jokingly gasped, pretending, "Too dangerous. True flame can swallow earth flame." The old man, annoyed, held the stick under Deep then's chin, scolding, "All our flames, same kind, of course can swallow. Is your true flame not higher level? Why stand stupid there?" He raised his hand seriously. A bright light shone from it. Tufuk loudly ordered, "Now put your hand on the alchemy furnace. Let me check your soul power level a bit." Deep then directed his great flame toward the furnace. Suddenly above it emitted a strange purple energy. So it is spirit level. Though he wondered, he did not turn back, staying focused, asking, "Elder, what are the divisions of soul power levels?" The old man, quickly not letting Deep then question more, imagined the image of him sitting cultivating. Deep then inside the surrounding flame, still calm as if nothing. Tufuk explained, while dividing ranks, soul power divided into 5 levels: human level, spirit level, profound level, earth level, heaven level. The 5 levels of soul power correspond to the 5 great realms of cultivators. Human level equal to condensing Kai realm, spirit level equal to human origin realm, profound level equal to true yang realm, earth level equal to spiritual void realm, heaven level equal to void bright realm. He held his cane resting on his shoulder, crossing his arms, tilting to look at him, asking, "Did you use any pill to nourish your soul?" Deep then honestly answered, "Not at all." Tufuk gently said, "Then it is truly strange." He looked blankly, not understanding, scratching his head curiously, asking, "Elder, is there any difference?" Tufuk, facing forward, slightly raising his face, replied, "Of course there is difference. Soul power is mysterious, hard to explain, many things impossible. The higher one's soul power, the higher comprehension. Soul power is the most important thing in alchemy. Then comes flame control." Then he raised the small stick in his hand, creating power, lifting his body, floating high, saying, "Brat, you are blessed by heaven, having good condition for alchemy, because your soul power is 1 level higher than your cultivation. And your true flame even has spirit wisdom, connected with your mind, can control fire from smallest details. This for alchemy is very important." Deep then, seeing that, could not hide his amazement, staring wide-eyed. After a while the power slowly disappeared. Tufuk slowly descended to the ground, saying, "You have heaven-given conditions. If not become an alchemist, then you betray those who blessed you. With your talent, very possible you surpass even that Dan god." He stayed silent but thought inside. Dan God. A mysterious man appeared in his thought. That man turned away holding power in his hand. Dan God, the most famous alchemist of the Great Cell, not belonging to any faction. Yet no power dared to offend. After saying that, Tu-Fuck amusedly asked Deep then, "So, are you interested to be an alchemist?" He clenched his fist firmly answering, "Of course." Tu-Fuck's eyes softened slightly. He smiled saying, "Very good. I will teach you to refine the first kind of pill." The great furnace still operated, releasing magical energy. Tu-Fuck turned to it seriously, instructing, "Watch carefully. I will do it only once." Deep then tightly pressed his lips, eyes focused without blinking, replying, "Yes." Tu-Fuck raised his hand straight toward the incense burner, releasing his power to surround it. Deep then stood beside him, silently watching. The large round hole on the burner continuously emitted waves of energy. Tu-Fuck slowly approached it. He furrowed his brows and shouted sternly, "Form the pill." As soon as he commanded, the flower on top of the burner began to operate, continuously releasing stronger streams of energy. Soon after, dense smoke appeared, followed by a flash of light shooting across. Tu-Fuck leaned aside to glance next to him, then gently reached out to grab the pill that had formed, exclaiming, "Hoi Hien Pill." When short of vital energy and spiritual power, it can quickly replenish what is consumed. Tu-Fuck held the pill in front of the boy. Deep then's eyes lit up with curiosity as he asked, "The lines on it are?" The elder replied calmly, still holding it in his hand, "That's the lowest grade of spiritual pill, and the mark shows its rank." Tu-Fuck turned around and tossed the pill behind him. Deep then raised both hands to catch it, his eyes following as he asked, "Spiritual pills have ranks too?" The elder replied as he walked away with his eyes half closed, "Of course. 1 line is grade 1, 2 lines are grade 2. The more lines, the higher the rank." The boy held the tiny green pill between his fingers and asked, "What's the highest grade pill someone has ever made?" The elder approached a reclined chair, lay down with legs crossed, and said, "Try making one yourself first. The highest I've made alone is grade 4. Once, when I worked with the alchemy god, we made a grade 5 pill." Tu-Fuck gently closed his eyes, ready to rest, but Deep then suddenly asked another question, making him open one eye slightly. "Then what grade is the Thien Tich pill?" The elder seemed surprised, glanced at him, and exclaimed, "You know about the Thien Tich pill?" Deep then hurried to explain, "A few days ago, I was wandering around the Yumin black market and overheard people talking about it." Tu-Fuck lay back down, eyes closed again but still speaking. "The Thien Tich pill is the highest grade I've heard of, grade 6 by classification." The incense burner still radiated waves of energy as the two continued talking. "Is the Thien Tich pill that hard to refine? Even the alchemy god couldn't make it?" Deep then asked in amazement. The elder scoffed. "Every spiritual pill needs its own recipe. There is no formula for the Thien Tich pill. Even that old alchemy god doesn't know how to make it. And even if the recipe existed, there probably aren't enough spiritual herbs in the world to make one." Deep then held up the tiny green stone near his face, still full of questions. Does the elder know which faction possesses the Thien Tich pill? But Tu-Fuck didn't want to explain further. He grabbed his cane and smacked Deep then's rear, shouting, "Why are you babbling so much?" Before the boy could react, Tu-Fuck hurled a scroll straight into his face and ordered, "This is the recipe for the Hoi Hien pill. Study it well, practice alchemy diligently for me, and stop slacking off." Deep then caught what was thrown at him, opened it, and complained, "This is way too hard." Reading the lines inside, he clenched his teeth and muttered, "And this is just a grade 1 pill." He then sat cross-legged in meditation, using his flame to suspend the scroll midair, while Tu-Fuck was already fast asleep nearby. Though Deep then looked calm, his heart was restless. Eyes tightly shut, he muttered in frustration, "Alchemy is indeed more complicated than refining spiritual essence. The control required over the flame is immense. Just a small mistake, and the entire process fails." After a while, Deep then suddenly opened his eyes wide, determination flashing within. All right. He stood up straight and approached the burner. Deep then unleashed his flame into it. True fire, go. His power was drawn in, the flame entering the large circular core of the burner. True fire, behave yourself. Stop trying to devour the earth fire. The heat surged fiercely as a small glowing red pill slowly formed. Deep then raised both hands high, straining to control his power. Sweat dripped from his forehead as he gasped for breath. Before he could finish, the pill cracked apart into fragments, shattering with sharp sounds as they hit the floor. Exhausted, Deep then clutched his chest and panted. As expected, controlling every detail is too hard. He refused to give up. Gathering his strength, he tried again. Just like before, a small pill gradually formed but exploded once more. Tufuk, now awake, sat upright, teacup in hand, and said calmly, "Alchemy and cultivation are the same. You must have a clear mind. A heart without stillness or full of distractions is forbidden for an alchemist." Deep then gasped for air but nodded firmly. Understood, calm heart. He resumed his work while Tufuk watched from afar, thinking, "Back then, I used up 93 portions of herbs before I finally made one Hoi Hien pill. Let's see how far you can go, brat." Deep then kept practicing non-stop, the sound of failed attempts echoing throughout the sect. The incense burner glowed dark purple, radiating killing intent. Anger flared on Deep then's face as he roared, "I don't believe I can't do it. Come on." Elsewhere, atop a towering mountain that nearly blocked the sun, clouds drifted between its peaks. The Jade Maiden inner peak. So Hien sat quietly under a large tree, back turned. So Lin stretched and slowly approached, gently placing her hand on So Hien's shoulder. So Hien didn't seem surprised and tilted her head slightly, scolding, "Lin Nhi, why did you come here again? Are you slacking off?" The younger girl playfully denied, "No, I'm not." So Lin clearly came with a purpose. Excitedly looking up, she said, "Sister, I heard you accepted an outer disciple. Where is he? Bring him here so I can see. I want to know what kind of talent caught your eye." So Hien just smiled faintly. "That boy is quite interesting. Still in the outer sect." She stood up straight, gazing into the distance. "The test I gave him is his path into the inner sect. If he can't even pass that, then there's no need to mention him again." So Lin leaned closer curiously. "Is he handsome?" The sky turned from gray to soft pink as the cheerful voices of the two girls echoed. So Hien glared, "Handsome my foot. Go into seclusion already. If you sneak out again, I'll beat you." So Lin laughed nervously. Got it. But seriously, is he handsome?" The elder sister shouted in frustration. "Ask again, I dare you." The younger squealed, laughing. I won't. Sister, spare me." Meanwhile, Deep then was still hard at work. Another pill shot out from the burner, formed the pill. Tufuk, sitting quietly, suddenly widened his eyes, nearly spilling his tea. "Already? So fast?" The bright blue pill floated powerfully above Deep then's hand. Overjoyed, he shouted, "Finally." Deep then shouted in joy before the astonished eyes of Tufuk, "Refined it already." The elder thought to himself, only used 40 portions of spirit herbs, yet already refined a Hui Hien pill. Deep then startled and panicked at something. Suddenly he stood still, his spiritual energy completely exhausted. Tufuk quickly transferred spiritual energy into him while muttering, "Even the old alchemy god back then, when refining his first pill, used nearly 70 portions. This brat." Deep then weakly replied, "Refining pills truly consumes strength." He quickly regained his spirit and eagerly asked, "Senior, please look. Is this pill acceptable?" Tufuk reluctantly answered, "You can be considered to have passed for now. But the quality of this Hui Hien pill of yours is too poor. You still need a lot more practice, understood?" He added, "Since this is the first spirit pill you've refined, eat it." Deep then smiled proudly, "Got it." Tufuk assigned tasks for the next day while not forgetting to care for his health. Clean up the alchemy furnace properly, especially those scraps. Go rest now, continue tomorrow. Deep then cheerfully replied with firm tone, got it, don't worry, leave it to me. The moon tonight shone brightly across the sky. In that dim light, and Guide NHI stepped out softly, carrying deep thoughts within, in seclusion so long, still no breakthrough. She looked up at the night sky whispering to herself, Chan Duong realm, such a headache. Suddenly a sound came from inside. Huh? She shouted angrily, who? Come out. Before her wrath, Deep then reached his hand out from inside the alchemy furnace awkwardly. And Guide NHI both puzzled and angry yelled, who are you? Why are you inside the alchemy hall? What are you doing in the furnace? Deep then replied in confusion, you asked a bunch of questions, which one do I answer first? And Guide NHI impatiently replied, be serious, answer one by one. Seeing her angry tone, Deep then obediently responded, fine. I was called here by Elder 2 to clean up. She urged sharply, next question. Deep then awkwardly but still complied, I already answered, I'm me. Elder 2 called me here, then I was cleaning. 3 questions right. I answered all correctly. Hearing that, Ngayat NHI fumed, but she quickly ignored him, shameless, keep cleaning. Right then Deep then also reminded, don't mess with the items in the alchemy hall, and don't make noise to disturb others. That made Ngayat NHI yell angrily, shameless, what nonsense, I don't owe you anything. Deep then enthusiastically replied loudly, working here. He seemed very happy cleaning, sweep sweep, I sweep. He worked and sang cheerfully, the dust up there I sweep down here, can't sweep it I'll scoop it down, I sweep. Suddenly, within the layer of dust he swept away appeared a few dazzling words, letters. He carefully wiped the surface, and gradually a line of writing appeared, astonishing him. The letters gathered around him then slowly flew straight into his body. At that moment he lost all consciousness, collapsing to the ground unconscious. In his faint state, he saw his soul being pulled into an ancient space, terrifying him. What is this? Where is this? Before him was a desolate land. Suddenly a giant was walking toward him. Deep then wondered, is that a person of the ancient barbarian tribe? Each step heavy and powerful, his massive body with sharp eyes. He raised his hand to the sky summoning a giant dragon, Kong Long. Witnessing that power, Deep then couldn't hide his awe, high and Jayap so powerful. Then he suddenly woke up back in reality, recalling that scene, Kong Long. Looking up at the alchemy furnace Deep then was surprised thinking, the letters disappeared already. It seems this resisting dragon secret technique has been engraved in the alchemy furnace long ago. He rested his arm on his head continuing to ponder, if it is really so, could it be that Tufuk does not know, or... Then another line of thought flowed through his mind, or maybe only when encountering the true flame, the resisting dragon secret technique will appear, while the earth flame is not qualified to make it show up. Deep then's eyes became sharp. Then the matter of Tufuk not knowing was already clear. In the peaceful scene he decided to let it go, just like that. While cultivating, many questions kept running in Deep then's mind. The giant in that mental scene was definitely a person of the ancient barbarian tribe. People of that tribe have large bodies and powerful techniques. Not sure if his own body could reach the standard to perform resisting dragon or not. He thought of something, let's try. At this time Deep then had another worry. The strength in his iron muscles could no longer endure. Suddenly that image struck his mind, resisting dragon. Deep then spat out a mouthful of blood collapsing down, exhausted too much power. But quickly he stood up again, even injured himself, with his current body and still could forcefully use resisting dragon once. Early morning when the scenery was quiet Deep then ran in cheerfully. Good morning, Elder. Tufuk gently replied, Suddenly he excitedly called him over, right? Come here. Tufuk curiously asked, last night did you meet Ngayat NHI? Deep then quickly answered, yes, met a young lady. Tufuk happily added, then that must be Ngayat NHI. So how is my Ngayat NHI? Being asked Deep then blushed embarrassed. Quite beautiful, like a fairy, Tufuk probed, like her or not. While Deep then was still stunned, and Guide Nhi appeared, interrupting the talk between master and disciple. Master. Seeing Deep Then's awkward manner, she grew annoyed, walking up. Fuck quickly eased the situation, and Guide Nhi, you appeared already. She also emphasized her point. Disciple wholeheartedly follows the Tao, absolutely has no other feeling. And Guide Nhi added with a contemptuous look. Moreover, if you want to find someone, should find one stronger than me. What is he? A condensate stage guy. Are you afraid your disciple cannot be married off? Fuck panicked, stopping his disciple, and Guide Nhi, listen to me first. She covered her ears, showing avoidance, not listening. Disciple must go cultivate now. Deep then gently commented, I say elder, your disciple, temper too much. Fuck also took responsibility, saying it is my bad teaching. Deep then straightforwardly brought up the main matter. That, elder too, that alchemy furnace of yours, normally who cleans it? He replied, it is my treasure, except for you. Usually I and Guide Nhi clean it. Why? He asked further, then have the two of you discovered inside the furnace there is something or not? Hearing that, Fuck was puzzled. Something what? He got angry when Deep then refused to answer. Brat, I am asking you, what thing? Deep then casually replied, nothing, only that at the edge of the furnace there were many stubborn stains, not like residue of spirit herbs at all. While refining, he was seriously thinking, but also secretly pleased. It seems Fuck and Guide did not know inside the furnace hides the resisting dragon's secret art, and that secret art most likely was revealed because of the appearance of the true flame. Time to refine pills. Lucky. Fuck still pressed, asking with threat, brat, you sure keep secrets well. If you do not clean properly, see if I will not beat you to death. Deep then shouted loudly after a hard working day, mother, I am exhausted. He rejoiced at his alchemy success. Fuck was excited, thinking, 3 pills, this brat progressed fast. That year when I first refined Hoi Haiyan Dan, I lost more than 90% of spirit herbs. He continued, pondering. The second time refining Hoi Haiyan Dan lost over 80%. Yet this brat used only a dozen parts. Such terrifying talent. Old alchemy god. Surely he will shock you. Fuck came closer, asking Deep then, brat, feel any change in soul power? He honestly answered, I discovered my soul power gradually became stronger through alchemy, and also understood many things. Fuck praised him and gave him a cultivation manual. Seems you are not stupid, take it, he emphasized, giving you the formula of soul pill, forbidden to spread outside. Before leaving, Fuck reminded, the pill formula for alchemists like us is very important. Do not take it lightly. If lacking spirit herbs, use my token to go to the herb garden to pick. Deep then wondered such good thing. He quickly became excited. Spirit herb garden, I am coming. He confidently told the gatekeeper, elder 2 told me to pick spirit herbs. The guard warmly received, oh, please come in, pick freely, be at ease. Deep then was lost in dreamy thoughts. Indeed, having someone backing makes everything easier. Having this token, then nothing to worry. He happily held the token, running all over the garden. Truly good stuff. But also full of calculation. Almost forgot. Last time coming here the true flame also appeared strangely. What treasure could it be? Suddenly he stopped beside a rock. Must be right below here. Deep then sat blankly beside the hole. He sighed, looking down, asking, how deep is it down there? The true flame has gone down for so long and still not come up. As soon as he finished speaking, a flame burst up. Soil and rocks at the edge of the hole also fell down. Deep inside the hole, a roaring sound echoed. Through that flame came a shout, get out. Deep then bent down, looking into the fiery hole, and shouted joyfully, back already. He stood up, reaching his hand toward the flame. The next second the blazing fire gradually shrank around his hand. The flame in Deep then's palm became smaller. He spoke, probing, you are trembling. Deep then stepped closer to the edge of the hole, looking down, full of doubt, asking himself, what on earth is below that made the true flame so afraid? In the end, he ignored the purple eye in the hole and left, walking away mumbling, if only you could talk. It is too deep down there, cannot go down, must pick more spirit herbs to make up for the loss in my heart. The purple eye just now gradually blurred away, along with roaring sounds. It disappeared, turning into a purple lamp. It screeched once and flashed, then vanished. At this time it was already late night. Deep then just returned home and shouted loudly, "Elder, look how many spirit herbs I picked." But when he pushed the door open and stepped in, he instantly lost his mood, seeing there was no one inside. Strange. Elder 2. Elder 2, where did you go? If you are not here, who will demonstrate the soul pill for me? Deep then carried a big sack inside, then sat leaning against it, panting and complaining. What is all this? Cannot find treasure. No one to teach alchemy either. After a while he stretched his hand, flicking a few sparks to make fire, and said, "How to relieve sorrow? Only alchemy." Deep then passed the fire through his hands, eyes focused as he shouted, "Hoi Hien Dan, let's go." When the fire and energy were large enough, he released it. The energies wrapped inside the fire began to crystallize together, gradually gathering into one place, forming a pill. Seeing that, he shouted, "One pill." The second time was still the same. Deep then launched another fire, shouting, "2 pills." Outside the house sparks of fire flew out, and the sky had turned red with dawn blending with his voice. 3 pills. Inside, Deep then was still concentrating, refining further. The 4th pill. Suddenly his eyes froze as if locked, and he exclaimed, "Not good." A loud explosion sounded together with Deep then's scream. The flame he was using to refine the pill had exploded. He struggled to sit up, comforting himself. Too rushed already. Someone came angrily asking, "What are you doing?" Deep then hurriedly turned around, calmly replying, "I did nothing. I just..." Ngayat Nhi came holding a sword, angrily shouting, "I have warned you. You come here to do chores. Do not touch things randomly here." Suddenly she saw a command token fall from his clothes, making her even more furious, screaming, "Command token? Where did you get that?" Deep then still answered blankly, "Elder 2 gave it to me." Unable to contain her anger, Ngayat Nhi swung her sword, the blade pointing at him as she affirmed firmly, "Liar." Deep then, frightened, stepped back before her sword. His face turned pale hearing her shout, "The command token of Master has never left him. Even for me he never easily gives it. Would he give it to a menial like you, you scoundrel?" Ngayat Nhi pointed the sword closer and asked again, "Speak. You stole from Master, right?" Deep then, with an innocent face, answered, "I already said no." While things were tense, a voice rang out, Ngayat Nhi. Ngayat Nhi resentfully complained, "Master, he was sneaking around the alchemy furnace and even stole your command token." Deep then also shouted back, arguing, "Sneaking what? I was open and honest, all right." Her hateful eyes still glared at him, and she said, "Stop quibbling. I saw it all." Tufuk from outside the door shouted, "Enough. Stop arguing. I gave him the command token." Ngayat Nhi's face immediately changed to bewilderment, asking, "Master, how can you so casually?" He sighed, explaining, "I told him to take my token to the spirit herb garden to pick herbs, and as for him, he did not come to do chores, but came to help me refine pills." She stammered, asking again, "He is an alchemist?" Ngayat Nhi turned to look at Deep, then again to confirm, "Alchemist? No wonder Master would." Tufuk walked near, asking kindly, "When will you have time to demonstrate the soul pill refining for me?" Deep then politely returned the token to him. "Elder, your token." Contrary to that moment, Ngayat Nhi was pouting inside, stubbornly thinking, "Still looks more like a scoundrel." Tufuk took the token and shouted, "Look at that. Cannot even wait already. It is not that I cannot demonstrate for you, but first you must pass my test." Deep then nervously asked, "What test?" He glanced toward Ngayat Nhi, signaling, "Defeat my disciple." She was surprised, thinking, "Condensate realm, defeat me. Is that not making it hard for him?" Yet Deep then was completely confident, saying, "Elder, are you serious?" Tufuk nodded, replying, "Serious." Good. This made Ngayat Nhi boil with anger, but she only dared curse silently. "Scoundrel, does not know heaven and earth." Confidently certain of victory, he shouted loudly, "Senior Sister T, please." While Deep then was warming up, Ngayat Nhi turned and whispered to Tufuk, "Master, alchemists are not good at fighting. Moreover, he is only condensate realm. Master overestimates him too much." He suddenly laughed loudly, saying, "Ngayat Nhi, Do not underestimate him, go. Ungait Nhi stepped forward confidently making her condition. 3 moves. If within 3 moves you do not lose, I lose. Deep then smirked saying, Senior sister too confident. She shrugged replying, because I have strength. Deep then waved a move creating a red flame swirl, then looked at her sword technique shouting, Fong Hoa tight deep. He raised his sword and commented, indeed this secret technique is outstanding. Tu Fuck stroked his beard softly saying, Fong Hoa tight deep. Unexpected that Nguyen Nhi has already mastered this secret art so skillfully. Deep then glanced with a competitive look thinking,